Always trying to. No idea how these things work tonight. We can discuss later, but it occurred to me that it might be a good time to try and get on Fox Biz or Fox News. Rooftop pastors are always awesome, and I think there are some current events related to my projects that we can bring together. If it's interesting, I think there's something we could be able to discuss on top of being on the rooftop. I'll give my PR agent a call this morning to see if she wants to try and reach out to somebody there.
That's a loser. Battle, fight is a loser. Fight that he's fighting is a loser. How? Turn that down.
Now remember, we on live, y'all, so we have conversations.
Oh, is the mic up?
No, it's on.
Mic is hot.
The mic is hot, so yeah.
Live?
Yeah.
Where we live at?
Facebook, YouTube. I think like a couple different ones. Part of the
20 years, 20-year anniversary. Come on, man, y'all can make some noise. Give God some praise for that. Type 20 years in the comments.
Yeah, so you've been live up here. I don't know if they told you. You've been live for the last like 9 hours.
All right.
Yeah, so they've been showing the tent and a little of the construction.
So it ain't live now.
Yeah, it's live. I'm looking at it. Hold on, let me call down, but you see the picture. No, yeah. Oh, so you hear us? So where's the live at? 'Cause we looking at that. Oh, you got it off. No. Oh, and that's on Facebook, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool.
I don't see it.
All right. He said it's a 1.5 minute delay, so it should. You should see the flyer. Yeah, we see the flyer.
I don't see it.
So it should be
I
coming
just
up.
want to know what the repost. I'm just trying to.
All right, cool. We gonna look and see. All right. He said it should be coming up.
Another
on the
page.
flyer.
Last thing on the story.
Oh, there you go. The face on Facebook, the first live on the 72-hour stream. I'm about to share it as well.
Share.
Everybody say
share. Everybody share real quick. And you can send us some questions if you like. But we want you to go ahead and share as much as you can. Share. I have a guest with us today, Corey Foster from ComEd. We're going to talk a little bit and talk about history and how we know each other and what ComEd is doing and how it's trying to help the community and all the things that they're doing, especially since they're going to be giving the power to this community center. So come on in and share. Everybody share. Just take a minute, if you don't mind, share with your family and friends on your Facebook page, your Instagram page, your X page, or formerly called Twitter. Everybody just share. We're doing a 72-hour fundraiser, trying to raise as much money as we can to finalize building this community center. So let me welcome my friend and brother, Corey Foster. Thanks, man, for coming up here again.
Good morning,
And I
Pastor.
say again because this ain't your first trip to the rooftop.
Absolutely, not my first rodeo.
So, Corey, tell people about yourself, tell them who you are and what you do, and then I'll tell them how we first met.
Absolutely. Thanks again for welcoming me back there, Pastor. Always a pleasure supporting you and Project Hood and everything that you do in the Woodlawn and the Chicagoland area. And Brian, great seeing you, my De La Salle brother. My brother there from De La Salle High School, so we know each other from way back as well. But I had the opportunity to support your gala. That was another fundraising effort that you guys are undergoing. And then just most recently, your holiday food giveaway. That was a massive turnout, and I promised that I would be back to just continue to support you in any way that I could personally.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm here, and in my new role or former role as ComEd as well as external affairs. So I support the Chicagoland area.
So
as
you
well
so
as
you support all
the
the
Maywood
Chicago?
region.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
your role with ComEd is supporting all the Chicagoland area and Maywood?
Yeah, and the Maywood region too.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So tell us about some of the people who are listening. Tell us about just what your role is with ComEd and what you do.
Absolutely. So I'm really the face of ComEd and many of the communities that we serve.
Absolutely.
Making sure that we have representation from a diversity and equity standpoint, but also making sure that our customers are able to access the services that they need, either it be energy efficiency initiatives, bill payment assistance, or just information on energy consumption as a whole. So we want to make sure that we're a one-stop shop as it relates to ComEd and knowing the programs and services and initiatives that they can take advantage of that kind of help them save on their energy bill or think about things in terms of renewable energy as well.
When they told me you were coming, I wanted to ask, I got a couple questions, especially about renewable energy, because we've been getting a lot of people coming to us about solar stuff. Solar this, solar that, solar this. Can you tell us what is the relationship, or at least tell me, how does solar interact with ComEd? Because when I think of ComEd, I'm thinking about power, the electric.
Yeah.
But solar, how does that play a part?
Absolutely. So solar actually is on the generation side, and ComEd is a distribution company. So we have to make sure that it interconnects to the grid. So that's the process that we go through from connecting the grid to the solar.
Okay.
And then also, if you are a solar developer or if you have solar on your home, there's an opportunity for you to actually provide, be a distributor of that energy, so you actually can capitalize on that as well.
So what would they do? They would capture the energy,
and then they'll
sell it back to the
across
grid, or give it back to the grid at ComEd.
Yeah.
And then ComEd distributes it.
We would distribute it. You got it, Pastor.
All right, yeah. I've been hearing so much about it, I'm like, I really don't understand it.
Yeah.
And I know, we've been debating a lot on whether to put solar on top of this building. And then every time we talk to people about it, they're always like, well, you're going to be able to save some money and you'll be able to sell back your energy to the ComEd grid, and then ComEd can distribute it and benefit you. But
that
so
is
we're
an
trying to figure
opportunity.
that out.
Absolutely. We should definitely explore that even more, because ComEd actually has a ComEd rooftop solar calculator where you can actually plug in your address, and then you can actually determine whether or not you would be a good fit for a solar candidate.
Okay. We'll talk more about that, how people can plug into that and see how they can get involved. You and I go back to the first time I was on the rooftop.
Oh, yeah.
The first time I was on the rooftop, when we were trying to purchase a motel, you brought, at that time, Governor Quinn.
Yeah.
And now, one of my favorite people in all the world, Chima, was a young, your intern. And you guys came up on the roof, and I remember that, and you...
You're telling our age now.
you were encouraging, you made sure you brought, and then when I did the Walk Across America, you participated in that as well, and you helped us out. So you part of the family. You've been with us for a long time.
Yeah, you've been laboring in the vineyard for quite a while, man, and I admire what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You've been a blessing to the community, and anything I can do to continue to support you and your initiatives. You certainly got a partner in me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So how can people, like, when they have issues with ComEd, like if an issue comes up, how do people go about like going to resolve issues that they may have energy wise? Yeah.
Certainly contact ComEd directly. We definitely
don't call you.
Yeah, actually, no. You can definitely call me, but your first stop is the call center. You want to contact ComEd directly. That way, in real time, they'll be able to pull up the customer's account and really troubleshoot and see what's going on with them and how we might be able to better assist them.
Okay.
One thing too, Pastor, that I want to mention too, especially in this time where there's a lot of scams going on in our communities, folks trying to get taken advantage of. ComEd will never call you and say demand payment. Send me $200 or we're going to cut your utilities off. That's not what ComEd does. So in the event that you ever get a call like that, block it. Contact ComEd directly.
Okay.
If we need to get in touch with you, we're going to send you a notice via U.S. mail, or if you've signed up for email alerts, we'll send you something like that. But we'll never cold call you and say, pay immediately, and we'll cut you off. So just be aware of that. I want to make sure your listeners and viewers understand that principle. But in the event they need assistance, call ComEd directly.
I know, we've had great relationships with ComEd, even to, I can remember back when we didn't have as much funds, and we had the school, and we were really struggling. ComEd worked with us on our bill to make sure we had a payment plan. They weren't they weren't trying to turn off, the electric, because it's not in their best interest to turn it off. And so, can you talk to people just about collaboration?
Yes. How
important it is for, there may be some organizations that may watch today or later on, just how important it is that ComEd is trying to collaborate with organizations in the community.
Yeah, that's really been a cornerstone of our core values and mission, really, in terms of the partnerships that we enjoy with you and Project Hood, but also with many other small businesses, as well as just individual customers and small business owners. The first step is just to have a conversation and be transparent about where you are and how we might be able to partner with you. That's something that we really pride ourselves on. We don't want to disconnect anyone's service, but we're a regulated utility. We just can't give it away for free. But at the same time, we're willing to work with you if you need bill payment assistance, or if you just want to look for ways to save on your electric bill. Like you said, you can take a look at solar options. You can take a look at energy efficiency options. There are many things that ComEd can do to kind of help you save. And one thing that I do want to encourage is we offer free residential energy assessments to all of our customers.
Now, what is an energy assessment?
So that's where we do a top-to-bottom audit of your residential property or your small business or your commercial property, and identify opportunities where we could help you save. It could be as easy as weatherization, or it could be as easy as changing your light fixtures to LED light bulbs or a smart thermostat. Those are things that we want to make sure that we try to provide as an opportunity for increase your savings.
I know as we talk about collaborations and how wonderful you all have been with us, and I know you're all trying to work with other organizations. Y'all are also doing some things with young people, and part of our center is we're going to have a STEM facility where we're teaching STEM. And what is ComEd? Tell us about what ComEd is doing. I know some of the things, but tell us about some of the things that ComEd is doing to help young people in the area of STEM and workforce development.
Oh yeah, you just hit it right on the head. Those two-pronged approach where we're actually engaging young folks within our community that look just like you and me, and that giving them an opportunity and exposing them to careers in STEM and careers in the utility. So we reach back to grade school, we partner with all types of organizations throughout our communities, really exposing our young folks to those opportunities. One thing too, you mentioned that you guys will have a STEM lab here. We're certainly going to be interested in partnering with you guys on that. We also have a STEM lab at our Chicago Training Center, right at 35th and Iron, where we actually offer field trips for students that are interested. I was going to ask that. We offer field trips free of charge, so we could expose them to opportunities in STEM. But we got a robust workforce development training program too.
How does I know workforce development is different than the STEM? And by the way, we're gonna come to y'all STEM facility so we can steal some of y'all's ideas.
Oh yeah, no, we'll definitely share it.
So, what about workforce development? Because I know there are a lot of people who live in the community who are trying to find a career path and a nice job. ComEd is a wonderful company to work for. I know quite a few guys who got jobs with ComEd and they love working with ComEd. Can you tell us about y'all's workforce development, how that works?
Yeah, so we partnered throughout the state, really. We service northeastern Illinois, but primarily focused on with a lens on workforce development and diversity in the workforce. So we really pride ourselves on making sure that we recruit from the community. We got a partnership for an overhead lineman program right at Dawson Tech.
Now explain what is an overhead lineman?
So those are our ComEd guys with you'll see them with the bucket trucks and the helmets. Yes. They're actually working on the overhead lines, the poles, the wires. But we also have team members that do all the underground work too. So those are the craft employees. But we also have back office, project managers, engineers, lawyers, etc. So it's a whole plethora of opportunities there.
So how does a person say I want to be an overhead lineman or underground work? How do they go about getting training? Is there a training program?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned at the City College with Dawson Tech. So we have a collaboration with
Dawson Tech.
Yeah, we have a collaboration with Dawson Tech, but then also we have a program directly with ComEd at our training center too. So if you want to be outdoors in the elements working, it's a great career where you could actually provide for your family. But we could give you the skill set to actually do that.
Well, man, I thank you for coming up here. I'm spending this 72 hours. You're more than welcome to come back anytime.
Absolutely, I'll be back.
But I just want to say I appreciate ComEd, and I love you. I appreciate you as my brother. I've always been supportive since day one, and thank you for the relationship, and thank you for having ComEd. Thank you for being the face for ComEd and helping so many people in the community.
Absolutely, and I'll be back, Pastor.
Absolutely.
All right, brother. Bless you.
Thanks. All right, y'all, look. Y'all can stay with me. I guess they're going to have me streaming. I don't know what's going on. But I guess I'm going to just stay in this tent and we're going to stream I'll be streaming for a little while. So y'all can look at me, ask me any questions. But we just going to hear me talking. We'll be ready to talk crazy. We'll turn the cameras off. Let me see what questions I can get on. Somebody just asked me, how am I doing? How was it in the tent last night? Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. How was it in the tent last night? How am I doing? You know, it was different. I don't know. I'm gonna tell y'all. I don't know how I spent 343 days in a tent. After last night, when I was trying to sleep, I was like, how did I do? You can hear the sirens now in the background. Just think of that going on all night. I don't know what was happening last night, but it was a lot of sirens last night, and it was just real busy last night. But nonetheless, did get a little sleep, and so, you know, feel free to ask me some questions. Michael Chai, Francis Resto, Paris Wanja, thank y'all all the way from Kenya. I appreciate it tuning in. It's really important that we talk about the community center and all the stuff that we're doing. If you don't mind, can y'all go ahead and share? It's been 72 hours of in this tent. But go ahead and share. Go ahead and share. Everybody share something. So, it's been a great day. Okay, I got another question. So somebody asked if they want to text me questions. Can they text me questions? And absolutely, you can definitely text me some questions, or you can just ask me questions here. But the question is, third time going back to the roof, what's your favorite memory? Great question. What is my favorite memory? I would say my favorite memory both times were coming down off the roof. Both experiences coming down off the roof were some great experiences because there was so many people full of joy and everybody was happy that we had achieved the goal. And it's kind of like you've been working for something and working, and you achieve it, and everybody who's been working with you and for you, they're happy as well, and the community is happy. So I would say when I came down off the roof the first time, that was a big experience. Then when I came off the roof the second time, you know, having gotten so many donations from all across America to start building this community center, that was real big too. So I'll say always coming down has been big, but also all the people who came to visit. I mean, people don't realize it, but there are so many people who visited the rooftop just to say thank you, just to say, hey, we're supporting you, we want to help you, and I am so appreciative of that. There have been so many people who've been trying to help us, and we cannot get all this done without them. So please, all of y'all who are coming on, if you could go ahead and share. If you don't mind, just share real quick. It would be greatly appreciated. Mary Nevins, Yolanda Garner, Teresa, Shantae Nelson, all of y'all, please share. Don't if you don't mind. I know some of you may be getting ready for work or getting your day started with kids or whatever, but if you don't mind, can you share it on your page? We're in the midst of a 72-hour fundraiser, trying to raise the much-needed funds to finish this community center out. This is my third time on the rooftop, and every year we're going to have an anniversary. So I may not be the one to do it, but there'll be other people who are going to do it as well. And by the way, we got people across the country who are on the rooftop, so or camping out. It's a 72-hour camp out fundraiser. So we got some people up in Wisconsin who are camping out. We got some people in Louisiana, some people in St. Louis, people in Tennessee. So, you know, we're really working hard. So Teresa says, good morning, bless you, and bless this forum. Teresa Coleman, God bless you, and thank you for joining us this morning and trying to help us out. We really appreciate it. Dana Cole Triplett, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Roberto Gonzaga, thank you so much. All of y'all who are joining in the festivities on the, we really, really want to thank you. And then we have so many people who have been giving and sowing, and we're really thankful for that. All of our partners all across the country who are helping us to raise funds for this much needed community center. Thank you so very much. It's a lot of hard work, and I can't even explain to you, the work that it takes to try to get a 90,000 square foot facility built. It is so much work that goes into it, and so many people who are trying to help us, and I am so appreciative. So if you got questions, send them my way. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Otherwise, just sit back, enjoy, watch the stream, and just enjoy. Thank you. If you drive by King Drive, don't forget to blow your horn. There's some cars that are blowing their horns, and people are driving by, and we are grateful and thankful for that. It's getting a little chilly, so I need to put my hat back on. All right. Anybody want to come and join me on the rooftop? You got to sign a waiver. You have to sign a waiver if you want to come and join me on the rooftop and want me to talk. Just want to talk and have a discussion. Come on. But you got to sign a waiver. You got to wear a helmet. Need to wear some boots. But you're more than welcome. Just go to the church. And if I don't have anybody visiting, I'll be glad to visit with you. But don't forget to bring a donation, because this is really about fundraising this time. It's really about raising the funds that we need to finish out our center. If you drive by King Drive, 66 King Drive, you see the building being erected. Today, God is so good, because I would not have been able to be up here while the construction workers are working. But because of the weather, they're not working today, so I get to be up here all by myself. And they're not working, so I didn't get in their way, and they're not upset and mad, which is all good. So I want to thank, big shouts out to all of our iron workers who are putting the iron up, and hopefully sometime today they'll give y'all a little tour of the facility and show you what's going on. Okay, show you the steel, show you the concrete. We're about 30% into the construction. I got another question. Somebody asked me, when will the building be complete? Next year in November, November 25, we'll be hopefully going into this new facility, and it'll also be our church's 25th church anniversary. So we're gonna have a big event. We're gonna have a lot of fun, great activities, and a big ribbon cutting party. It's gonna be phenomenal, so I can't wait. So listen, we got some pre-recorded content that we're going to share with you, and I will be back at 10:30 live. So at 10:30 live, share with your family and your friends. I'll be back, and we're going to have a conversation on health and wellness in our community, and how the community center, what role we're going to play with the health and wellness in the community center. So see y'all back here at 10:30, and share with your family and your friends. But at 10:30, Erica Joyner, hey girl, I grew up with Erica back in a little town called Muncie, Indiana. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining. I'm on the rooftop, but I'm not staying a long time. It's just a 72-hour fundraiser trying to raise money for the community center. So I'm gonna come back at 10:30. I'll be 10:30 Central Time. Cars blowing. Thank you. 10:30 Central Time. I'll be back on live to talk about health and wellness in our community center. But to all of y'all who have joined us today, thank you and God bless you. And I'll see y'all live again at 10:30 today. Peace. I need all 25 of you to share real quick. Share real quick. It's cold to share tonight. We got a great conversation that we're going to have. It's going to really bless you. It's going to really inspire you and encourage you. So go ahead, everybody share. There we go. Numbers are going up. Great. If I can get all of you all to share right now, I need every single one of you. And while you're sharing, let me give you some shouts out. So Monique Turner, Shanika Johnson, Sharita Ball, Timothy Calloway, Bobby Clemens, Leslie Peels, David Barnes, bless you. Carlene Thompson, hello, how you doing? Shouts out to everybody. Thank you all for tuning in to our fireside chat tonight. So come on in. There we go. The numbers are going up. Hello from State of Washington. State of Washington is in the house. Who else do we have? Where are you from? Let me see. June Foster, hi, how you doing? Rachel Wilkins, how you doing tonight? Can I get everybody who's on here right now to go ahead and push the share? I need everybody on here right now to go ahead and push the share. And since this is Valentine's Day, I need all of y'all to send up some hearts right now. Just start pushing some hearts. Everybody push some hearts. And as soon as you do that, we're going to start our fireside chat for tonight. Hey, Teresa Brooks, my cousin in Nashville who's watching. All right, so let's get it started tonight. So I have with me two very special guests tonight who are with us, and partnerships are important. If you're ever going to accomplish anything, if you're ever going to do anything in the world of any great achievement, you cannot do that. You cannot do that on your own. You have to have partnerships. You have to have collaborations. You have to have people to come alongside and work with you and to help you. So tonight, I'm really grateful and thankful that we have here helping Project Hood tonight. First of all is Robert Shear from Comfort Cases out of Washington, D.C. Robert, thank you for being here tonight.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. And by the way, June Foster, I gotta thank you. I heard him give you a shout out.
You saw?
If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be sitting here with you, my friend.
Shouts out to June Foster.
Shout out to June Foster.
So I'm gonna come back and ask you about that. How she coming up? And then I have today Bill O'Kane, and I'm thank you that he's with us tonight from Group Fox,
Yep.
and he's a resident of Chicago. A great brother, great guy, and I want to thank him for being here with us tonight. So thanks.
Good to be here.
Bill and I are gonna be talking about some fishing tonight, and we got some great conversation planned. But tonight, while we have this fireside chat for the next few minutes that we're sharing with you all, I just want to jump into some conversation. And the first one is, you mentioned June Foster.
Yes.
Tell us how she got you here and what are you doing here tonight?
So, June's an author, and her and I wrote a children's book that's getting released this year, and she reached out to me and she asked if I knew who you were. And by the way, I have to tell you, I didn't. Boy from D.C., I hadn't heard about you.
Right.
But she sent me all these clips, and she was like, you have to meet. And then she started blowing you up.
Oh,
and
thanks, June.
And you reached out immediately, said, I want to meet Rob.
Yeah.
And so it happened. And
Right.
it's history from there. So June, I know you're right now, I think she's in Italy.
Oh, wow.
So she wanted to be here with us, but June, thank you so much. You know how much I love you, and thank you for introducing me to this amazing human who, by the way, she has posted through all of her social media platforms
Really?
about how just unbelievable you are and what you're doing
June,
to support
thank
the
you.
community.
June, I wish I was in Italy with you, but I want to say thank you so very much for introducing us and sharing what we're doing. That's what it's really all about. People across America, people across the world sharing what we're doing, because the only way we can get things done is partnerships and collaborations, and I realize that. And I thank not only the Lord for Rob, but I thank the Lord tonight for my friend Bill, who's here. Even though he's a resident of Chicago, we're finding out that we have so many things in common. So Bill, you know, shouts out to you, man. What are you doing here tonight?
I'm here to meet you, check you out. I said earlier, I'm here to like interview you, so I want to help. I just want to make sure that my efforts get done properly. So I think you can do this stuff way better than me.
Well, yeah,
Your job.
absolutely. That's what partnership is about, and that's what the show is about tonight. It's about partnerships. I want you to hear something that he just said. He stays in his lane, I stay in my lane, but we work together. And that's so important, because so many of you have visions, you have things that you're trying to accomplish, you have things that you're trying to do, but the problem is you're trying to do it on your own. Listen, take this advice. If you don't hear anything else we say tonight, listen to this. You cannot do it on your own. If you're going to accomplish anything of any magnitude, if you're going to be successful in any endeavor, you have to have people to come alongside and assist you. And the thing that I want to talk about with that is one of the areas that I have a problem that we're going to talk about real quick is sometimes you can be so independent and so focused on your vision that you don't make collaborations and you don't make partnerships because, one, you may be fearful or you may just not trust people. There's a numerous of things that keep you from making the right partnerships. And for me, it was just fear. So Rob, I want to ask you a question. I want you to tell people about Comfort Cases, because I want you all to hear this story. It's an amazing story, and it's going to bless you. And then I want to talk to Bill, because I want him to tell his real estate story as well. So we have two amazing stories here tonight.
Well, thank you, first of all. And, you know, for all the people that are following, keep sharing. Keep pushing that share button. Those who are following us on our social media, keep sharing as well. Because our story started because you all shared a story. See, I have to tell you, I was a kid who didn't think that I would ever amount to anything. You know, handing that trash bag, growing up being homeless, growing up in that foster care system. I never thought that my life would amount to anything.
Wow.
But little would I know that 13 years ago, 4 of the most amazing humans walked into my life, and those were my children.
Wow.
And all 4 of them from foster care, carrying a trash bag. And I thought, how could this be? How could we be a country that cares so much and we give a child a trash bag? And then I thought about the trash bag that was handed to me.
Wow.
And I thought, haven't we had any decency of respect for humans? And so we started an organization 10 years ago. We started giving cases out to kids who entered foster care. I thought that, you know, as a banker, I'd sit behind my desk as that CEO and I'd pat myself on the back and say, oh, I gave 25 cases. But then it went to 50.
Wow.
And then 100. And then 200. And the next thing you know, we've given out 165,000 cases.
Wow.
We've given them to all 50 states.
And explain to people
DC,
what's in these cases.
brand new pair of pajamas. By the way, let me tell you something. I have a 17-year-old daughter. When she was 4 years old, she walked into my life. Saddest little girl I'd ever met. I was so happy I was a dad. But to the saddest little girl.
Wow.
Until she walked into her bedroom and saw her brand new nightgown laying on the bed. And she tore the tag off and she looked at me and she smiled.
Wow.
And I said, Amaya, why are you smiling? She said, Mr. Rob, I've never owned a new pair of pajamas before.
Wow.
See, Pastor Brooke, it's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Kids come into foster care because of choices other people made.
Right.
We can make a better choice and give them new pajamas, a toothbrush, lotion, shampoo, conditioner, bar soap. And by the way, we give every kid an activity. About 3 years ago, I was filming a show, and there was a young boy who walked up to me, and he started to cry. And he said, why? I said, why what? He said, why would somebody who doesn't even know me give me all of these items? I looked at that little boy as I look at you,
right.
And I look at your friends, and I look at all of you and remind you, you do not have to know someone
Wow.
to love someone.
How true.
So as you talk about collaboration and how we as nonprofits are supposed to come together, by the way, we're not on a different island.
Right.
We all live in the same island of humanity. We should be giving and helping. So with that, that's what we decided to do. And then I heard about you and I said, I'm coming to Chicago. Cold as it can be.
But you're here. You're here. You're here.
I'm coming to Chicago.
You know, it takes collaboration. So here we are, two non-for-profits, and oftentimes we need partners, we need resources, we need people to come alongside and help us. And so we have to have relationships with the business world. So I want to introduce you to Bill O'Kane tonight, and I want you to hear his story. It's a fabulous story, at least the parts that I know of that I've been able to do some research on. And I want him to share. Bill, we have a lot of people who are watching who are in the real estate, who try to get involved in business endeavors. And I know you were sharing with my son earlier you may want to tell people how many apartment units you have, but I want you to, how you started out and how you were able to scale it, and what people need to do if they're going to get involved in development.
I started with a 3-unit apartment building. It was a clunker. It was horrible shape. Fixed it up, worked on it myself. My wife helped. Some friends helped. My uncle let me not quite half the down payment.
Okay.
So, you know, and what you said too, I really think about, you said, you know, I got to collaborate with people. I've heard a phrase, nobody succeeds alone.
Yeah.
I wish I would have done that more when I was younger. I was too independent, you know, do it on my own.
Yes.
And I've done that mostly in my life.
Right.
I don't really have any partners or whatnot. But I think what you say is right and wise. You know, it takes that, because you don't have the skills.
Yeah.
You know, you were a banker. I had, some bankers help me. A lot didn't.
I believe that.
More often than not. More often, no, get out. You know. And then once you start doing better, then they want your business.
Of course.
My dad was a banker.
Yeah.
He said, a bank will only lend you money if you can prove you don't need it.
Yeah. So how did you go from three to, you have thousands now?
Yeah.
We won't say how many thousands, but you have thousands. A few thousand. How did you go from 3 to a few thousand?
Borrow. I kept plugging along. You buy clunkers, you fix them up. You know, I had a crew going for quite a while.
So at what stage did you start? Did you say, okay, I'm going to go from this 3, I'm going to get my own crew? Like what take us through it, because a lot of people want to. I want to know.
I wanted to be in that business. I like architecture.
Yeah.
I worked for a contractor as a kid. I was 12 or 13 years old working for a contractor.
Right.
I like to work with my hands. I was smart enough, but I like working with my hands. I figured out too. It's like you get older, you start thinking about what are you going to do. Where's the money to be made in America and the world? It's like the stock market or real estate. That's what I boil it down to, 2 things.
Right.
And I don't want to be a stock guy and sit behind a desk with a green cap on, the little.
Right.
I mean, I just didn't want that. So, the real estate, you're out in the world, you're fixing something. Boiler breaks, but the boiler doesn't lie to you or cheat you. You just got to fix it.
Just fix it.
Yeah.
And he's so right about that. It's either I when I was trying to figure out my career, I thought I could be 2 things. Either one, a banker, because everybody's going to buy or refinance no matter what you do in your life, or work in a funeral home because we're all going to die. Right. So it was one or the other, and I decided like you, I want to be a banker. So.
Yeah. So listen, it's about partnership, and so you went from 3.
Yeah,
and I'm going to come back to you, Bob, so hold on.
Well,
You went from 3.
I got in the business, I became a realtor, so I would know the market.
Okay.
I mean, I was already poking around with it, I was paying attention. I was like, yeah, but they have, better resources, multiple listing, you have more information, more input. So I was a real estate guy, I worked in the neighborhood I liked. I bought a building. Again, my uncle helped me on that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any help yet. I was doing all the work myself. It's 25 apartments.
Yeah, putting in the work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd fix the apartments, show the apartments. My wife and I would put in the, like linoleum floor, sheet goods.
Yeah.
She was good at cutting the corners and the edges.
Yeah, and that's real important, because a lot of people think, oh, I'm just going to go from 3 to 100 without putting in any work. But
it takes work.
It takes real work, hard work.
What people don't understand, it takes sacrifice. We lived so frugally because everything went back in the business. Everything.
Yeah.
We didn't have any new furniture when we were married.
Yeah.
It's hand-me-downs. Why should I buy it? I got
Yeah.
Something's good enough.
Yeah. That's it. And that's, but you're saying that you may not realize it, but that's really important.
And only for like 3 or 5 years.
Yeah.
You don't buy a new
Sacrifice
car.
now.
Back then we didn't have cable.
Yeah. And it's the same with Rob. You know, I think it's important. People, you just didn't start a non-for-profit. I want them to understand when you said you went from 25 cases to 50 cases to, how did you go from 25 cases to now over 100,000 cases? Because I think that's the problem with a lot of things that we talk about. You know, so one of the things I try to do, especially when I have successful people like you and Bill here, when I'm able to share, I want people to understand the process, because a lot of times in our culture, we love the glory, we love the end result. You know, we want the vacation, we want the car, we want the clothes, we want the condo, the creature comforts, but we leave out a lot of time the process, the hard work. So tell us about the process.
But you know what? You make the comment about we want. You have to realize, as a kid who grew up with nothing and being homeless, that's all I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted that big house because I wanted
And
you to
nothing wrong
look
with
at
that.
it, and I wanted you to say whoever lived in that house is successful. I wanted that expensive car, which I bought.
Yeah.
Because I wanted you to look at me at the stoplight.
Yeah.
And I wanted to fill my bank account so I could take you to Disney World.
Yeah.
But I realized that that's not what it was about. It was the hard work that we put in.
Absolutely.
The bringing our community together and really educating them about the story of kids in foster care. I mean, the problem is most of us will sit around the table, and I guarantee you most of your viewers, and not think about the word foster care. And when you look at the numbers today, 438,000 kids in this system. When you look at the fact that only 54% graduate from high school, when you look at the fact that this year alone, 30,000 children are going to age out of foster care. Guess what?
On the street.
70% homeless.
Yeah.
Why? We failed them.
Yeah.
We failed them.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. You know, building this community center, the kids that I got to meet with tonight with you, they are our future.
Yeah. Without
And
a
every
doubt.
day that I go into my center and I see 96% volunteer ran organization packing these cases, giving hope and dignity to these kids who are in foster care, I realize that I'm making our future better.
Yeah.
Like what you're trying to do here. And it's why I tell people all the time, you know, there's enough money to go around. $1 adds up to $2.
Yes.
And if someone will donate 5, then you donate 10. And it goes on, and it builds the things that every child deserves to have, which is a future.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's so important that people understand, like what you just said, $1, $2, $5. It's not, it doesn't always have to be these large, enormous gifts. If people would just do what Bill said, stay in their lane and do what they can, we can accomplish so much together. We accomplish more together than we do apart.
I agree. I agree with you. And the fact is that we must understand, and I said this to you earlier today we were talking, our forefathers built communities for only one reason. One reason, and we all must understand this. It's to take care of each other.
Yeah.
We got to realize that, my friends, to take care of each other. And that's the most important thing. And if we're not taking care of children, building this community center, giving them the opportunities to make our future brighter.
Yeah.
By the way, they are our future.
Without a doubt.
They're our future.
Yeah.
So we have to give them every opportunity.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's so important that partnerships become a part of your life, and that you don't allow fear, and that you don't allow differences. Because I want to talk about this, because a lot of times in our culture, we allow differences to keep us apart, to keep us from achieving our vision. But one of the things that I have really, really learned in the latter stages of my life is that I don't care what color you are, I don't care what sex you are. I just want people who are interested in like-minded things to be a part of what we're trying to accomplish. And I've learned that when I try to help other people, then that's the same thing I get. So if you have a vision and you're trying to get it to going. You have to start participating in other people's visions. You have to start sowing into other people's lives. You have to start helping them. And the universe, life, God will bring it back into you. I tell people all the time that life has a boomerang effect. What you put out is what you get back. So if you put out love, if you put out compassion, if you put out giving, if you put out concern, you will in turn get those things back. And so I've learned to just get people who are different than me and oftentimes smarter than me and help me to achieve the vision that God has given me. And Bill said something earlier. I forget if we were out here or we were in the inside, but we were talking. He was telling me about some things that he was doing, and I sincerely really happy for him. And then I started saying some things, and I could tell he was genuinely happy for the stuff that I was doing. And we discovered that you have to be thankful and grateful for other people's lives, and we live vicariously sometimes through one another.
That's true.
Yeah, so he's doing some things that I'm really like, that's great, but I'm going to live vicariously through him. But he's not able to do what I'm doing here on the South Side, and that's real important. So I want to ask you, how does that make you feel, like being able to participate, like here on the South Side?
It's good.
Yeah.
You get the warm, fuzzy feeling when you help people. I do. I like to. I'm a giver. I like to give.
Me too.
I'm a gift giver.
You are too, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, even like Christmas.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I even want to shock people sometimes. But it's what you're supposed to do. It's not always so easy, though. I mean, it's, people, I've got enough bucks and people are like, oh, it's easier for you. It's like, not really, especially if you're trying to do a percentage, like the Bible says. So that's 10%.
Right.
So if you have a lot and you're giving 10%, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. A guy doesn't make much. He's giving up
that's a
a
lot.
McDonald's meal.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It should come out all the same, The good book says 10%.
Yeah.
I don't do that, but I try.
Yeah, I tell people it's not equal. It's not equal giving. It's equal sacrifice.
Yeah,
10%
correct.
is across the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Because you always have to remember, the one thing that we all have, whether we are rich, whether we are poor, whether we are black, whether we are white, no matter what, there's one thing each and every one of us have. That's time.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, but
so when you give that time, that's valuable.
It is, but that can be difficult. Part of my thinking is, like I say, stay in your lane. I'm better off putting my time into my business and helping him. It's just much more efficient. I'm like an efficiency nut.
Yeah.
I'll get more done helping him than I'll do myself.
Yeah.
Again, it's partnership.
Yeah. I tell people there's three things that people should be able to give at least one of these three, and people have to find themselves on what's best for them. One of them is time. Everybody can't give time, but there are people who can give volunteerism. They can give all their time. They may be a housewife and they can give a little bit more time. Just people who are gifted because they have time to give. But then there are people who have talents. They have gifts, skills, and abilities that God has given them, and they're able to share those gifts, skills, and abilities in a setting. So they have time, and then there's some who have talents. And then there's some people who have treasure. They don't have the time. They may have the talent, but they can't share it because they're doing whatever. But God has tremendously blessed them with treasure, and those individuals are just as important. And so in our organization, I tell people we need to find people in those three lanes. We may not find an individual who has all three lanes, but everybody has at least one of those lanes.
At least one.
Yeah, and if we can do that, then we make things work.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh.
Listen, let's take some questions tonight before we tune out, but we want to take some questions every now and then. We get to take a few questions, and I know it's real cold for my guests, and so I want to make sure that we get these questions and let them answer them before we tune out of our fireside chat tonight. But I am so excited for all of you tonight to hear these great stories and to hear these wonderful guys and talk about what they're doing. And once we're finished tonight, go to comfortcases.com comfortcases.org.
You got it.
Comfortcases.org, and read all about it. You can Google Bill O'Kane with Group Fox, and you can find out about all of his wonderful stuff. He's real low key and humble, but he does some wonderful stuff with his apartments and development that I think would bless you and give you some interest to draw from. So, questions tonight. Let me see what we got. Okay, Bill. Okay, so here it is. Bill, a question. Bill, why do you want to help Pastor? I guess I'm Pastor.
Yep.
I was looking at Bob talking to Bill.
Because I agree with what you're doing. Rob said, the kids are the future. That's the entire future.
Yeah.
So you got to help the kids, and our system is screwed up. The schools are screwed up. So you're here to help the kids. You can do, like I said earlier, you can do more with your time than I can do with my time in that department. I can do more
In that
my
department,
way.
yeah. Yeah.
I can talk to bankers.
Yeah. and we're going to have you help us talk to bankers too.
I like to mess with bankers. I shouldn't say it, but I like to mess with bankers.
All right. Well, let's take another question. Let me see.
Out of all the organizations around the United States, why Project Hood?
Whoa, that's a question. And by the way, we have been invited to most organizations around the United States. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why. There's a saying that we have at Comfort Cases, Pastor Brooks.
Okay.
And it is something that I look for in every person that walks within my life. And I know and this is why. Because you are a good human.
Yeah.
So not only do
Thank
that,
you. And it's a sweater too. Thank you so much.
There's a nice check in there for you from our friends at Comfort Cases.
Thank you.
Because we know that Project Hood is our future.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. And tomorrow, I'm so excited because Comfort Cases is going to add to that over 100,000 cases by giving out cases tomorrow at Project Hood for foster parents, for the foster kids. So contact DCFS if you need a comfort case, if you have a foster child, if you're a foster parent. I know we have 3 foster parents in our church that I know of who have multiple children who are doing great jobs. Contact DCFS and let them know you want to get a comfort case, because tomorrow they're going to be picking up those comfort cases and giving them to foster children across our great city. And all of that is because of the work of Comfort Cases. So do not forget to call DCFS and get that comfort case. If you can't get the information, send us a note on our website and we will redirect you to the individuals that you need to get in touch with. Also tomorrow at 10 o'clock every Tuesday, we pass out breakfast food. One of the reasons why we pass out breakfast, we have a partnership with Quaker because we're trying to make sure that kids get a good breakfast. In our neighborhood, we have witnessed so many times kids eating fiery Cheetos and juice and just all this garbage that does not help them get off to a great day. So we pass out some healthy food. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock, all you have to do is drive by and we'll have some food, some healthy boxes of food, oatmeal and things of that sort, chewy bars, health bars, to be a blessing to your family. So please drive by tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right, one more question.
How are you able to connect, make so many partnerships with different companies?
So I'll start with Rob, and then I'll answer, and then I'll let Bill talk about his partnerships, because his is probably different.
Yeah, I mean, for us, our partnerships have been by telling the story. I truly do believe it's like by hearing your story and what you've done for 10 years and what you're trying to do. That has been the connection for us, and the connection to companies, by the way. So when we give, it's because companies have given to us, and they expect us to give to you.
Absolutely.
Which is we're glad we're able to do that.
Yeah, I agree. It's telling a story. It's being transparent about what you're really trying to do, and having enough courage to ask. Because a lot of times, I know in my case, I am just reluctant to ask sometimes. But I found out that if you want the help, you have to ask. And a gentleman, one of the CEOs, I was discussing this very principle with him. And he said to me, if you don't ask, you never will get an answer, first of all. And if you do ask, you got a 50% chance. And I thought, that's true. Either they're going to say yes or no, and if they say no, then maybe they may redirect me to somewhere else. But you have to ask people to help you, and that's one of the things I'm working hard on, to really just ask people, hey, I need your help. And that's a good place to be. Bill?
Yes, sir.
What do you think? How do you go about creating partnerships in your business?
I don't that much. I said
Yeah.
it earlier. I'm kind of too independent, but I may have made a partnership with a friend of mine today, so that's hopefully
That'll work.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to be left out of that partnership, my friend.
Well,
You know, because I totally agree.
put
I
in
mean,
some
I
time
say
and
it all
effort,
the
some
time.
money, and we'll talk.
Hey, the worst thing anybody could ever say is no.
No.
And you wouldn't know that
Yeah,
unless
so
you
you
ask.
ask.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
But you know, I saw you on Fox News. It was like, you know, he's doing good work, so I reached out. I'm a Chicago guy. I reached out because I care about my city.
And you know what? I want to say this too. You didn't just reach out. You were persistent.
Yeah.
Because a lot, and I appreciate that, because sometimes people will reach out, and if you don't get back with them like immediately, or
Yeah.
you got to call them back, they get, one of the ways I can tell if a person is humble or not is if I have to say, hey, I got to call you back, and they're not taken back by it, they don't get upset. And I can remember a couple of times, hey, I need to call you back, and you were like, you're just as cool then as you are now. so I wanted you to know I appreciated that, because it takes the stress off a person.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking to somebody who is successful. You don't want to.
You know you're getting through them.
Yeah.
It's funny you say persistence. I've been criticized I don't have patience. They told us one guy, I have patience. I chased that deal for 10 years. He goes, that's not patience, that's persistence. So I can be persistent.
Yeah,
I can be pesty.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, well, you keep
I
asking.
think so.
You
Right. Keep asking. Keep knocking. Keep knocking. Keep asking. Listen, it's been great, y'all. We got to tune out because it's cold for real. Yeah, it's cold. And I want to. It's definitely Chicago.
It's just temporary.
See, Bill can stay out here all night and have this conversation. He's born and raised in Chicago. I've been here for like 28 years, but it's still like a little cold. And then Bob
I'm
over here is
freezing.
like, shut it down.
I don't even have any socks on.
Oh my
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. This man has on no socks. It's over. Oh, it's over. You have definitely won the award for
Stupidity?
for brave.
Wow.
Stupid.
No, I'm gonna listen. I have lots of wool socks, and this man is gonna put on some wool socks, because I am not going to take it, not knowing that he has on no socks. I would not be able to I can't live that way. I can't
Hey, by
live
the
that
way, Bombas is one of my partners. I'm sending him some
Send
Bombas
us some
socks.
Bombas.
I'm telling you,
Send
Bombas. You hear that?
you get some Bombas. You get some Bombas. Everybody get some Bombas.
Everybody gets Bombas socks.
So listen, it's been great, you all. Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Don't forget all the wonderful things that we said. Don't forget to go to Comfort Cases and find out about their work. If you can, contribute to their work. They're a great, great organization. It will be a tremendous blessing. And we want them to be blessed by being in Chicago. So all of our guests, all of our donors, please check out Comfort Cases and be a blessing to them. And if you're a good tenant and you need a great place to stay, a great place to stay, great apartments, Group Fox is the way to go. Bill O'Kane, great places to stay. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we
you, my
appreciate it.
friend.
As I always say on our Fireside Chat, God bless you. God bless America. And until tomorrow, another Fireside Chat. Peace.
Okay, everybody, listen up. I know that you're watching.
Real. Is your camera on?
We live.
Oh, okay. I don't see the red thing anymore, but okay. Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
All right. So listen, we're here, as you already can see, giving everybody time to share. So as you're coming in, let me get my phone out so I can see who's joining us, and I can give you a shout out. Yeah, there we are. All right. So if I can give everybody, if everyone can go ahead and share tonight, everyone go ahead and share. Turn on your notifications so that whenever we go live, it will notify you and let you know we're live. Everyone turn on your notifications. Everybody turn on your notifications. Everybody turn on your live. Awesome, awesome. Come on in. Hello, Shanika Johnson, Michael Livingston, Latoya Adams, David Tomic, Paul Gazelle. Everybody share real quick. You got to share real quick. We don't want to be out here all night. It's cold tonight. CL King, what's up from North Carolina? Latanya Adams, Jesus Shuttleworth. That's a heck of a name, Jesus Shuttleworth. Sandy Val, Audrey Reed, Mona Malloy. So listen, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm so grateful tonight to have two great guests with me tonight. Michael Martin from Florida, who is the managing partner of Upstack. He's with us tonight, and I'm really appreciate it. So welcome, Mike.
Thank you, sir.
And I have Alicia Martin. They are not related, by the way. Alicia Martin, who is in charge of Associated Builders and Contractors. She's the CEO there who leads that organization, and Associated Builders and Contractors of Illinois. And we're excited to have her. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
Everybody's a little cold tonight. It's a little chippy. Listen, first of all, we always start with me saying thank you, but also asking everybody why they're here tonight. So I'll start with Alicia. Alicia, for our viewers tonight, tell them why you're here on the south side of Chicago in this cold weather on this rooftop.
Well, Pastor Brooks, we've been partnering for the past 5 years, and what our association does, Associated Builders and Contractors, is partner with you to provide construction training to individuals in your neighborhood who have experienced barriers to employment and some trauma and difficulties, and help provide them an opportunity to come into an industry where there's a much needed talent. And so that's what we're trying to do, is create opportunity and hope for folks here and partner with you.
Right. So all of our training for our construction classes so far have been as a result of the partnership that we have with you. And it's been so important, so vital in making sure that the young people that we put in the program are being trained properly. And we're going to talk a little bit about that training, because I know there are a lot of people who are probably interested in taking the construction classes or the electrical classes that we provide. So I'll come back to you on that in just a second. But also, Mike, tell us why you're here tonight, man.
I think I'm nuts.
I think all of us are a little bit.
No, I heard about Project Hood on the news, on Fox News, and I got a little bit intrigued and started doing some research and just decided that I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to be a part of something that not only could I give to financially, but that I could actually be a part of the organization and learn more about it and kind of inspire myself for some other things in this realm.
Absolutely, and we appreciate it. Your company Upstack that you're with now. Tell us about what you do. For those who are watching, they're like, "What is Upstack?"
Yeah. Well, I'm new with Upstack. They acquired my company, Texium, just last month, and so a press release came out, and I'm now, after 13 years of being a very small company, I'm part of a much larger organization, and we have big plans. We're a technology consulting company that really just utilizes technology to help solve business problems out there in the marketplace.
Wow, okay. So, Alicia, we talked about the construction classes and what we do. Can you just tell people about the construction classes and the electrical classes and how they provide an opportunity for individuals in neighborhoods like this to be trained to get jobs?
Right. Well, after we first met 6 years ago and had a discussion, it seemed like there's got to be something we can do to help. So we created a 12-week boot camp style program. We call it Community Builders, where we bring the construction training to you. And the individuals that participate get 3 industry recognized credentials, but we take a holistic approach to mitigate those barriers during the time they're in the training. So when they're finished with the training and they have those credentials, they're ready to partner with our member contractors that are hiring and be successfel on the job site. And I think we've done together a pretty good job of helping a lot of individuals get a pathway into the construction industry.
Tell everybody about, we do the construction training, which I love. I love giving the gentlemen and the ladies an opportunity to take these classes and then get some great jobs. But I really got to be honest, I was really excited about one of our last cohorts. It was our electrical class, but what made it so special is we had an all-women's electrical class. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we graduated 16 ladies out of that particular cohort. And personally, I think women make the best electricians. They're very nimble with their hands. And I believe all of them are now employed in the industry and making a really good wage. And some came to us at age 40 and some came in their 20s. And it was a great mix of ladies that were ambitious and ready to start a career in construction. And it's through your good work and recruitment that we were able to provide that for them.
Absolutely. So, Mike, you know, here you are. You just sold your company, and now you're a managing partner of a company that bought your company, and that's a great story in and of itself. You started a company and grew it to the capacity that someone wanted it, and it was of value. That's great. But you know, what is it that makes a guy like you from Florida, who's doing pretty well, you know, want to be involved in something like this?
Well, first of all, I'm a big believer in the trades and that type of education for folks. There's too many times that we stress on our kids in particular that there's one path to education. And you know, I've got a daughter at home that she wasn't meant to go to college. That wasn't her role. And she's really good at what she does. And she's got a whole plan, you know, Live Beauty Bar, and she's going for it. And you know, she wants to have that entrepreneurial spirit, but she didn't need all the schooling for it.
Right.
And so I just think the trades are just lacking, and the finding where kids need to be, or even young adults where they need to be and where they need to go in the future. And it's not always to college, and we know that.
Yeah. So it's important, you're right, that we create these opportunities, because the truth of the matter is there are a lot of young people who are just not going to go to college. And unfortunately, here in Chicago, like many other places across America, they're taking trades out of the school, and it's such a viable opportunity for organizations like ours to step in and fill that void, and to be able to partner with organizations like Associated Builders and Contractors so that we can get people those type of jobs. So what we have here is a perfect marriage, so to speak. You know, we have somebody who's training us, and then we have supporters like Mike who make sure that we're able to have the resources that we need to make sure that we provide the students so they can go off and get these wonderful educations. Alicia, what is it that you appreciate about the program, like our program, the one that we have? What is it that Associated Builders and Contractors likes about that?
Well, as an organization made up of employers, construction firm owners, we recognize we've got a social responsibility. And this partnership has been so important to see so many lives changed by just giving them a pathway into an industry where some have been shut out in the past. And we've created a lot of opportunity for them. And I think that what keeps us motivated is the success that we're seeing with these individuals that you're recruiting into these programs and that we've been able to help.
Absolutely. You know, so Mike, if there's some other people who are watching, maybe there's some CEOs or some other big people with companies or whatever who will watch now or watch later, what is it that you could tell them to convince them to be a part of something like this?
I think a lot of them struggle to know where to provide funds to, right? And so that's the issue a lot of times. And so then you don't do anything. And so I think that they should take a strong look at organizations, not just Project Hood. There's a lot of good ones out there, right?
A lot of them.
But that are doing it the right way and that have a proven track record and have already done it. So you've been doing it. I mean, like Project Hood is alive. It's not just this building you're building. That's just enhancing the program, right? But we already got it going, and it's making a huge impact in your community, and you have the stats to show that. So.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I want to thank you both. So we always, I forgot to end our show like this the last few times, and somebody sent me an email telling me, "Hey, Pastor, you forgot to end the show correctly." And I'm like, okay, what did I forget? And they told me that I forgot to, at the end of each show, we always give our guests an opportunity to share a word with our audience. It can be an inspirational word, maybe a quote that you use, something motivational that you feel led to say to those who are watching or who are going to watch in the future, but just something that you would love to leave the audience with. And we ask everybody to do that. And I know it might catch you off the guard, so I'll do it first and give you time to think about it. So I want to leave this with everybody, that you only have one life, and you can't afford to just let it go by and pass you by. You can't afford to just let life just coast through life and just not do anything, not try to do anything. I want to encourage everyone to have big vision and go after it. Whatever you feel passionate about, whatever you have a purpose about, go ahead and fulfill your purpose and your passion. There's something that God has given you, a passion that you really have. You need to pursue that. Every one of us has been given a purpose, and oftentimes there are a lot of people who end up dying never to fulfill their purpose. Well, don't let that be said about you. I believe God has you watching tonight so that you can hear people like Alicia Martin and Michael Martin who are doing great things to help people out. But I believe God has you watching so that you can start to fulfill your purpose. So you can start doing what it is that God has called you to do. So whatever it is that God has called you to do, this is the night that I want you to decide that you're going to do it. And when you wake up in the morning, I want you to get on a path and get on a plan and start praying and start performing. Mike?
You know, I found myself lately complaining about a lot of things.
Wow.
And discussions with people, and some of it family and friends, but just complaining about stuff. And I just realized how wrong it was, how blessed I am, right? Yeah. And some wise man gave me something that was like, complaining is basically arguing with reality about something you have no intention to make any changes about,
wow.
Right? And I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I am blessed beyond measure, and you know, don't complain. Get up off it. Keep your mouth. I'm on a challenge right now, 30 days, no complaining.
Yes.
Okay?
No complaining, 30 days.
No complaining, it's tough. So you got to keep it in your head. You can keep it in your head, but you can't speak it. And so really, complaining, man, just it takes you so far down a rabbit hole and so fast.
Yeah.
And just, you know, realize you're blessed even when you don't feel like you're blessed, and get out there and just go for it.
Listen, somebody may be watching and you heard that he's doing a no complaining challenge in his own life, and maybe that's where you are. You've been complaining. Here's a good opportunity for you too to take the challenge. So if you want to join the challenge tonight with Michael Martin, I want you to type in the text message, no complaining. That means for the next 30 days, you're going to work as hard as you possibly can to not complain. So go ahead and text no complaining, no complaining, no complaining. If you're going to take the challenge, 30 days, I'm going to take the challenge. And for 30 days, it's going to be hard because I'm up here in this tent not to complain. But for 30 days, I'm not going to complain. No complaining. All right, Alicia.
All right, that's tough to follow.
I know, right?
I'm going to piggyback off of you, Pastor Brooks. And for those of you that are watching and you are trying to find your way and you have a dream and it is construction and you want to get into the industry, you can always reach out to Pastor Brooks because he can connect you with us or other folks, and we'll help you find that pathway. So if that is your passion, that is your dream, there's a way to do it. There's a way to make it happen. And I think Pastor Brooks can help you get down that road.
Absolutely. So listen, construction. Just like she said, if you're interested in construction, if that's your passion, your purpose, get in contact with us. Associated Builders and Contractors would love to train you. There's somebody who's watching right now, and there's no doubt in my mind, you're a builder. You're going to build something. You just need to get in the right place to help you get on the right path, and you're going to become a builder. So I salute you and encourage you to get on that path, and want to say thank you. So it's been great tonight. We're going to go inside the tent. We're going to laugh and joke and eat some food. I got some wings and greens and things, soul food for them. Yeah. So they're going to be blessed tonight. But we're going to go inside the tent and just have a good night and relax and talk about all the wonderful things that we're going to try to accomplish. And I want to encourage you to tune back in with us. Don't forget, every single day on Fox News, Fox application, you can go to the website on Fox News, and you can find Rooftop Revelations. Every single day I'm sharing with you my views, thoughts, and opinions on matters as it relates to violence in Chicago and issues across America. So please tune in to Rooftop Revelations. Don't forget, on Total Living Network, we have the Tent Talk, where we're giving you these 90-second motivations, so tune into that as well. But if you miss all of that, you can catch it raw, unfiltered, right here on our Fireside Chat from the rooftop. Once again, Mike, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alicia, thank you.
Thank you.
And as I always say, until tomorrow, God bless you, God bless America, and Fireside Chat tomorrow. Peace.
Whoa.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Come on in. Let me turn my phone on so I can see who's joining us tonight. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. I'm going to introduce you to my guest in just a second. There we go. Let's see who's joining us tonight. All right, come on in, everybody. Come on in. Everybody come on in. As you're coming in, would you please go ahead and share and turn on your notifications? There we go. Now we're building it up. What's up, Eddie? Eddie, how you doing tonight? Cousin Terry Reed, Saginaw, Michigan in the house. Come on in, everybody. Turn on your notifications and share. That's right. Come on in, everybody. It's time for our fireside chat. I got a great brother here. What's up, Nacho? Nacho, good to see you. Landy, how are you? Love you. Michelle, Granny Doris, Lois Parker, all of y'all are coming in. Come on in, share. Come on in and share. Come on in and share. Everybody share right now. Rosa Jones, hey, in Lansing, bless you. Samuel Sanders, bless you. To push the share button. Everybody push the share button right now. And if everybody can push the share button right now, we can go ahead and get started. There we go. Kelly Taylor, bless you. Thank you for coming on tonight. Thank you, Nacho. Thank you. Monique Turner. Roger Sparks, Nashville, always in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight. Harlan Chambers, what's going on? Yvette McGee, hey, how you doing? Thank you for sharing. Timothy Morton, thank you for sharing. So, tonight is a great night. I want to thank all of y'all for joining us tonight. For those of you who maybe this is your first time, you're wondering what are we doing on this roof outside? Well, my name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and I'm staying outside in this tent, living in this tent for 100 days from November the 20th to February 28th, bring attention and awareness to the violence in Chicago, but most of all, to raise funds to build a much-needed leadership and economic opportunity center where we can help change the lives of people. So we've been having CEOs, pastors, political figures, celebrities, all come by and stay a night and spend the night with us and share their influence and share their network with us and help us to raise funds. And tonight is no different. In just a second, I'm going to introduce you to our guests, and we're going to have a great discussion, so we want you to join us. So let's take care of some preliminary things. Number one, I want everybody to go ahead and share real quick. Everybody share. And then secondly, I want everybody to turn on your notifications so whenever we go live, it will notify you and let you know that we are live and in the house. So, what's up, Philip? What's up, Brenda? Happy New Year to everybody. So let's get started on this show tonight. Tonight, I have with me one of the baddest pastors on the planet. He is very humble, but he is one of the baddest pastors on the planet. He is Pastor Sean C., all the way from Athens, Georgia. Athens, Georgia is in the house.
Hey,
and he's got his Georgia Bulldog hat on.
That's right.
Cheering for the Georgia Bulldogs. And we will not say Roll Tide tonight.
None of
it's
that.
all
None
Georgia
of that.
Bulldogs.
That's right. That's right.
So tonight I want to welcome my friend and brother, Sean C. here tonight. He's staying all night. He's with us. And Sean, welcome to our fireside chat.
Oh, this is unbelievable, man. What an honor to be here. I've been following along from home and just getting all the updates and so excited, man. Love you, thankful for you
too,
and this
Sean.
incredible team. And it's an honor to be here. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, man. Listen, we're going to jump in tonight.
Let's do it.
I'm going to ask you some questions. I haven't prepped him, so he doesn't know what the questions are. But the one question that I always ask everyone from the start is, why are you here? Here you are from Athens, Georgia. You have a very large church, very large congregation that you founded and started, and it's a thriving church, very contemporary church and Bible-based church. And you could very well be doing a lot of things with your family, with your church.
Sure.
But you're here tonight on the south side of Chicago on this block that they call O Block. What brings you here tonight?
Oh, man. You know, I think, first of all, it's such an honor to be here. And I'm ultimately here because of you and my relationship with you. But I would say, ultimately, I'm here because I want my life to count. I want my life to count for eternity. You know, you and I are not spring chickens anymore.
That's right.
And in light of that, we know that life is brief. and we have a brief opportunity to make a difference with our lives. And as I look at the landscape of our country and all the issues that we're facing, and the issues in inner cities specifically around the country, there's a lot of common threads.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen anybody doing what you guys are doing. I haven't seen anyone with the vision that you have, and what you've already accomplished through Project Hood is so inspiring to me that it just made me want to be a part of it in any way possible. And then getting to know you and getting to know your heart and getting to see the authenticity and humility that you operate with as a leader just endeared me even more. And so this Southern boy who is not used to cold weather is going to figure it out tonight. But it is really an honor to be here. I've been so excited about this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, Sean is a great guy, you all, not just a wonderful pastor, but a great family man, but a great brother. He, you know, there's not a lot of guys who text me and encourage me and, you know, that I haven't known for a long time. But we haven't known each other for a long time, but we've connected. And I really appreciate the friendship and everything that we have, and going to see his church in Athens. It's a fabulous ministry. Matter of fact, tonight when we get off, you may want to go on to the website and just check out Athens Church in Athens, Georgia. It will be a blessing to you. Sean, you know, one of the things you talked about is America in your opening statements. And I want to talk a little bit about what we can do as pastors to help with this great divide that we see. You know, you and I, we talk about it, and we talk about racial issues, we talk about church issues, and we talk about how, you know, it probably breaks the heart of our Lord that we're so divided. Yeah. So from your perspective, what do you think we can do, or what should we do at this point in time in this season to have a better relationship with people? Yeah.
Man, I sure don't have all the answers for that, but I was really blessed to have a very young age. We grew up lower middle class, but my father just taught me at a very young age that people are people, and that there was never any difference between people's race or their background or whether they were rich or poor or whatever. And I'm really thankful that I had that influence in my life. And, I think in light of that, that's allowed me to just make a variety of friendships in life across different, what would traditionally be barriers for people. But I think, one of the things a friend taught me years ago when I was in seminary is he said the key to making impact in poverty is making. And I think what I have seen you guys do in this community so well is you're so relationally connected to this community. And what I love about you even, having the opportunity for me to come be a part of this is just, it's an extension of that friendship. And so, when I was able to invite you into our church, into our community, and get to meet your son and you get to meet my family, I think it just allowed our lives to come together. And once you goofy guys like trying to figure out life together, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, neither of us have more of the answers than the other, but I think that allows us to kind of break down barriers and just be friends. And I think, the more friendships happen, the less those walls make a difference.
Absolutely. I agree 100% that it's all about relationships, and we can't allow stigmas and differences to draw us apart, especially in this day and season. I think people really need to see kingdom-minded people, believers, coming together, working together, because if the church can't come together and if pastors can't work together, then what can we expect from the world, Oh,
absolutely. I mean, I think we have to realize, too, again, we are talking as believers here, right? First of all, we live in a fallen, broken world. Yeah. And this is a world where the enemy is having his way in many, many senses. And obviously, it would be his goal. His goal is to steal, kill, and destroy, right? Yeah. And so to divide in any form or fashion. And I think, unfortunately, we've developed, some systems in our country that seem to benefit from the ongoing division. It gives them stories to write, and it gives them, news headlines to post. And I think that, unfortunately, that is something, a system that's working for them right now. And so it's obviously not easy to overcome, but I think the more relationships that develop, it's just, the more you see, like if you turn off your screen and you just look at someone's face, right, you see that, like, we're just two men who have very similar hearts and objectives.
Yeah.
And I think in general, our lives would probably be a lot better off with less screens and more people.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. You know, one of the things I used to pray for, and I still pray for, is that for God to send believers to help us on this cause. And can you just talk about that for a minute? How important is it for people to get involved in helping with this cause from your perspective?
I think it's absolutely massive, and it's why from the very beginning I told you my family has personally given to Project Hood, and we're going to continue to do that. But we have a limited number of resources. But one of the resources we do have is influence and relationships. Yeah. And so that's why one of my objectives has been to introduce you and introduce Project Hood to people that I have influence with. And I just think, I think for the people that are joining us tonight, I know you're logging in because your heart cares about the things that are going on. You care about this community, and you care about the other communities around our country that are struggling. And I think ask yourself, who has a solution? Where's something that's actually working? And I think you're able to look here on the south side of Chicago and go, here's a group of people that actually have assembled a team, who actually have accomplished something. And so I would urge you to use whatever influence you have to help share the word about this. Even sharing tonight's Facebook Live is a simple way of doing that, right? But yeah, I think it's massive. And you also alluded to how important is it that believers, I think, are leading the way. Yeah. I think that is absolutely massive because we believe that Jesus is real. We believe that he's risen from the grave. And we believe that we ought to be the people leading the way in love and justice and kindness and mercy. And man, we ought to be the first ones to cross barriers and the first ones to lift people up that are in a difficult place.
Absolutely. Listen, I want everyone to share right now. I have Pastor Sean C. with us tonight, all the way from Athens, Georgia. And we're talking about, our subject tonight is basically together we stand, divided we fall. And that's what it's really all about. We're just trying to build relationships and help people to understand that we can accomplish so much more together. We can accomplish so much more by working together and not letting things divide us like we see in the media, like we see on TV. Our nation is so divided. But if we're ever going to accomplish anything worthwhile and do anything for the Lord, for the kingdom, then we have to come together as a people. So I'm glad tonight that Sean is here all the way from Athens, and we're just talking a little bit tonight on this fireside chat. One more question then, Sean. We're going to go to the last two things that we do. Can you just tell them a little bit about Athens and Athens Church? Yeah. Tell them about how you started and all of that. I want them to hear your story.
Yeah. So Athens is a university town about an hour outside of Atlanta, and it's the home to the University of Georgia. Thus, my Georgia Bulldogs hat that I've got going on here. So it's a traditional college town of about 150,000 people. But my family moved there about 17 years ago, and the reason we moved there is because specifically we have a heart for people who don't attend church. About 80% of our city doesn't have a church that they're a part of regularly. And so when I moved there and I met other pastors, I told them regularly, like, look, we're not here for any of the people in your church. We're here for the other 80% of people in our city who don't go to church anywhere. And so our heartbeat has been to create a church that unchurched people would love to attend. And so we're trying to remove as many barriers as possible, trying to be as authentic as we can in the way that we lead, and trying to make faith as practical and manageable as possible for people. So that's really a big part of our heartbeat. We're part of a network of churches in the Atlanta area, specifically really around the country as well, called North Point Ministries. And so Pastor Andy Stanley is the senior pastor there, and he's been a great influence and mentor in my life. But yeah, that's what Athens Church is all about. We're really passionate about a multi-generational church. So we're passionate about kids and families, but also college students. And Athens is an incredible retirement city as well. And so that's one thing I love. But that's similar to what we've been talking about as well, right? People coming together that have differences. Yes. Because the differences, that's one of the crazy things going on in our country. People think differences are just black and white. They're not just black and white. No. They're Republican, Democrat, they're masked and non-masked, they're vax and non-vax, they're rich and poor, all that, right? They're urban and rural. And so all of those try to, again, I think we have systems in our culture, unfortunately, that profit from those divisions. But that's our heart, is to see those people come together. And man, one of the most beautiful things in the world to me is a 75-year-old couple sitting beside a college student, worshiping together, growing together. And so yeah, that's something that we're passionate about as a church.
You know, listen, everybody, I want you tonight to definitely go check out Athens Church. You will be blown away how phenomenal of a ministry they have, and you will appreciate even more so him being here tonight and the sacrifice that he's making. So the last two things that we normally do is that, one, we answer some questions, but two, we always close out with the guest giving us a word or a phrase or encouragement to the audience. So we'll let you start thinking about what word or phrase, something that's in your spirit, maybe something you've been meditating on, something you've been thinking about, maybe something you've been preaching, I don't know. But whatever God leads you to for us tonight, we want you to think about that. But I want to take some questions right now from some of the people in our Stream World audience, our virtual church, our virtual audience, our virtual body. Let's see. While we're waiting for the questions to come in, let me just thank everybody again for tuning in for our fireside chat. Every night that we have guests, we try to have a fireside chat just to dialogue and introduce you to people who are really concerned and really passionate about coming to help us in our city. And I think it says a lot about individuals who come to help us. And so I want everyone right now, while you're getting your questions, to send some hearts up right now to show Pastor Sean some love, and I'll let him know about all the hearts going up. So everybody send some hearts, press some hearts. Everybody send in some hearts, let him know you appreciate him coming all the way from Athens, Georgia, y'all. This is the second person. We had Jim Purcell here from Athens, Georgia. Now we got Pastor Sean here from Athens, Georgia. There we go. All the hearts. Yes. All the hearts are going up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. All right. So, any questions tonight?
Pastor Sean, what did your family and friends think when you told them you was coming to Chicago?
So the question is to Pastor Sean, what did your family and friends think when you said, I'm going to Chicago to stay on the roof on the south side? That's a good question.
I obviously, most of my friends don't have a lot of context other than what I've shared with them about Project Hood. My family, honestly, was maybe jealous, if anything, man, because they care about you. They love what's happening here in this community. And, man, they're just excited for me to be a part of it. They were probably mostly just laughing at my southern self up here, wondering how I'm going to make it through the cold weather. But yeah, man, I think all the friends that I've been able to talk to about Project Hood are so excited to follow along and to learn even more about what's happening. By the way, we got to give a quick shout out to our buddy Jamie Scott back
What's
in
up,
Athens,
Jamie
Georgia,
Scott?
as well.
The Nest.
That's right, at the Sparrow's Nest, an incredible organization, and friends like Jim Purcell and Archie Crenshaw and others.
Archie. Yes, shouts out to Archie Crenshaw. Thank you so much, Archie.
Thank you for your generosity and super thankful for you guys.
Look, we are so, I'm really grateful because you all don't realize how much Sean has done for us just in a short amount of time, introducing us to people. His friends have become our friends, and it means so much when you have people who come alongside, and they don't have to. Like I said, he's got a lot to do. He's got a vision for his church and his city, and he can really be doing something else. But the fact that he's here tonight speaks volumes, and I want him to know I'm really appreciative, and his wife and family to know I'm grateful that they allowed him to be here with us tonight. And I hope and pray that it'll be a great relational experience tonight with him as well. Let's get another question.
Another question for Pastor Sean. What made you get into ministry, and how old were you?
That's a good question.
Yeah, they heard the question.
Yeah, the question is for Pastor Sean, what made him get into ministry, and how old was he when he got started?
So first of all, I'm 51 years old, and
he looks like a little kid.
That's right. That's right. I'll take it all day long. Post 50, I've been celebrating it. So again, I grew up in kind of a crazy home, and I trusted Christ as my Savior when I was 11 years old. But for the next 10 years, man, I was arrested multiple times. I was in a lot of really bad relationships. I was just in a really unhealthy, broken place. And when I was in college, I met a few guys who were followers of Jesus who just lived life in a really compelling way. And man, I'll just tell you, in college, like, Jesus changed my life, like radically changed my life. And I went from being this just unbelievably selfish, uncaring, self-focused individual to having a sense of vision for my life. And then getting to meet my mentor, Andy Stanley. He really started to believe in me at an early age and gave me some opportunities. And I just couldn't envision, I think like you, it's almost like we don't have any choice to do this.
Right,
You know what I
right,
mean?
yeah.
We talked about before, there are a lot of people leaving ministry right
Yeah.
now, but I just feel like it would feel like disobedience to do anything other than
Yeah.
spend our lives this way. And so in light of that, I just find incredible joy getting the opportunity to work along a team of people, use my few little gifts, and team up with people who use theirs. So I love it.
Absolutely. There's another question. You know, one thing you can learn tonight about Pastor Sean, and when it comes to church stuff, he's full of passion, and he has some great. I glean from him, and I'm glad you asked this question, because it's a question that I would have asked too. I can tell that my cousin asked this question because I would have asked this same question. I can tell it's from my bloodline. And the question is, what was the biggest draw that you used to get the unchurched to attend church?
Yeah. You know, for every individual, that's different, right? Everybody has a different hurdle or obstacle that gets in the way. But I think generally speaking, in the South now, where I have been, some of the major hurdles have been, hey, there's a certain way I have to dress. I have to have all my act together. I actually had a woman tell me one time, Sean, I could never come to your church because when I walk in the church, I'm going to be like struck by lightning as soon as I walk in, you know? And I think a lot of unchurched people don't know the traditions, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't know when to sit or stand or kneel or what prayers they need to pray.
Right.
And so we try to remove all of those barriers and make it as simple as possible. Even things like when you come in, we go, hey, we're going to be together for an hour today. Okay, set your clock for an hour. We're going to be done. As a matter of fact, Jamie Scott, our good friend, the first time he ever came to our church,
Right.
he'd been in historically black churches, okay?
Right.
He came to our church. He thought we were having an intermission. He said, well, they just released it for an intermission. I'm like, no,
Halftime.
it's done for today. It's over for today. And so, you know, letting people know. People still ask all the time, what do I need to wear? I'm like, man, wear whatever you want. Wear
Yeah.
whatever you've got on. And so nobody's going to ask you any questions. Nobody's going to make you believe or do anything. We're going to present Jesus and what it looks like to follow him to you right where you are. And, you know, if you look at the life of Jesus, he was constantly just saying to people, look, just follow me.
Yeah.
Wherever you are, just follow me. Whatever you have
follow.
going on. You got your doubts, just follow me. You got your questions, just follow me. Hey, you're a tax collector, just follow me.
Yeah.
And so I think we want to make that invitation as easy as possible for anybody.
Absolutely. That's a great answer. Let's take a few more questions with Pastor Sean tonight.
All right, we have another question for Pastor Sean. How did you decide to get involved with Athens Church in such an important and meaningful way?
Yeah.
So the question is for Pastor Sean tonight, how did he decide to get involved with Athens Church in such a meaningful way? Is that right? All right. So this is going to be a great answer. I already know. So,
Well, first of all, when I began a relationship with Christ in college, I started attending a church, and I mentioned Andy Stanley became a mentor to me. I actually started working as kind of like an intern at the church where he was at the time, First Baptist Atlanta. And then I went to grad school at Dallas Theological Seminary, which we have in common.
yes.
And while I was in Dallas, I started taking classes on church planting, which most people don't know that term, but that terminology very simply means helping start a church. And so I had this entrepreneurial desire in me. And I went and I worked at Andy's church at North Point Community Church in Atlanta for 5 years and had an incredible experience. And I just all along, I had this desire that I wanted to help try to start a church in a community that I felt like needed one, like we're trying to start. And I knew all along that it couldn't be all built around me. It needed to be a team idea. And so I asked some people to kind of gather around me, and there started with 4 of us as a team, and God's given us a lot of grace, and we've kind of built that over time. But I love it. I still just am one guy on the team getting to do my part.
Yeah, you know, I want to share something with people real quick to show you how God can divinely order your life to bring people together that you're like-minded with. So our church, New Beginnings Church, we started the church, and a lot of the principles that I use with my early staff, some of them have gone on to other churches and stuff now, were from Andy Stanley's church. So we would take all of our staff and all of our leaders, and we would go to Andy Stanley's conference in Atlanta, Georgia every year. And I would listen to everything on Andy Stanley, everything. And one of my favorite things that I learned from him was about momentum, creating momentum, and how negative momentum is just as powerful, and it's a very dangerous thing. And it's hard to stop. But once you create positive momentum, how to keep it going. And it's amazing to me that God connected me with Sean, and when he told me he was connected with Andy Stanley, I almost like, oh my God, because it was, for me, it was a divine connection. And the reason why I want to share that is because there may be some people who are listening and you're thinking, you know, how's God going to bring all this together and how am I going to do this? All I know is this: if you just keep walking by faith, keep being obedient to God, then God will divinely orchestrate people in your life to help you get to where you're trying to go and to help you know all the things that you're trying to learn. And so when it comes to church, you know, I glean from Sean. I look at Athens. I go on their page. I go on his Twitter account. I look at everything that they do and see how we can implement it, because I had that same concept, the same idea, just wanting the unchurched to be in our church. And that's what it's really all about. So I'm excited for a number of reasons, not just because he's helping Project Hood, but more so because he's my brother and I can learn a lot of stuff from him. I really appreciate it. Let's take a couple more questions and then we're going to let him share his last word with us tonight.
What role do the missions of the church play in discipling the unchurched?
So the question is for him, what role does missions play in discipling the church, in creating followers of Christ?
I would say we actually take a little bit of a non-traditional view of missions. So we have this tagline in our church called Athens, I love you.
Yes.
And we say all the time that if God could just say one thing to the city of Athens, if he could just say one thing, he'd say, I love you. And so we want to be the hands and feet of that in our city. And so one of the ways that we do that is we partner with nonprofit organizations like Jamie Scott and the Sparrow's Nest we mentioned, also
Yes.
like Downtown Academy, which Jim Purcell mentioned when he was here, a number of other fantastic organizations in our city that are already there, pre-existing, making a great impact. So we invite people, no matter where you are faith-wise, to come alongside, roll up your sleeves, help go serve with these organizations. And through that, again, we're able to build relationships together. They're able to see Christ in us in action. And they're able to see, I think, what it would look like for Jesus to be on the earth right now, serving alongside some of these people.
Absolutely. So now everybody will know when we use I Love Chicago and New Beginnings, you will now know where I got the idea. When I went to Athens and I heard Sean them talking about it, he was telling me all the wonderful stuff they were going to do, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to take that same idea. So now everybody knows I got it from Sean C. and Athens Church. Another question.
Question for both of you all. What are your favorite Bible scriptures?
Mine is definitely, I tell everybody all the time, Romans 8:28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love the Lord, who are called according to his purpose. So that's my favorite. And then, of course, that's my favorite.
You know, man, all of Romans 8 is just such an unbelievable part of Scripture. I don't know how to pick a favorite, but I'll go with you in Romans 8. Romans 8:1 says, there's therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. And that's just so unbelievably comforting for me, because even though I love God and even though he's a priority in my life and I try to live my life to honor him, I goof up all the time, way more than I wish I did. And the good news is Jesus paid the price. He paid it all. He took condemnation so that I never had to be condemned. And so that verse brings me a lot of joy and comfort.
Amen. Any more questions tonight? We asked no more questions with Pastor Sean than we normally do, so that was good. Awesome. We really take advantage of having you here, man.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
So listen, we've asked some questions, so now let's give you a moment. If you could, anything that God is leading you, or anything that you want to share with us here on the South Side of Chicago, or all the people who are listening, it's all yours.
Well, again, I think one thing I would just say, by the very fact that I'm here, and again, you're tuning in, so you care, but I hope you'll do whatever you can to support Pastor Brooks and Project Hood. I hope you'll stand behind them, and I hope you'll help get the word out. But I think for you personally, I would share what I shared just 2 days ago at my church. And I would say that because of the context, the world in which you live, because of all the different streams of inputs that are constantly coming into your life through your television and through your phone and through billboards and through magazines and everything that feeds information into your world, it's hard to think in a way that is based on truth, because we hear a lot of untruths. And so I would say one of the most important things that you can do is build a regular, consistent habit of hearing from God personally. If you don't have a regular scripture habit in your life, if there's not a rhythm, a plan, a system, if you don't know when, if you don't know where, man, what an incredible thing to do to start this 2022 together, is pick a system, pick a plan. We use the Bible app, the YouVersion Bible app.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of the Bible app. My small group, the guys all do a plan together. And so we're reading through the Gospel of Luke right now. But those are incredibly helpful tools because you're going to be daily filled with information and ideas that aren't true. You need a daily word from God. You need God to speak to you. And so more than you need us to speak to you,
Right,
you need to hear from God. And God's word is eternal and it's true. And so I would urge you to develop a system and develop a plan and be intentional about it as you start your year to hear from God.
That's a good look. The year's just started, so it's a great time to get off into scripture. Start off with a reading plan, jump right in and keep it going. If you fall and make a mistake, get back up, start reading again, keep it going.
Right.
But reading the word of God will bless your life. You know, once again, I'm thankful to have my friend and brother here. He's going to be staying all night, so y'all pray for him now. All right. Listen, it's been a great fireside chat. Thank y'all for treating my friend with so much love. Listen, tomorrow we'll be back at the fireside chat with a new guest. We'll have a new topic, but we'll still be here in this tent, and we'll still be trying to build a community center. Until tomorrow, I just want to say to everybody, like I always say, peace. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Come on in, everybody. Come on in. As you're coming in, we want you to share. We want you to share. Let me turn on my phone so I can greet some of y'all, tell y'all hello, and then we're going to introduce you to our guest tonight. And we're going to talk a little bit about health and all the important issues surrounding that. So come on in. It's Christmas Eve, everybody. And I'm going to sing a song at the end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So come on in, everybody. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in. Everybody share, everybody share. It's Christmas Eve, so I know people are still out getting their gifts wrapped up and getting ready for Christmas tomorrow. This is an unusual Christmas. I can't believe how nice it is. God has really smiled on me.
Yeah.
Y'all need to thank God for me being on the roof. That's why God is allowing this weather. Straight up.
Nicole said, hey, Pastor.
Everybody share. Hey, Nicole. Nicole King. Hey, Nicole King. LaQuina Brown. Everybody share. Everybody share. Lorraine Page, bless you. Thank you for joining us tonight. If I can get everybody to share real quick, everybody share real quick, and turn on your notifications so that when we go live, it will notify you. Everybody come on in. Let me just introduce myself, and then we're going to start tonight with my guest tonight. Those of you who don't know, my name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and I'm living in a tent on a roof for 100 days right there. That's where I'm staying for 100 days, and I am on day 34. So I got 66 more days to go. Why am I doing it? Because I'm trying to bring attention and awareness to the violence in Chicago, but most of all, to raise as much money as I possibly can to build a community center in this neighborhood. Not just any community center. It's not like a YMCA, but it's a center that has carpentry, the trades, entrepreneurship, trauma counseling, a theater, sports academy, classrooms, restaurants. It's a fabulous place that we really need in our community. So that's what I'm doing on this roof. So everybody share, everybody share, everybody share. I want to introduce you to my guest tonight and one of our staff members, one of our directors on our staff are here at Project Hood. But first, I want to introduce you to the sister in the middle who came all the way from Texas.
Texas.
Yeah, baby. And her goddaughter came with her all the way from D.C. They are in the house tonight, and we are so grateful. I call her Dr. B, but I'm going to let her introduce herself. And then after she introduces herself, I want you to then meet one of our staffers, Brian. He's going to introduce himself, and we're going to get started. We're going to talk a little bit about health tonight. This is a very important issue that we need to talk about, and so stay with us tonight. Let's have a good time. Dr. B.
Hello, Chicago. My name is Daria Babineau. I am the CEO and owner of the Pediatric Care Center. We have 3 clinics on the border in South Texas, and we've come all the way because we are in support of Project Hood and this community center. I feel blessed to be here tonight, and whatever your questions are, I'm here to serve.
Bless you, girl. Dr. B in the house.
Amen, Dr. B.
Yes, sir.
Come through.
Okay, I got you.
So my name is Brian Alexander. I am the Director of Community Health and Wellness here at Project Hood. Super happy to be here and excited to dig into some exciting topics with Dr. B. as we endeavor to build out our community health and wellness pillar of programming here at Project Hood as well in a very intentional manner. So, super excited.
So welcome, Dr. B.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
CEO Dr. B. Hey, I got a question right off the bat.
Okay.
When you said something in your intro, you have 3 clinics in Texas on the border.
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask, how did a sister? It's okay. we family. It's all good. How did you end up, first of all, becoming a doctor, and then the second follow-up question to that is, so you can go right into it, is how did you end up at the border in Texas?
Those are all really good questions.
Okay.
So growing up, I'm a kid. I grew up in the projects of Louisiana. I really didn't know what I wanted to be, but it took, one of my counselors said, you know, you're smart, you can do it. And that's basically what took me to pursue a career as a physician. It was difficult, but I mean, like all things, it was what I felt that God led me to do. Coming out of my residency, I knew I wanted to serve somewhere where I could be of the greatest good, and we all know the border is a ever evolving difficulty for us as a country. It's a place that we need. It's a shortage area. We don't have nearly enough providers there to provide the care for the people that we need to, and so that's where I felt the most comfortable.
Wow.
And you know, that's where I continue to serve. We have 3 clinics. We're very proud to serve our community, and we've come here today to help serve yours.
Thank you. In the projects, though?
I did.
You would never know.
What?
No.
What? My grandmother raised me. She took care of us. Yeah, I mean, it's
talk a little bit about that, because, and the reason why I say talk a little bit about that, because we've had a couple of sisters on before, and we've talked about growing up with a single parent or growing up in difficult situations. And so one of the things I try to do is whenever I get a guest that has maybe grown up in a tough situation and they've succeeded and made it out and been a blessing, and they are a blessing to other people, I'll try to expose that, because you may not realize it, but there are so many people in Chicago, especially sisters, like even right across from us, we here on O Block, we call it O Block. I call it O Block for opportunity. They call it O Block for something else. But right in Parkway Gardens, you have about 2,000 single mothers, 2,000 with kids, and sometimes they feel like they may be trapped, or they may be feeling like they can't get out of a situation. But can you speak to just being in that project situation? You're growing up with your grandmother, and can you speak to that?
Certainly. I believe that you are a product of your situation. You can choose to take a positive or a negative route. And so, yeah, it wasn't the best possible situation, but I always had great role models. They always did the best that they can for me, and it was my job as a young girl to figure out what my path was in life. And I chose that to help others. It's always been something in me. It's always something my family has ingrained in me. And I felt like that's what I was put on this earth to do. And so being a physician wasn't something I thought. You know, I didn't grow up with any role models who were doctors, but just encouragement from others. We can do anything. We are all strong. We just need to, help each other to reach our goals. And that's how I got here today. And practicing on the border has also been, I think, a true calling from God. It's we're all one community. Black, brown, whomever we are, we all have the same hurts. We all have the same pains. My mom was a single parent, and she taught me that you can't have anything without hard work. And so I have just used that to develop my company, my moral values, and pretty much my path in life.
Wow. So, Brian, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
So I know at Project Hood, we hired you to start a health and wellness, and I'm glad we have Dr. B here, because we're going to ask her some questions about health and wellness as it relates to what we're trying to do. But can you tell people what we're trying to do as a non-for-profit? Because a lot of people know about our violence prevention, they know about our entrepreneurship, they know about our mentorship, they know about our trauma counseling and all of that stuff. But what they don't know is that we have created a new department, pretty new, fairly new, on health and wellness, and why we created it.
Absolutely. So, well, one, I mean, the violence prevention team of Project Hood is second to none, I truly believe. And even so, you know, as much as we love them, as much as their work is appreciated, as much impact as they have, there's only so much that they can really do. You know, we have to really work to treat the immediate impacts of violence on families, whether it be physical, whether it be mental, emotional health and trauma, and also have to really work to meet those long-term needs too, right? So I think that's really a large part of our model that really makes Project Hood very, very successful, is that we are, not only are we gonna say like, hey, you should venture to go do this big thing, but along the way, we're gonna provide you with the resources and the community, more importantly, right? And the love and the respect and the dignity of work and the dignity of getting it from the dirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to speak, right? Like no handouts, just hand ups, right?
Yeah.
If you're willing to really try your third, fourth, fifth time, then like we are willing to try with you 3, 4, 5 times.
That's so beautiful.
Right? So that's a really, really huge part of like our model here, right? So the community health and wellness piece is really super, super critical, because when you begin to speak about, and I'm speaking as a novice, right? I just learn things, I read things, right? So like, correct me.
It's all good.
Please. But I imagine health as being more of like a snapshot, and your wellness piece being more of like how are you living your life day to day, right? How are you treating yourself and others day to day? Like, what are you eating? What's your diet like, right? So there's a huge opportunity for us to be able to empower through education, to empower through providing community to folks, to provide through being an example as well, whether it be like what we provide as food for events, or whether it be like come through to the COVID clinic, or come through to like, you think you have hypertension? Okay, come through to that. I mean, we have so many people on our team, and I know you'll appreciate this, who are home care workers, young people who are home care workers, and shifting them into a space where they can actually recognize that these are, like, you're an entrepreneur.
So important.
Right? Like, you aren't just taking care of grandma.
It's true.
Right? True. You are more responsible than most of the people in your immediate vicinity. Right? And here are the opportunities that are available to you because of that. Right? Here are the ways in which you can translate those skills that you've learned into other fields and other areas. Right? And here are the ways in which Project Hood can support you in doing that. Those are the things that we just enjoy doing so much. Like that's
amazing.
Yeah.
I know tonight we're talking about health is wealth.
Okay.
And Dr. B, what do you say to people as it relates to why taking care of your health is so important?
So, as a pediatrician, my area of expertise is with children, and so the foundation of life starts with kids. I mean, the values that you teach your children are something that you carry through with life. We all know that high blood pressure, stroke risk are all related to diet, exercise, the way you live your life. Why better, or how better are we to set up a person up for success if we give those great qualities, the educational values, the healthy living ideas early. The earlier that we can educate, the better the outcome is. And so that's what I push a lot. And of course, we are what we eat, we are what we do, we are mentally what we experience in life. And so you want to do that in the best positive light. You want to make sure that you are feeding your mind, your body, and your soul. And that's just the key to happy life and longevity.
Yeah. And let me just say this. I meet a lot of people who say stuff and they really don't do it themselves. But I can vouch. This is my sister, y'all. I can vouch. This is my sister. This is my little sister, and I can vouch. She actually not just preaches it, but she does it. And she tries to take care of herself. She works out. She eats well. And she stays on me, too. And every time we talk, it's always, what are you doing? What are you eating? Have you seen your doctor? Even today when you came. Have you talked to your doctor? What did your doctor say?
He still hasn't answered me.
Yeah, I did. I said yes. I said yeah. I talked to my doctor.
He has not.
I just did not say when. But I said I talked to my doctor.
Okay, true. That's
and I'm talking to my doctor now.
This is not your doctor. Birth to 18.
So, being a pediatrician.
Yes, sir.
How important is it for kids for parents to try to get their kids to eat healthy, especially breakfast and stuff like that, because we notice here a lot in Chicago, it's not uncommon to see kids eating Flaming Hots with cheese with a pop on the bus in the morning.
Yeah.
And that's like a normal thing. So what do you say to parents, because I think a lot of that has something to do with some of these kids' behavior issues and stuff like that. What do you say as a pediatrician about that?
So food is fuel, and I mean we all know that we need that. It fuels our mind, it fuels our body, it fuels our soul. So if we give the wrong things, then we're not going to function well as human beings of any age. And so I always try to recommend, I mean sometimes we all know in our community sometimes the best foods aren't always available, but we can always try to make the best choices and give our children the best opportunities. You don't want a kid ramped up on sugar when they're going to school. I mean, that makes it very difficult for them to learn and to process things. And so the best behavior comes from the best choices. So we try to do the best we can.
Wow.
You know, I was going to ask, so like I'm all about like nutrition literacy, right? Health literacy.
Okay, education.
You know, so when it comes to, so like we're in a situation where a lot of times we'll order pizza for the kids in the neighborhood, and we order like a cheese pizza, a pepperoni pizza, and a veggie pizza, and I'm sure that everyone watching will know which pizza is left untouched, right?
Yeah.
And that'll be the veggie pizza,
Of course.
right? But I think another thing that's really interesting is that when we began to like inquire to the children about like, y'all don't eat none of this stuff? Like, my mama ain't never cooked with none of these things. So, like, I know this is a really tough question, probably, but, like, what can we do as a community organization and being close to these youth in this way where parents may or may not be as active or as knowledgeable, right? How might we impart, like, these health literacy values on the youth, in your perspective?
So, previously in my clinics, we had health and fitness programs because we all know, I mean, just it spans health, wellness, obesity risk, diabetes, all these things are specifically for our people that we are hugely affected, unfortunately. I think the only thing we can do consistently is continue to educate.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had programs where I've had huge successes and then a few months later, you know, everyone kind of falls off. It is hard to be good all the time.
Can you talk about some of the what's working? Let's talk about what's working from each of those sort of.
For me, just persistence.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I mean, one of the things that we push is pizza is not absolutely bad all the time, but you can't eat it every day.
Yeah, right.
It's your splurge, you know, it's your treat, and everyone can indulge from time to time. But we do push, of course, the better nutritious meals the majority of the time. I find that if I tell my kids that they can have some of the things they like, they can have their hot Cheetos. In my area, it's Takis.
Yeah, Takis, yeah.
Which cause gastritis, I'm just saying. But if I let them know they can have it from time to time, it's easier for them to follow, you know, the rules of eating better the majority of the time.
Wow.
So for me, persistence. Educating, re-educating.
Yeah, absolutely. That's important, especially because we have a lot of health issues that we have to overcome, a lot of barriers that we have to overcome. As, like you said, you know, having a food desert, you know, not any healthy grocery stores around. So we got to do it. We got to figure out ways as an organization, if we want people to come out of poverty, we got to teach them how to be healthy, and that if we want them to ever get to a wealthy place, it starts with their own personal health. So we have to do the best we can do as an organization to provide literacy and all of that stuff. So let's take some questions tonight, and then we'll be done tonight. So if you got a question, please feel free to ask that question tonight, whether it's a question, especially if it's a pediatrician question. If you have a medical issue that you just have a question that you want to ask her about a child, this is the doctor to ask, and she can't give you a full, a full consultation, but she can do some minor questions tonight. So let's see what we got.
I have a question, just while we're looking.
Okay.
So, like, what question do you wish parents would ask that they don't?
You know, I think a lot of times when we go to seek medical care, a lot of times we assume that the physician knows everything. I think I would wish they would ask any question. When you walk into my office, it's a relationship we build. If you have a question, if you have a concern, I need you to tell it to me. I'm not great at mind reading sometimes, but I find that if you ask me whatever it is, if you find it's embarrassing, or if you feel like you just don't feel comfortable asking it, ask, because that helps me to take better care of you and your child. So it's not one particular question, it's just questions in general. I get that a lot. If I refer a patient out to a specialist and they'll say, you know what, he didn't answer my questions or he didn't tell me something, and I'll say, did you ask? And a lot of times they'll be like, no, I was afraid to ask. You can't be afraid. This is your health. This is your health and well-being. And it is a process that goes both ways.
Yeah, outstanding.
Awesome. I got a question. It says, and then I'm going to come to you, it says, what's some home remedies for COVID? Now, I know we talked a little bit about the home remedy stuff, so I already know how you feel, but
yes.
I don't know how you can answer it however you want to answer it.
Okay, what I'm gonna say is I always say consult your physician. I'm not big on home remedies necessarily. I'm big on me knowing what's going on with my patients. You call me up, you let me know, and that way I can advise you per the symptom or what you're going through, what I feel is the best for your individual needs. So I would say that.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to
That's
children.
legit.
Especially.
And especially when it comes to COVID.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What made you conduct? Was it hard?
Oh, was it hard? Yeah, it was
What
hard.
age? So the question is,
what
what age did
Oh.
you become a doctor, and was that process difficult for you? Oh, what made you become a doctor?
I'll be honest with you. I did not know. I was a smart kid, but I did not know what I wanted to be when I grew up. And literally, it just one day somebody said, "You know, you're smart. You should be a doctor." I had great role models. My best friend at the time was going to go on Xavier. She was going to be pre-med, and I was like, you know what? That sounds good.
So you were just going to school, making good grades.
Again, I didn't have the role models.
Yeah.
So, but I guess my friend was a role model because that was the path that she chose. And you know what? I followed her, and actually, she's not a physician now. I mean, she does something completely different, and it was difficult. But I mean, sometimes the path isn't always clear, but you just got to follow your heart and believe in yourself.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
For the parent that has a really smart kid
Yes.
at home, or a kid they may think is like really, really weird, what are the things that they should be looking out for that lets them know, like, hey, maybe I should introduce my child into like this sort of profession, or like I feel like I missed out on being like an engineer, right? Because I didn't know what engineer
Man, you're a lawyer.
I still missed out.
Okay.
And I still like you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Even
I
though-
appreciate it. But like, what are the things that like folks should be looking out for to kind of push their kids into like the direction that they should be going? Like, where do you feel like, oh, my teacher missed this at this age? They should have been like, you should go try this, or you should go try that. Like, how can we get our kids on the right track?
First and foremost, listen to your kids. I mean, the kids today, they have so many more resources than we had. Social media and just internet in general, it exposes them to so many more possibilities. And a lot of times I get kids that my parents don't listen to me. I'm telling them I want to do something, but they want me to do something else. So first, listen to them first, and then exposure. If it wasn't for me, I had a Girl Scout troop leader. She drug us around everywhere. She exposed me to everything. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even know what was possible. So giving your kids those opportunities, even if it's just, to shadow someone or an interest that it may seem weird, but I mean, that's where it all begins. Don't stunt their growth. Don't be afraid of the things that you may not feel comfortable with. This is how kids grow, and they need the room to grow.
I'm going to ask an entrepreneurial question.
Sure.
So you have 3 clinics at the border of Texas. What made you open up those clinics? Like, why not go to work at a doctor's office? What made you become a CEO?
So I did. When starting out, I worked for other physicians, and I always swore I didn't want the stress of my own business. But I quickly learned that I wanted to practice medicine the way I wanted to. The quality of medicine that I wanted to put forth wasn't what I was doing under other physicians. And so I took a step out. I knew that I wanted to care for kids the way my heart told me I needed to. And if that meant that I had to go out on a limb and I had to take some risks, I just prayed on it, and success, one came, and then another one, and then a third, and I'm done, by the way. And by the grace of God, we're successful, and we serve a community, and we try to do it with a high quality standard.
Wow.
What's unique about serving that community on the border?
There are so many things. It's such a loving community.
There's some folks on the border that are watching right now too. There's some folks like in El Paso and like down there, like southern border, who are watching right now too. So
we have a unique community. It's such a loving community. Family is so important. I've learned so many things. My Spanish is not so great. Everyone knows that, and they still love me for it. But it's been, for me, it's like a secondary family. And just going in and being able to help address their needs as a community has just been fulfilling.
Wow. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me. It is cold to me.
But this is a great day.
I don't even need my hat on.
Everyone's saying like spring day, whatever. But thank you. It has been a blessing to be here. I've been so happy.
And you stand all night, right?
I am staying all night.
Yes. Dr. B stand all night.
I will be here. I am here. I believe in the cause.
We appreciate it.
Whatever you need.
You and your roommate took a nice nap today.
We took a nap just so we could be up because I go to bed early, but I'm here to serve.
We're about to get some heroes on the way, okay? It's
all
on
right.
the way. It's on the way.
Listen, it's been great, and I thank y'all for always tuning in every night, coming to our fireside chat here on the rooftop. I am so appreciative. And on this Christmas Eve, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. We always do this at the very end. Okay. We tell our guests if there's one word or phrase that you would like to leave and encourage people with, what would it be? It could be any word, any phrase that you just feel inspired to share.
I would say be true to yourself. If you can see it, you can be it. I mean, I know that sounds cliche, but your heart is your heart. Follow your vision, follow your path. And I also wanted to say, Pastor, on behalf of the Pediatric Care Center, we're pledging $20,000 because we believe in this cause. We believe in what you are doing for this community. And together, whether it's Texas, whether it's Chicago, we have to come together to help one another. And we want to be a part of your journey.
Thank you. You've always been a blessing, always given to us. And I thank you for coming. And I thank you for coming too. Y'all can't see her, but I thank you for coming too. And
hey, Tran.
And we are so appreciative. I'm glad y'all are here. And you know, even if you didn't give, just having your presence is a blessing. You always encourage me, even when I'm down and you know going through. You call me and you make sure Big Bruh's okay. So I appreciate that. And thanks for the donation, girl. Right. It's been a blessing. Listen, I want everybody to have a awesome, wonderful Christmas. We will not be streaming tomorrow, so I just want to tell it. Huh?
I said, so enjoy Christmas.
Yeah, so enjoy Christmas. Yes. People have been asking me, can they come through, drop off donations? Yes, you can. We'll be here all day tomorrow, especially since it's warm. We'll have this fire pit going, and we'll have guests coming and going. And all right, everybody, come on in. Come on in. Let me get my phone out so I can see who's joining us. I got a special guest tonight. We're gonna try not to be too funny because it's too cold out here to be playing. But y'all come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in.
Come on in the room.
Come on in the room,
man.
Let me see who we got coming in.
Who page we on? Who page we on?
It's Pastor Corey Brooks.
All right, go. Check you out. Okay, I'm going on there right now.
So let's see who's doing this. All right, let me turn it down. All right, so I need everybody to share. Notifications should be alerting everybody that we're on. There we go. As you come on in, share. Get us up to 100 real fast. There you go. The numbers are popping up. Everybody share real quick. I need y'all to share because it's cold out here. Cold. Everybody share. Share because it's cold. All right? Come on in, everybody. Let me get some shouts out. Internet Mukes, Lynn Stevenson, Trey Lee, J. Rock Buchanan, Talisa Pennant, Randy Williams. Everybody come on in, share. Everybody come on in, share. Everybody share real quick. Ella Rose, Happy New Year to you also. Deborah Orr, Hey, Muncie, what's in the Muncie, Indiana in the house? Bless you. Talisa, Leela, everybody, Timothy C. Parker. All right, everybody share. Listen, I can't wait till the numbers get up tonight. It's too cold.
It's cold out here.
It's cold. Listen, I'm excited tonight. I got my man with me, Leonard Williams, L, the comedian, the actor, the entertainer, the one and only. L Entertainment is in the house. Welcome, L, to our streaming tonight on the rooftop.
Hey, man, it's a pleasure to be here. Like, I didn't know I was coming, man, but, you know, when you get that call, you come, man. Let's go to the roof.
Yeah, you know, I knew the people needed a little smile and laughter, and I knew I needed some. You know, these cold days get you to thinking, what am I doing? I should be up on this roof. So I needed some laughter. I needed somebody who's gonna come and bring some positive vibes.
You got a high number, so the roof, the backyard, the alley. When the next season we gonna be in the alley.
The next alley entertainment.
Alley Ministries.
Hey y'all, come on in. Everybody share real quick. Everybody share. I told L he can smoke his cigar, so y'all don't mind him. I told him he can go ahead and smoke his cigar. I don't mind him smoking his cigar. Ain't nothing like a good old cigar in the nice cold weather.
But the Lord said no cigar, because it's too cold for me to have my hands out.
He couldn't get that lighter lit. The lighter was light.
The torch went torch.
So listen, we're excited tonight to be here. First of all, let me say we are almost at our $2 million mark, L.
Blessings, man.
And, y'all may know this face too. He's not only L because Leonard, he's L because of the lottery. He is the new face on the lottery. Now, I'm not telling y'all to play the lottery, but if you play and win, don't forget, we try to
raise some money over here. Bring it on in. Bring the money on in, man. We on the roof.
So, you know, first of all, man, I want to, you know, talk about a couple of things. I know we can laugh and joke, but I want to talk about, man, how did you make it? You know, from being in the streets and in the church.
Yeah.
You know, balancing it.
Yeah.
But how did you make it to become successful? How did you get out of all of that? How did that happen?
You know what, man? Like I tell people all the time, I grew up between Jesus and the GD, so I got balance. You know, and I'm a church musician.
Y'all all under the 5-star.
He took a star away. It's a 6.
I'm sorry.
Star David. Come on now, you know about David.
The star David.
In the Bible.
6 stars. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't hold that against me, y'all.
I won't hold it against you. But so I grew up. I'm a Chicagoan, South Side of Chicago. Grew up some time in the South suburbs. We were still active out there. But the blessing for me was I always had mentors in every part of my life, right? Even in the streets. I just saw one of the guys who came home from jail not too long ago. He was like my chief. And I remember him when I was younger. He told me, he said, look, man, look around you. We all going to be dead or locked up in 6 months to a year. You good with us and you plug, but you don't have to be in this every day with us. You got something else to do.
Yeah.
And I saw that man, I hugged that man and cried in the middle of a club.
Yeah.
Like 3-4 months ago.
You know, that's what I appreciate about some of the OGs, the older guys. Back then, they would tell the guys who had something going, you don't need to be in these streets. Get out these streets. Unlike today.
Oh, they sending the shorties off.
Send them straight off. Send them straight off.
But you know the thing about it is, their big homies is 15 now.
That's a good point.
You see what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
Like these kids,
they don't know any better. Kids raising kids.
Yeah, and they run these streets. And they, you know, they looking forward to having their name as a mural or as a street sign or something or a block. Like that's what you looking forward to.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
You know, and it's crazy. I've been, you know, this phase of my life, and I've been locked up for a little bit. Not no long period of time, but I've been in the county jail and sitting there for a month or two or whatever. And being with young guys who can't wait to get back on the streets so they can blow at their ops. They ain't saying they can't wait to get back home so they get to their family or their kid.
They want to go do something crazy.
They can't wait to get back out to blow at the ops, man. So it's I'll say this, I've always had good mentors, black men that love me, that cared about me, they saw something in me. Black women that loved me, cared about me, saw something in me. You know, as I got older, you know, even from a kid to being older, like they were still there were pastors, there were ministers, there were gang leaders, gang chiefs, you know, killers. Everybody, when I say everybody played a part in molding me into being who I am. Shout out to all the DJs, the club owners, the GMs, like everybody. There was a moment where I was ministered to by somebody you wouldn't think would minister to me.
You know what? I wanted to mention that, and the reason why I mention that is because, man, there's some people who are out there now whose life may be going in the wrong direction, and they thinking, I can't flip this, I can't turn it around. I want you to tell people what you're doing now, like how God is blessing you. I know, because you told me, but just in these last few months, how extreme God has just been blessing you, and what you think about that.
Man, let me tell you, I'm excited about it. And I post, there's a meme I post like maybe every quarter or something. I run across it and I post it again. And it says the greats knew they were great before anyone else did. Right? You gotta know you great. If you keep waking up every day and feeling like it's something more, there is. Like there really is something more.
Definitely.
What your situation that you're in now is not where you're going to be tomorrow. It's not where you're going to be 6 months from now. It's not where you're going to be a year from now. If you get up and put your one foot in front of the other every day. Big bro Marco Halsey always said this. He said a little bit of progress every day. Just a little bit of progress every day. Yeah. You know, I saw a movie, they say how you eat an elephant. It's one bite at a time.
One bite at a time.
You know, a lot of times we get discouraged looking at these big goals that we have.
Yeah.
Right? But it's step by step. And what happens is when you take your steps, that's in your power as a God under God, right? Because the Bible says ye are gods. But that doesn't mean you're God. It means you're tapped into God and you have his power to do what you need to do. He gave you his power to speak. And that's the thing I've been preaching a lot. When I do these comedy shows, man, I'll do a 30, 40-minute set. And them last 2 minutes and 45 seconds is going to be me saying to the audience, you have the power to change your life with your words. Your words.
Yeah.
Life and death is in the power of the tongue. You speak it. You believe it. Speak positive. Don't talk negative no more. Don't say nothing else negative about you.
You know what? And I believe that wholeheartedly, that life and death is in the power of the tongue. But man, there's so many people, even I experienced this in my life. It's hard to be positive when you got low self-esteem about yourself.
Yeah.
When you have a lot of times your insecurities keep you from speaking highly about yourself, or you've heard so much negative talk in your life, whether it be from parents or whoever. It's hard for you to speak highly of yourself. So man, tell people, how did you do that? I mean, because I know how to do it now.
Yeah.
But there are some people who listen and they hear you say, man, you gotta speak positive, but how do you do that when you're coming from a negative environment?
The same way you see people get mad and they dig in and do more wrong.
Yeah.
You need to get mad and dig in and do more right.
No, that's right.
And you got to do more right by you first. See, a lot of us feel like we got to put everybody else on and put our team on and we don't want to be selfish and put ourselves on. Put yourself on first. You're not going to be able to get nobody up the rough side of the mountain with you if they on your back. But if you climb up that mountain, shout out to DJ Khalid, man. DJ Khalid, he said this to me all the time. He said, I can't get up this mountain with all y'all on my back. But if y'all let me get up here on top, I can put a stake down and send a rope down for you and help your journey be a little bit easier.
That's what I'm talking about.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's what we got to do. We got to push. You know, we live in this world, man, and I know you've experienced this where we have so much hate. You know, brothers, I know you got to be experiencing brothers hating to see you advancing. They see your comedy taking off. They see your career taking off.
Yeah.
And they wondering why you. But man, if they would just learn that we got to stay together, we got to work together, we got to promote each other. I was listening to a brother earlier before we came on air, and he was talking about how black as a people, we just don't work together. We just don't stay together. We don't promote one another. We don't want to help one another. but we quick, I mean real quick, to tear one another down. So, man, that is DJ Khalid. Shouts out to you, man, because if we ever get to the top, we got to throw something down to help somebody up.
That's, man, he spoke that word to me probably almost 15, 20 years ago. He was working on his mixtape, and he said that to me, and it never left me. It never left me. I got a bunch of them little sayings that just never left me from different brothers, different women, aunties, mamas, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know, in the black community, that's my auntie, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's my other mama, you know? They've all sown into my life, and I was blessed to have that, right?
Yeah.
Because you were just talking about people who grew up with family members and people in their circle that didn't encourage them.
Yeah.
This is when you got to dig in and say, there's more, I want more. God wants you to have it all, man. God wants you to ball. God told me to ball. He literally did. And I already got that copyrighted, this, website, everything. So God told me to ball. It'll be dropping soon. but it comes from, I got 3 scriptures. Ecclesiastes 10:19, where it says,
preach, man.
A feast is made for laughter, and wine makes merry, but money answers all things.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what we're on the roof for right now. Raising this money. But money answers all things. There's a scripture that people misquote so much. They say money is the root of all evil. No, stupid. That's not what the word says. It says the love.
Yeah, the love of money.
Yeah. Is the root of all evil. Money is the answer.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you gotta get you some. Get out here and get you some. Get blessed. God is telling you, go get it. There's nothing wrong with you having it.
Yeah.
And
get it the right way.
Oh, you can get it the right way.
Yeah.
You can definitely get it the right way.
Man, that's one. People can say what they want to say about America, but I tell you this, and you know this. You just came from Budapest. Yep. You know this. America, if you want to get ahead and make money and be successful, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it, but you got to work hard. You got to get up and do it. When we were talking about earlier about what can people do, and you were talking about this a little bit at a time. My mentor told me, when you wake up in the morning, don't hit the snooze button.
Okay.
He said, that's what I want you to start. Waking up, not hitting the snooze button. Just get your behind up and go get it. And, man, that's what we got to do. And there's a lot of people who are watching tonight, and I'm glad the L is on here with me. We out here in this cold. And the reason why we're out here in this cold, because we want to stop the violence in Chicago. We want to raise money to build this center. But I'm going to tell you the reason why we're out here in the cold tonight. Because we really want to encourage you. Man. I am so fired up about trying to get people to change their lives, trying to get people to go in a different direction, trying to motivate people to let them know, listen, there's absolutely nothing that you and God cannot achieve, that you can achieve the impossible if you just add God on your team. Yep. And there's some people who are listening tonight, you ready to give up, you ready to quit, you ready to throw in the towel, but you don't have to. You can succeed. It may be difficult, it may be hard, but all you need is God, get the right people on your team, and go to work.
Yeah. Go get it, man. Don't wait on anybody. You go get it.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this, it's gonna get harder before it get better. It gets worse before it gets better.
For sure.
It's a sacrifice. It's sacrifices have to be made. Here's one of my personal quotes. Championships come with challenges.
Talk, man.
Championships come with challenges. I feel like I'm preaching real
You should have
good.
been a preacher. You shouldn't have been a preacher. I think you might have skipped the wrong calling, man.
I cuss too much for the poor people. If you catch me on the corner of 79th, I'm
61st.
Preach a good word. I'm telling you, man. It's a blessing to know that there's more. Like, and it doesn't matter the age. Like, y'all got to stop putting a timeline on God. Y'all got to stop putting a timeline on success, man. I just turned 43. I had my most successful career as an actor and a comedian just last year. 2021. I'm talking about 2021 opened up. They flew me to Budapest for 2 weeks to film a commercial that was 36 seconds long. I ain't going to tell you what I made, but I did all right. You know what I'm saying? I came home right into a Kellogg's Club Chris commercial, a cracker commercial. Came right home into that. After that, some movies, a TV series with Courtney B. Vance called 61st Street. After that, I picked up the Illinois Lottery. They just dropped the campaign January 1st, I am the new face of the Illinois Lottery.
Talk, man.
My character is the Dream Ranger. You're going to see me everywhere, all over TV, all over the internet, all on these billboards. I'm from the south side of Chicago, fam. Yeah, I'm going to hit you with the fam so you understand. I'm not playing. I'm from the south side of Chicago, fam.
On them.
They going to get past the shot out here. What do they teach you out here, Pastor old block? They teach us all types. Get them some security. But you know, look, man, I'm trying to tell you, like, I'm on everything I love. You can be whatever it is you want to be. Pick an example. You feel like you're too ugly for TV? There's a lot of ugly people on TV.
Be the voice.
You could be the voice. But it's ugly people on TV. You're not going to be the only one. They call Leslie Jones ugly. They call Whoopi ugly. God knows they be calling Taraji when she do the ugly cry. They call plenty of people ugly.
Now,
She got the ugliest cry.
Taraji ain't ugly now.
Taraji not ugly, but her cry, she get an Oscar for that ugly
even
cry.
that girl cry pretty. I don't know. Taraji ain't nothing ugly about you, girl.
We love Taraji. I'm just saying that she's so pretty she get an Oscar for her ugly cry. Did I fix it?
Yeah, you got it.
Smooth it out. All right, there we go. If you think you too short to play basketball, come on, man. Nate Robinson.
Yeah.
You know, Isaiah Thomas. Both of them were short. The old one in the 80s and the new one in the 2000s.
Oh, man.
Like, pick you somebody that looks like you. Because now there's more examples of what looks like you out there in the world. You feel you got a flaw? Trust me, man. Your flaw is a beautiful thing. God bless the soul of Michael K. Williams. Scar across his whole face. That man was a superstar, an actor on TV with that face.
Yeah, let me ask you this question, because there may be some people watching, and seriously, if they interested in getting into acting and stuff like that, because, man, I think there's a lot of potential that's buried in the hood that a lot of people are, you know, their own insecurities, they won't take a leap. You know, I talked to Taronda, she was up here.
And she talked about how she got into acting and stuff. And I think a lot of times people think that they got to go through all these cycles and go through school and go through the... But, man, can you just tell people who are interested what some steps they can do right now?
Let me tell you, man. Again, I grew up between Jesus and the GDs. I spent a lot of time in church.
Absolutely.
And most churches have some type of plays happening. There's always something going on in the church where you can get involved in, which I thank God for church and for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? It started there. I've always been on stage acting as a kid. I was a wise man during the Christmas, you know. Don't be afraid. I was singing. We bring frankincense and myrrh, you know. But then there's other opportunities. You have to keep taking your opportunities and make the most of all of your opportunities. Nothing is too small. Absolutely. Nothing is too small, man. Take that small role. Get into that what they call a community theater. I did so much, man. Shout out to 47th Street, man. Shout out to the Harold Washington Cultural Center. Oh yeah, and I was at the Harold Washington Cultural Center. I did almost every play over there with my homie Boaz McGee, right? Shout out to Jim Alita and them over there, Bimiji, the Tillmans. You know what I'm saying? Like we've had our run-ins and our scuffles, but we 20 years later and we still together. Right. You know what I'm saying? I spent a lot of time on those stages where people will be like, man, I ain't finna do all that. They ain't even paying. Right. Think about it this way. It's like being going to college, then you have an internship. You're not getting paid to do certain things, but it's your internship.
That is the college.
That is the college.
Yeah, that is the college. That's why I really want us to build this community center, because in the community center we got a 500 seats theater, man. Teach theater to a lot of kids, a lot of young adults, so people can get their gift on. So we can host some comedy shows.
Yeah.
Because that's what we got to start bringing back to our community. All the things that we need to help people transform their lives. So, man, I thank you tonight. Listen, it's cold. We're going to end this show, but we always end it this way. First of all, we end it two ways.
Okay.
One, we end it with some questions.
Okay.
So I'm going to take some questions. And then two, I always give our guests the opportunity to share the last word. So you can give us a word, a phrase.
Brother D, can I borrow your
something that you can come on in, D Nash.
Shout out to D Nash.
Brought a cigar lighter, so my man L can finally light his cigar.
Cause my torch died on me. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to D Nash. All right.
GD torch.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Hey, look.
I'm about to get this one from you.
Look, he is. Y'all know what y'all know who he does pastor for. We across the street from the people. He be the pastor for the guys. He just said on folks now. He be bogus. He don't be saying on God now. He be on folks.
I'm always on God. I'm gonna let this man light his cigar. What kind of cigar is that?
It's a Cuban. My shop again. Boaz McGee. Shout out to Bo. Bo be going to Cuba. He come back with some joints, and this is a really good
Cuban.
Okay.
Yeah, we in there now. Blessings, bro.
Blessings.
Yes, sir. Questions. I'm ready.
Questions for L, the comedian, the entertainer, tonight before we end. And listen, y'all, we're out here tonight because we really do want violence to stop. We out here tonight because we want to raise money to build this community center. But the real reason, L, and we decided to come out in this cold is because we really do believe somebody watching tonight just needed a word of encouragement, needed to laugh, needed to just be inspired, needed to know that you and God can do anything. You can do the impossible. You can achieve it. So we just wanted to speak some life into you. We wanted to give you some positive vibes. And that's all we wanted to do out here in this cold tonight. We didn't want you being at home all solemn and, head down and frustrated because of the pandemic and everything that's going on because you broke and you ain't got this, you ain't got that. We want to put a smile on your face. We want to put some joy in your heart. So take some time to give us some questions for L right now before we end tonight.
So we got some questions in there. All right, looking for
we
the
got
questions.
All right.
When you were carjacked,
L,
what in your spirit made you say, you know what, I'm not going to be mad. I'm just going to hold my spirits high?
So the question is, L was carjacked not too long ago. For those who did not hear and who don't know, here's a brother who gives his all to the city. He's a comedian. He's an entertainer. He works hard. Takes care of his family.
I still play the organ at church.
Shout
out to Mount Hermon
at church.
270.
And the brother got carjacked. But when we were talking, one of the things that blessed me is he started talking about how he didn't hold any hatred toward the guys that did it. So, man, can you talk about that for a minute? How did you get to that point?
I was young and stupid once, and I done some things that somebody should have took me off this earth for. Right? I got grace, and here I am, 20-something years later, as a grown man in my 40s. My kids are grown. My kids love me. First of all, I was grateful to still be alive. That shorty didn't kill me, right? That was the main thing. My kids love me. I love my kids. Take this car, take this phone. All this stuff is insured. Right.
Let them have it.
You got it. Don't panic. Now, all the old heads always told us, whatever situation you in, most people die or hurt themselves because they panic. Don't panic. If they're gonna shoot you, they're gonna shoot you anyway. Just breathe. Relax. God got you, man. You gotta believe.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm not really mad at these shorties because God gave them grace that night. That I wasn't in a position.
Exactly.
Because, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
God gave them grace like he gave me grace. So we're going to take this grace and we're going to move on. I hope that them shorties stop what they doing.
Yeah.
I really hope they stop what they doing because the next person you run up on might be ready that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you may not get another
Might
chance.
not be as sweet. Yeah.
You may not get another chance. And once it's over, it's over. But if you would like to be generous, shorties, if you watching, please return my Jacob, my watch, and my passport. You keep everything else.
Just return the Jacob and the passport.
Please.
Another question.
You being from the church and also in the streets, what kind of kept you on the straight path? Or was there a time where you had to think to yourself like, I got to get out the streets?
Because you grew up, we grew up in church. The Bible, it's a scripture that say, raise a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they won't depart from it, right? If you are blessed enough to receive grace enough to get older, man, you got to do better. We have kids.
Yeah.
My kids
Like my daughter's 21, my son's 20, my youngest son is 14. I had to be a better man for my kids. I couldn't be still rah-rah and out of pocket and disrespectful and raising them in disrespect. That's why a lot of these kids out here are moving how they move. Their parents didn't grow and develop. They didn't elevate. And so
they kicking it with their parents.
They kicking it with their parents. Man, I didn't drink or smoke cigars with my father since I was at least 30. That's just how that was.
Yeah.
He had to tell me, son, it's okay. Come on. You know what I'm saying? But I had enough respect. And that's something that we need to do is raise our kids. Respect is pretty much the missing ingredient.
I tell my kids, my mama has never heard me cuss. Never. And you know, that's and it's not that I have not cussed.
Right.
It's that I respect her enough not to. And I think, man, that's one of the things that we've lost is that respect, and that's because we kick it with our kids, we hang out with our kids, we don't grow up out of those streets, we still acting like boys when we ought to be acting like men.
We ought to acting like men.
Yeah.
When I was a child, I think as a child, I acted like a child.
So piggyback on your last answer, are there any scriptures that helped you change?
Or somebody asked, are there any books that you read that helped you change? Or so any books, scriptures, anything you read that helped you change that you can think of off the top of your head?
So I really hated school. I got my degree in college. I got a bachelor's. I ain't read nothing since then. Don't judge me, and please don't be like me. Be better than me. But I do listen to a lot of podcasts. I listen to a lot of ministers. I listen to T.D. Jakes.
So you listen to a lot of preaching in your car too?
A lot. When I'm riding, I'm listening to a lot of preaching.
Corey Brooks.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn you on next.
Get that in there.
I ain't gonna look. I'm finna listen to it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all like I've been listening. But now that I know, I'm gonna check you out. You know, see what type of words you got in your doc. That's how musicians talk. Doc. But no, I listen to a lot of Jakes.
Me too.
Motivational speaker Gary V.
Yeah.
I listen to Gary. I listen to a lot of So again, I've been blessed with a lot of older men in my life. Godfather, they call him GF the Mentor. You can find him on Instagram at GF the Mentor. Godfather actually changed my life probably 4-5 months ago. Sitting on the rooftop just like this, except the weather was much nicer. We were downtown. And he basically told me, he said, listen, man, do you know you a God? Do you know that your words have power? Do you know that when you tap into big God, when you tap in, then nothing can stop you? That listen, just speak it. Don't say nothing else negative about you again.
Talk, man.
Speak positive. And that word right there, man, I heard it a million times.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, that day, sitting on his roof, and we sat up there for 8 hours. I promise you, that was not the intention. This ain't even a man who got 8 hours to spend with nobody.
Absolutely.
But it was just God's will that he spoke that out of everything that we did and talked about that day on the rooftop. That right there stuck with me, changed my life.
Yeah. And you know what? You right, man. Speaking positive to yourself and about yourself is so important. I told people on here before, every morning, I mean every morning, I don't miss a morning. When I say my prayers and I read my word, I always end up telling myself positive things. And I tell myself the positive things where I'm having trouble.
Yeah.
Like when I'm having doubts, I tell myself I'm a man of faith.
Yep.
I'm a warrior. I'm a conqueror. I'm disciplined. I'm persistent. I'm committed. And I just go through stuff because, man, you got to tell yourself.
You have
to believe it. Yeah.
So in order for you, because you're a pastor.
Got to, man.
So you're over a flock. And so what you preach has got to be in you before it gets to anybody else.
Absolutely. It's got to be in you. So we already on the final word, so we're going to give it to him. Let him close with this final word. Man, tell the audience, tell the brothers and sisters who are listening, whatever you feel led that you want to tell them tonight before we end.
Man, I just want to reiterate that your words, your tongue, can be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. What you tell yourself, your heart believes. So give yourself some grace. Don't worry about where you messed up at, man. We all messed up.
Absolutely.
We messed up big time. I've messed up so many times, so many things. It's things I'm still fixing, right? But your motives mean the world to God. And let me tell you something. The same way we always say, oh, man, it could go wrong at any time. Boy, it can go right at any time.
It can go right.
Oh, my God. Let me tell you something. Literally, go right at any time. God is not, he don't got no constraints. Ain't no restraints, he God. So when you talking to him and you speaking to him and you listening, trust me, it can happen for you at any given moment. It don't have to be in this step, that step, that step. You take the steps you're supposed to take. But when God take that step, whoop, man,
it's on.
It's on and it's popping, man. God's steps is way bigger than ours.
No, that's right.
So, man, thank you for having me.
Man, hey, you're welcome to come anytime, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for your career.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for how you invested in the city, how you're inspiring brothers who come from the trenches, who know that it's possible to achieve.
Yeah.
Man, and thank you for being you. A lot of brothers, they start making it, and they start shunning and forgetting about where they came from. But man, I appreciate the fact that you're still humble, you still love the Lord, you still love your family, and you're still willing to come up on the roof, 6-degree weather, and kick it with a pastor and talk about all this stuff. So thank you so much.
I got my cute socks on too. My toes ain't worth nothing right now.
With some Jordans. You got on some cute socks with some Jordans. I'm like, man, you better go put on some boots, some Uggs or something. Listen, y'all, as I always say, it's been a blessing. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much for being supportive. As we almost are at the $2 million mark. Can you believe that?
That's dope.
On this roof at 47 days, and we're almost at $2 million. We got a long way to go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're going to celebrate when we get to $2 million. And we have a $2.5 million match gift. That means that everybody who gives. What's up, everybody? Come on in. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. It's our fireside chat night. It's time for the fireside chat. It won't be long tonight. It's getting nippy. So you got to come on in. As you're coming on in, if you don't mind, please share. Everybody, please share. Everybody, please share. As you come on in, everybody, please share. Everybody, please share. Come on in, everybody. I'm going to turn on my phone so I can see what's going on, see who's coming in. And we're going to spend about 15, 20 minutes in a good tonight. Everybody come on in. Everybody come on in and share. As you're coming on in, everybody share tonight. Everybody share. That's it. I got you. Everybody come on in. That's it. Shouts out to Destiny. Shouts out to Jasmine, Tony, Perkins, everybody. How y'all doing tonight? Bless y'all. Thank y'all for joining us tonight. Leela, thank you for joining us tonight. Everybody, as you're coming on in, please share. I want to give our guests as much time as I can tonight, so I'm going to jump right in. First of all, my name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and you know what time it is. I'm on the block they call O Block. We call it Opportunity Block. Staying in this tent for 100 days to bring attention and awareness to the violence, but most of all, to raise as much money as we possibly can to build a much-needed center right here in this spot where an old motel used to be. Thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight. All of our guests who are coming in right now, please share, please share. Tonight I have with me, Dr. Price is in the house, the street pastor. He's the brother who goes around whenever there's a murder, whenever there's a killing, whenever there's a family in need in the streets. This brother, no matter what time of day, no matter what time of night, no matter if it's rain, sleet, snow, or shine, he is on the call. So tonight I'm excited and thankful to have with me my brother who is the street pastor of Chicago, who represents pastors well doing the street ministry for all the people. Dr. Price, man, bless you. Thank you very much for being here tonight. I know it's cold, bro.
Hey, man, you got to pay your heat bill, man. Man.
Hey, it's hard to pay the heat bill, man. It's hard to pay the heat bill in the sky. Man, thank you for joining us tonight. I want to jump in, and I'm going to give you a chance to talk about your work in just a second. But I want to first ask you, and I'm sorry, I apologize, this smoke is blowing tonight because it's a little nippy and a little cold. This fire ain't got the kicking yet. But I want to ask you, you know, what brings you here tonight? Why be on this rooftop tonight with me in this cold weather, talking about the issues that we're concerned with as it relates to gun violence?
Well, one thing is you're an example of what's necessary. This is a drastic time, and we need drastic measures. It's a time to do something different for God, to do something different for people, to do something different and big. It's time out for comfortability. Yeah. And if when I think of uncomfortability, I don't even think of sitting on the roof for 100 days, but I'm sure that would be up there in my top 3 list.
Man, bless you. Man, thank you. I appreciate your ministry. I appreciate your work. There was a time when I used to go to all the gang shootings. If it was a shooting, I used to be there, no matter what time of day. And so I know the stress that is on you, on your family, and how hard that is. People don't realize it, and all the people you got to deal with. But if you can you just take a minute and tell people about your ministry, what you do?
Basically, I work with the families affected directly by gun violence, the communities, the businesses, everybody who's affected when something tragic happens, when someone is shot or particularly shot and killed. From the crime scene, take them to the morgue the next day. I arrive at the crime scene generally about 20 minutes after shots fired, if at all possible. Deal with them for the 3 or 4 hours at the crime scene. Take them to the morgue to identify the body. Stand with them while they identify the body. Then help them find resources for the vigil, the funeral, perform the funeral, whatever is necessary, and then help them find resources and things for the rest of their life, because I believe that they can have life and that more abundantly, even after tragedy, in accordance with Christ's mandate.
Man, bless you. Man, why do you do that? Because man, look, I know what I do is hard, but what you're doing is extremely hard. All the different people, all the different personalities, it is a tough job, and especially when you're walking on the scene, people are emotional, they're hurt, they're grieving, people just got shot. Man, why do you do that? And why do you do it, and how do you handle it?
I do it because God called me to do it. I felt God calling me to do it, and I had to follow the call. I had to say, here am I. And I handle it with God. I mean, I've seen myself do things that I couldn't regularly do but for God. And then, it pulls a lot on the person, as you said. I suffer from PTSD, advanced PTSD, according to my doctor, and I feel it. But, who doesn't have scars in war? Man. And this is war.
Right, it is war. What do you think about, we were talking a little bit about it. We've had 59 or 57? 57 kids in high school, middle school, elementary, shot and killed. Right. Man, what do you think about that?
It's painful. It's extra painful. And it's painful when a person is lost, period. Yeah. But when it's a child who hasn't had a chance to start, when I see a child lying there, when I do the funeral for a small coffin, as I call it, then it really impacts home, and it impacts so many other children. That really reverberates. When an adult is killed, it's possible that other adults may be or may not be affected, but when a child is shot and their little classmates wonder why that seat's empty, or think about why that seat's empty, or think about him coming down the same street that they got to walk down, or whatever the case may be, it reverberates. It extends farther into our future. A person is affected, a young person is just sad all the way around.
Yeah, man. Do you think that we have enough churches and pastors getting involved in this work, and would you encourage them to get involved in this type of work?
I would encourage them to do the work God has called them to do, and getting involved in this work is part of that. Right. It may not be as deeply as me to run around from place to place, but if your church is on a block, it's a house on that block. And so all the things that any other person on that block is concerned with, you should be concerned with, because you have perhaps the most important and influential house on the block.
Man, say that. Listen,
I know I wrote up on some scenes and you were already there. Man, how is it you get there sometime before everybody get there? You there so fast? I'm like, man, they gotta call into you or something. But how does that work?
Well, I got a lot of ways of finding out when shots are fired from ShotSpotter onward.
Right.
And it's my life. I'm always prepared to go. You know, my life, whether it's, you know, I've just turned on the oven to preheat for my pizza or whatever the case may be, I just got to turn it off and I got to take off because, you know, this is necessary and my calling just so happens to be one of those that's 24 hours.
Right. Man, if people want to, you know, I appreciate you coming up here to support me, but I know I need to support your work too and what you do. And if people want to support you, how can they do that? Like if people, I know there's some people who watching tonight and who understand the magnitude of his calling and the work that he puts in and what he's doing, and you want to sow into that. And I want to give you an opportunity to do that, not just to Project Hood, but I want you to sow into another person's ministry. So whatever you're going to bless us with tonight, be a blessing to them because they need it. He you know, he goes, when I say he goes all over the city, from call to call, from family to family, I mean it. From hospital to hospital, I mean it. So if some people want to support you tonight, how can they do that?
Well, I have the website, the best way, solutionsandresources.org. Going to be all new January 1st, but it's there now, and it's a portal to volunteer or to help.
So people can volunteer and you train them?
Absolutely. Okay. Come to your church and speak about, you know, how a church can do it, how a church can help, whatever it takes, you know, and solutionsandresources.org is where we're at.
Okay. Well, man, let's take a few questions tonight. Woo, it's cold tonight. I got to get, I don't know what it is. Some nights it just feel like it's a little colder. And I think it's because the wind is blowing tonight.
Right.
And but I want to take some questions before we end tonight. And then after we take some questions, I always give my guests an opportunity to end with a last word. A word of encouragement, a phrase, whatever God puts in your spirit. But before we do that, let's answer some of these questions. So I want y'all to ask me some questions real quick so I can give them to my brother, Dr. Price.
We have one. Dr. Price, when you go into so many scenes, what are some of the things that you tell a parent?
Tell a parent to take your time and understand that you can do this. You can handle this. You have to handle this. A lot of times you have other children, the parent that she has to take care of, and she's ready to break down because she's lost one. But you can handle this. And I remember telling Ella French's mother at the hospital the night she passed that when you think you can't, God can.
Yeah, and that's the police officer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's another thing. You're not there just for gang members. You're there for anybody whose family is a victim of a violent crime.
Absolutely. Basically. Tears are tears. Pain is pain.
I know that's right. Let's ask another question tonight. Let's see what we got.
For people outside of Chicago, what are some of the numbers? Because I know a lot goes on in the news and they see this person shot, but for you to be actually on the street doing this work, what are some numbers that you have maybe on a weekly or a monthly or?
Well, in Chicago this week, there have been 17 people shot, 4 dead, and it's Tuesday. In December, there have been 43 people killed, 193 shot. This year, there have been 783 people killed, 3,654 shot. So if you can imagine or break that down to a week, if we say 57 school children have been shot, there's 52 weeks in a year. So every week some child will not be back at school on Monday. This week, this year, there's homes. How many people per home? Imagine that. Imagine the amount of people per day that are shot in Chicago, about 1 every 10 hours or so. And so if you take that equation out of your city, out of your neighborhood, out of your life, you can imagine the tragedy that goes on in Chicago just because.
Wow. Another question. Do you stay with the family after the fact, a month later, 2 months later, a year down the line?
A family can call me 10 years later and say they need a gallon of milk, and I'm going to go find a cow.
Yeah, you know that's true. I know there was one family you was helping them with housing, and you had called us to help you out. We didn't get a chance and an opportunity to because we were working on some stuff ourselves. But man, you stay with families from the beginning to the end. You are definitely the street pastor.
Amen. God is always there for us, and so the example is set. You got brothers like you going through, like I said, drastic measures. The example is set. You are an example for me, and I want you to know that. It's an honor to be up here. I'm proud to be up here freezing.
Man, well, bless you, man. Listen, give our people a word, that encouraging word tonight that's in your spirit before we leave tonight.
Well, the thing is, just like I said before, it's like I told Ella French, the officer that passed her mother in the ambulance bay as they began the procession, and that is, when you can't, God can. And as long as we remember that we can always keep pushing forward. We can make it through the cold times, the hard times, whatever it takes.
Yeah, and that's true. And that's a good way to end the night, that no matter what's going on in your life tonight, you can make it. If you just hang on, don't give up, don't throw in the towel, you can make it. And one other thing I know about God is he'll send somebody your way. When you feel like you can't make it, he'll send somebody your way to help you out to make it the rest of the way. And that's why I love God, and that's the type of God we serve. Listen, it's been a great show. Thank my brother for being here tonight, the street pastor. Tell me your information one more time.
www.solutionsandresources.org.
www.solutionsandresources.org. Solutionsandresources.org. All right? Listen, it's been a blessing. You know how to find me. I'm on the roof on King Drive, 6620 South King Drive, right here on O Block, Opportunity Block. I'll be with you every night bringing you a fireside chat. Don't miss our Rooftop Revelations every day on Fox in the morning. And tonight, again, I will be on Sean Hannity on Fox. So that's one of the reasons why we're ending our show tonight, so we can get prepped and get ready. Too bad I can't get some makeup and some heat.
Some hot makeup.
Some hot makeup. Yeah, some hot makeup. But we'll be on there tonight. I'll air at 8:45 Central Time, our time, Chicago time, 8:45. If you want to join us on Sean Hannity, that's Fox National, Sean Hannity. So join us tonight. And as always, God bless you, God keep you. And until tomorrow, peace.
What's up, everybody? Come on in. Let me turn on my phone so I can see who's coming in to join us tonight. And then we can talk about our guest that we have with us tonight. So let me see who's coming in. Let me turn it down, and I'll give y'all some shouts out. As you're coming in, why don't you share and turn on your notifications so that when we go live, it will notify you and let you know that we are live. So notifications should, and people should be jumping on, and they are right about now. So go ahead and share. Go ahead and share. Those of you who are on right now, thank all 25 of y'all who are on right now. Now, I need all 25 of you to share real quick. Share real quick. It's cold to share tonight. We got a great conversation that we're going to have. It's going to really bless you. It's going to really inspire you and encourage you. So go ahead, everybody share. There we go. Numbers are going up. Great. If I can get all of you all to share right now, I need every single one of you. And while you're sharing, let me give you some shouts out. So Monique Turner, Shanika Johnson, Sharita Ball, Timothy Calloway, Bobby Clemens, Leslie Peels, David Barnes, bless you, Carlene Thompson, hello, how you doing? Shouts out to everybody. Thank you all for tuning in to our fireside chat tonight. So come on in. There we go. The numbers are going up. Hello from state of Washington. State of Washington is in the house. Who else do we have? Where are you from? Let me see. June Foster, hi, how you doing? Rachel Wilkins, how you doing tonight? Can I get everybody who's on here right now to go ahead and push the share? I need everybody on here right now to go ahead and push the share. And since this is Valentine's Day, I need all of y'all to send up some hearts right now. Just start pushing some hearts. Everybody push some hearts. And as soon as you do that, we're going to start our fireside chat for tonight. Hey, Teresa Brooks, my cousin in Nashville who's watching. All right, so let's get it started tonight. So I have with me two very special guests tonight who are with us, and partnerships are important. If you're ever going to accomplish anything, if you're ever going to do anything in the world of any great achievement, you cannot do that. You cannot do that on your own. You have to have partnerships. You have to have collaborations. You have to have people to come alongside and work with you and to help you. So tonight, I'm really grateful and thankful that we have here helping Project Hood tonight. First of all is Robert Shear from Comfort Cases out of Washington, D.C. Robert, thank you for being here tonight.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. And by the way, June Foster, I gotta thank you. I heard him give you a shout out.
You saw?
If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be sitting here with you, my friend.
Shouts out to June Foster.
Shout out to June Foster.
So I'm gonna come back and ask you about that. How she coming up, and then I have today Bill O'Kane, and I'm thank you that he's with us tonight from Group Fox, and he's a resident of Chicago, a great brother, great guy, and I want to thank him for being here with us tonight. So thanks.
Good to be here.
Bill and I are gonna be talking about some fishing tonight, and we got some great conversation planned. But tonight, while we have this fireside chat for the next few minutes that we're sharing with you all, I just want to jump into some conversation. And the first one is, you mentioned June Foster.
Yes.
Tell us how she got you here and what are you doing here tonight?
So, June's an author, and her and I wrote a children's book that's getting released this year, and she reached out to me and she asked if I knew who you were. And by the way, I have to tell you, I didn't. Boy from D.C., I hadn't heard about you.
Right.
But she sent me all these clips, and she was like, you have to meet. And then she started blowing you up.
Oh.
And
thanks, June.
And you reached out immediately, said, I want to meet Rob.
Yeah.
And so it happened. And it's history from there. So June, I know you're right now, I think she's in Italy.
Oh wow.
So she wanted to be here with us, but June, thank you so much. You know how much I love you, and thank you for introducing me to this amazing human who, by the way, she has posted through all of her social media platforms
really
about how just unbelievable you are and what you're doing to support the community.
June, I wish I was in Italy with you, but I want to say thank you so very much for introducing us and sharing what we're doing. That's what it's really all about. People across America, people across the world sharing what we're doing, because the only way we can get things done is partnerships and collaborations. And I realize that. And I thank not only the Lord for Rob, but I thank the Lord tonight for my friend Bill, who's here. Even though he's a resident of Chicago, we're finding out that we have so many things in common. So Bill, shouts out to you, man. What are you doing here tonight?
I'm here to meet you, check you out. I said earlier, I'm here to interview you, so I want to help. I just want to make sure that my efforts get done properly. So I think you can do this stuff way better than me.
Well, yeah.
Your job.
Absolutely. That's what partnership is about. And that's what the show is about tonight. It's about partnerships. I want you to hear something that he just said. He stays in his lane, I stay in my lane, but we work together. And that's so important, because so many of you have visions, you have things that you're trying to accomplish, you have things that you're trying to do, but the problem is you're trying to do it on your own. Listen, take this advice. If you don't hear anything else we say tonight, listen to this. You cannot do it on your own. If you're going to accomplish anything of any magnitude, if you're going to be successful in any endeavor, you have to have people to come alongside and assist you. And the thing that I want to talk about with that is one of the areas that I have a problem that we're going to talk about real quick is sometimes you can be so independent and so focused on your vision that you don't make collaborations and you don't make partnerships because, one, you may be fearful or you may just not trust people. There's a numerous of things that keep you from making the right partnerships. And for me, it was just fear. So Rob, I want to ask you a question. I want you to tell people about Comfort Cases, because I want you all to hear this story. It's an amazing story, and it's going to bless you. And then I want to talk to Bill, because I want him to tell his real estate story as well. So we have two amazing stories here tonight.
Well, thank you, first of all. And, you know, for all the people that are following, keep sharing. Keep pushing that share button. Those who are following us on our social media, keep sharing as well. Because our story started because you all shared a story. See, I have to tell you, I was a kid who didn't think that I would ever amount to anything. You know, handing that trash bag, growing up being homeless, growing up in that foster care system. I never thought that my life would amount to anything.
Wow.
But little would I know that 13 years ago, 4 of the most amazing humans walked into my life, and those were my children.
Wow.
And all 4 of them from foster care, carrying a trash bag. And I thought, how could this be? How could we be a country that cares so much and we give a child a trash bag? And then I thought about the trash bag that was handed to me.
Wow.
And I thought, haven't we had any decency of respect for humans? And so we started an organization 10 years ago. We started giving cases out to kids who entered foster care. I thought that, you know, as a banker, I'd sit behind my desk as that CEO and I'd pat myself on the back and say, oh, I gave 25 cases. But then it went to 50.
Wow.
And then 100. And then 200. And the next thing you know, we've given out 165,000 cases.
Wow.
We've given them to all 50 states.
And explain to people what's in these cases.
Brand new pair of pajamas. And by the way, let me tell you something. I have a 17-year-old daughter. When she was 4 years old, she walked into my life. Saddest little girl I'd ever met. I was so happy I was a dad. But to the saddest little girl.
Wow.
Until she walked into her bedroom and saw her brand new nightgown laying on the bed. And she tore the tag off and she looked at me and she smiled.
Wow.
And I said, Amaya, why are you smiling? She said, Mr. Rob, I've never owned a new pair of pajamas before.
Wow.
See, Pastor Brooke, it's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Kids come into foster care because of choices other people made.
Right.
We can make a better choice and give them new pajamas, a toothbrush, lotion, shampoo, conditioner, bar soap. And by the way, we give every kid an activity. About 3 years ago, I was filming a show, and there was a young boy who walked up to me, and he started to cry. And he said, why? I said, why what? He said, why would somebody who doesn't even know me give me all of these items? I looked at that little boy as I look at you, and I look at your friends, and I look at all of you, and remind you, you do not have to know someone to love someone.
How true.
So as you talk about collaboration and how we as nonprofits are supposed to come together, by the way, we're not on a different island.
Right.
We all live in the same island of humanity. We should be giving and helping. So with that, that's what we decided to do. And then I heard about you, and I said, I'm coming to Chicago. Cold as it can be.
But you're here. You're here. You're here.
I'm coming to Chicago.
You know, it takes collaboration. So here we are, 2 non-for-profits, and all time, we need partners, we need resources, we need people to come alongside and help us. And so we have to have relationships with the business world. So I want to introduce you to Bill O'Kane tonight, and I want you to hear his story. It's a fabulous story, at least the parts that I know of that I've been able to do some research on. And I want him to share, Bill, we have a lot of people who are watching who are in the real estate, who try to get involved in business endeavors. And I know you were sharing with my son earlier you may want to tell people how many apartment units you have, but I want you to, how you started out and how you were able to scale it and what people need to do if they're going to get involved in development.
I started with a 3-unit apartment building. It was a clunker. It was horrible shape. Fixed it up, worked on it myself. My wife helped. Some friends helped. My uncle let me not quite half the down payment.
Okay.
So, you know, and what you said too, I really did. You said, you know, I got to collaborate with people. I've heard a phrase, nobody succeeds alone.
Yeah.
I wish I would have done that more when I was younger. I was too independent, you know, do it on my own.
Yes.
And I've done that mostly in my life.
Right.
I don't really have any partners or whatnot. But I think what you say is right and wise. You know, it takes that because you don't have the skills.
Yeah.
You know, you were a banker. I had, some bankers help me. A lot didn't.
I believe that.
More often than not. More often, no, get out. You know. And then once you start doing better, then they want your business.
Of course.
My dad was a banker.
Yeah.
He said, A bank will only lend you money if you can prove you don't need it.
Yeah. So how did you go from three? How did you go from three to you have thousands now?
Yeah.
We won't say how many thousands, but you have thousands, a few thousand. How did you go from three to a few thousand?
Borrow. I kept plugging along. You buy clunkers, you fix them up. You know, I had a crew going for quite a while.
So at what stage did you start? Did you say, okay, I'm going to go from this three, I'm going to get my own crew? Like what take us through it, because a lot of people want to. I want to know.
I wanted to be in that business. I like architecture.
Yeah.
I worked for a contractor as a kid. You know, I was 12 or 13 years old working for a contractor.
Right.
You know, I like to work with my hands. As you know, I was smart enough, but I like working with my hands. You know, I figured out too. It's like, you know, you get older, you start thinking about what are you going to do. Where's the money to be made in America and the world? It's like the stock market or real estate. That's what I boil it down to, two things.
Right.
And I don't want to be a stock guy and sit behind a desk with a green cap on, you know, the little.
Right.
You know, I mean, I just didn't want that. So, you know, the real estate, you're out in the world, you know, you're fixing something. You know, boiler breaks, but the boiler doesn't lie to you or cheat you. You know, you just got to fix it.
Just fix it.
Yeah.
And you know, he's so right about that. It's either, you know, when I was trying to figure out my career, I thought I could be two things. Either one, a banker, because everybody's going to buy or refinance no matter what you do in your life, or, you know, work in a funeral home because we're all going to die. Right. So it was one or the other, and I decided, like you, I want to be a banker. So.
Yeah. So, listen, it's about partnership, and so you went from three.
Yeah,
and I'm going to come back to you, Bob, so hold on.
Well,
You went from three.
I got in the business, I became a realtor, so I would know the market.
Okay.
I mean, I was already poking around with it, I was paying attention. I was like, yeah, but they have, you know, better resources, you know, the multiple listing, you have more information, more input. So I was a real estate guy, I worked in the neighborhood I liked. You know, I bought a building. Again, my uncle helped me on that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any help yet. I was doing all the work myself. It's 25 apartments.
Yeah, putting in the work.
Yeah. I mean, I'd fix the apartments, show the apartments. My wife and I would put in the, you know, like linoleum floor, sheet goods.
Yeah.
She was good at cutting the corners and the edges.
Yeah, and that's real important because a lot of people think, oh, I'm just gonna go from 3 to 100 without putting in any work. But
it takes work.
It takes real work, hard work.
What people don't understand, it takes sacrifice. We lived so frugally because everything went back in the business. Everything.
Yeah.
We didn't have any new furniture when we were married.
Yeah.
It's hand-me-downs. Why should I buy it? I got hand-me-downs. It was good enough.
Yeah. That's it. And that's what you're saying. That you may not realize it, but that's really important.
And only for like 3 or 5 years.
Yeah.
You don't buy a new
sacrifice
car.
now.
Back then we didn't have cable.
Yeah. And it's the same with Rob. You know, I think it's important. People, you just didn't start a non-for-profit. I want them to understand when you said you went from 25 cases to 50 cases to. How did you go from 25 cases to now over 100,000 cases? Because I think that's the problem with a lot of things that we talk about. You know, so one of the things I try to do, especially when I have successful people like you and Bill here, when I'm able to share, I want people to understand the process. Because a lot of times in our culture, we love the glory. We love the end result. You know, we want the vacation, we want the car, we want the clothes, we want the condo, the creature comforts, but we leave out a lot of time the process, the hard work. So tell us about the process.
But you know what? You make the comment about we want. You have to realize, as a kid who grew up with nothing and being homeless, that's all I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted that big house because I wanted
and
you to
nothing wrong
look
with
at
that.
it. And I wanted you to say whoever lived in that house is successful. I wanted that expensive car, which I bought.
Yeah.
Because I wanted you to look at me at the stoplight.
Yeah.
And I wanted to fill my bank account so I could take you to Disney World.
Yeah.
But I realized that that's not what it was about. It was the hard work that we put in.
Absolutely.
The bringing our community together and really educating them about the story of kids in foster care. I mean, the problem is most of us will sit around the table, and I guarantee you most of your viewers, and not think about the word foster care. And when you look at the numbers today, 438,000 kids in the system. When you look at the fact that only 54% graduate from high school, when you look at the fact that this year alone, 30,000 children are going to age out of foster care. Guess what?
On the street.
70% homeless.
Yeah.
Why? we failed them.
Yeah.
We failed them.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. You know, building this community center, the kids that I got to meet with tonight with you, they are our future.
Yeah, without
and
a
every
doubt.
day that I go into my center and I see 96% volunteer ran organization packing these cases, giving
Yeah.
hope and dignity to these kids who are in foster care, I realize that I'm making our future better.
Yeah.
Like what you're trying to do here. And it's why I tell people all the time, you know, there's enough money to go around. $1 adds up to $2.
Yes.
And if someone will donate 5, then you donate 10. And it goes on, and it builds the things that every child deserves to have, which is a future.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's so important that people understand, like what you just said, $1, $2, $5. It's not, it doesn't always have to be these large, enormous gifts. If people would just do what Bill said, stay in their lane and do what they can, we can accomplish so much together. We accomplish more together than we do apart.
I agree. I agree with you. And the fact is that we must understand, and I said this to you earlier today, we were talking, our forefathers built communities for only one reason. One reason, and we all must understand this. It's to take care of each other.
Yeah.
We got to realize that, my friends, to take care of each other. And that's the most important thing. And if we're not taking care of children, building this community center, giving them the opportunities to make our future brighter.
Yeah.
By the way, they are our future.
Without a doubt.
They're our future.
Yeah.
So we have to give them every opportunity.
Yeah. You know, it's so important that partnerships become a part of your life, and that you don't allow fear, and that you don't allow differences. Because I want to talk about this, because a lot of times in our culture, we allow differences to keep us apart, to keep us from achieving our vision. But one of the things that I have really, really learned in the latter stages of my life is that I don't care what color you are, I don't care what sex you are. I just want people who are interested in like-minded things to be a part of what we're trying to accomplish. And I've learned that when I try to help other people, then that's the same thing I get. So if you have a vision and you're trying to get it to going, you have to start participating in other people's visions. You have to start sowing into other people's lives. You have to start helping them. And the universe, life, God will bring it back into you. I tell people all the time that life has a boomerang effect. What you put out is what you get back. So if you put out love, if you put out compassion, if you put out giving, if you put out concern, you will in turn get those things back. And so I've learned to just get people who are different than me and oftentimes smarter than me and help me to achieve the vision that God has given me. And Bill said something earlier. I forget if we were out here or if we were in the inside, but we were talking, he was telling me about some things that he was doing. And I sincerely really happy for him. And then I started saying some things, and I could tell he was genuinely happy for the stuff that I was doing. And we discovered that you have to be thankful and grateful for other people's lives, and we live vicariously sometimes through one another. That's true. Yeah, you know, so he's doing some things that I'm really like, that's great, but I'm going to live vicariously through him. But he's not able to do what I'm doing here on the South Side, and that's real important. So I want to ask you, how does that make you feel, like being able to participate like here on the South Side?
It's good.
Yeah.
You get the warm fuzzy feeling when you help people. I do. I like to. I'm a giver. I like to give.
Me too.
I'm a gift giver.
You are too, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, even like Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I even want to shock people sometimes, but it's what you're supposed to do. It's not always so easy though. I mean, it's, people, I've got enough bucks and people are like, oh, it's easier for you. It's like, not really, especially if you're trying to do a percentage, like the Bible says. It says 10%.
Right.
So if you have a lot and you're giving 10%, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. A guy doesn't make much. He's giving up a McDonald's meal.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It should come out all the same, The good book says 10%.
Yeah.
I don't do that, but I try.
Yeah, I tell people it's not equal. It's not equal giving. It's equal sacrifice.
Yeah,
10%
correct.
is across the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Because you always have to remember the one thing that we all have, whether we are rich, whether we are poor, whether we are black, whether we are white, no matter what, there's one thing each and every one of us have. That's time.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, but
So when you
that-
give that time, that's
Yeah.
valuable.
It is, but that can be difficult. Part of my thinking is, like I say, stay in your lane. I'm better off putting my time into my business and helping him. It's just much more efficient. I'm like an efficiency nut.
Yeah,
I'll get more done helping him than I'll do myself.
Yeah.
Again, it's partnership.
Yeah, I tell people there's 3 things that people should be able to give at least one of these 3, and people have to find themselves on what's best for them. One of them is time. Everybody can't give time, but there are people who can give volunteerism. They can give all their time. They may be a housewife and they can give a little bit more time. Just people who are gifted because they have time to give. But then there are people who have talents. They have gifts, skills, and abilities that God has given them, and they're able to share those gifts, skills, and abilities in a setting. So they have time, and then there's some who have talents. And then there's some people who have treasure. They don't have the time. They may have the talent, but they can't share it because they're doing whatever. But God has tremendously blessed them with treasure, and those individuals are just as important. And so in our organization, I tell people we need to find people in those 3 lanes. We may not find an individual who has all 3 lanes, but everybody has at least one of those lanes.
At least one.
Yeah, and if we can do that, then we make things work.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh.
Listen, let's take some questions tonight before we tune out, but we want to take some questions every now and then. We get to take a few questions, and I know it's real cold for my guests, and so I want to make sure that we get these questions and let them answer them before we tune out of our fireside chat tonight. But I am so excited for all of you tonight to hear these great stories and to hear these wonderful guys and talk about what they're doing. And once we're finished tonight, go to comfortcases.org.
You got it.
Comfortcases.org and read all about it. You can Google Bill O'Kane with Group Fox, and you can find out about all of his wonderful stuff. He's real low key and humble, but he does some wonderful stuff with his apartments and development that I think would bless you and give you some interest to draw from. So questions tonight. Let me see what we got. Okay, Bill. Okay, so here it is. Bill, a question. Bill, why do you want to help pastor? I guess I'm pastor.
Yep.
I was looking at Bob talking to Bill.
Because I agree with what you're doing. Rob said, the kids are the future. That's the entire future.
Yeah.
So you got to help the kids, and our system is screwed up. The schools are screwed up. So you're here to help the kids. You can do, like I said earlier, you can do more with your time than I can do with my time in that department. I can do more in
that
my
department.
life.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can talk to bankers.
Yeah. And we're going to help you help us talk to bankers too.
I like to mess with bankers. I shouldn't say, but I like to mess with bankers.
All right. Well, let's take another question. Let me see.
Out of all the organizations around the United States, why Project Hood?
Whoa, that's a question. And by the way, we have been invited to most organizations around the United States. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why. There's a saying that we have at Comfort Cases, Pastor Brooks.
Okay.
And it is something that I look for in every person that walks within my life. And this is why. Because you are a good human.
Yeah.
So not only do
Thank
that,
you. And it's a sweater too. Thank you so much.
There's a nice check in there for you from our friends at Comfort Cases.
Thank you.
Because we know that Project Hood is our future.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. And tomorrow, I'm so excited because Comfort Cases is going to add to that over 100,000 cases by giving out cases tomorrow at Project Hood for foster parents, for the foster kids. So contact DCFS if you need a comfort case, if you have a foster child, if you're a foster parent. I know we have 3 foster parents in our church that I know of who have multiple children who are doing great jobs. Contact DCFS and let them know you want to get a comfort case, because tomorrow they're going to be picking up those comfort cases and giving them to foster children across our great city. And all of that is because of the work of comfort cases. So do not forget to call DCFS and get that comfort case. If you can't get the information, send us a note on our website, and we will redirect you to the individuals that you need to get in touch with. Also, tomorrow at 10 o'clock every Tuesday, we pass out breakfast food. One of the reasons why we pass out breakfast food, we have a partnership with Quaker because we're trying to make sure that kids get a good breakfast. In our neighborhood, we have witnessed so many times kids eating fiery Cheetos and juice and just all this garbage that does not help them get off to a great day. So we pass out some healthy food. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock, all you have to do is drive by and we'll have some food, some healthy boxes of food, oatmeal and things of that sort, chewy bars, health bars, to be a blessing to your family. So please drive by tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right, one more question.
Yeah, how are you able to connect, make so many partnerships with different companies?
So I'll start with Rob, and then I'll answer, and then I'll let Bill talk about his partnerships, because his is probably different.
Yeah, I mean, for us, our partnerships have been by telling the story. I truly do believe it's like by hearing your story and what you've done for 10 years and what you're trying to do. That has been the connection for us, and the connection to companies, by the way. So when we give, it's because companies have given to us, and they expect us to give to you.
Absolutely.
Which is we're glad we're able to do that.
Yeah, I agree. It's telling a story. It's being transparent about what you're really trying to do, and having enough courage to ask. Because a lot of times, I know in my case, I am just reluctant to ask sometimes. But I found out that if you want the help, you have to ask. And a gentleman, one of the CEOs, I was discussing this very principle with him, and he said to me, if you don't ask, you never will get an answer, first of all. And if you do ask, you got a 50% chance. And I thought, that's true. Either they're going to say yes or no, and if they say no, then maybe they may redirect me to somewhere else. But you have to ask people to help you, and that's one of the things I'm working hard on, to really just ask people, hey, I need your help. And that's a good place to be. Bill?
Yes, sir.
What do you think? How do you go about creating partnerships in your business?
I don't that much. I said it earlier. I'm kind of too independent, but I may have made a partnership with a friend of mine today, so that's hopefully
that'll work.
Yeah.
I want to be left out of that partnership, my friend. You know, because I totally agree. I mean, I say it all the time.
Money and we'll talk.
Hey, the worst thing anybody could ever say is no.
No.
And you wouldn't know that unless you ask.
Yes, right. That's right.
But you know, I saw you on Fox News. It was like, he's doing good work, so I reached out. I'm a Chicago guy. I reached out because I care about my city.
And you know what? I want to say this too. You didn't just reach out. You were persistent.
Yeah.
Because a lot, and I appreciate that, because sometimes people will reach out, and if you don't get back with them like immediately, or you have to call them back, they get, one of the ways I can tell if a person is humble or not is if I have to say, hey, I got to call you back, and they're not taken back by it, they don't get upset. And I can remember a couple of times, hey, I need to call you back, and you were like, you're just as cool then as you are now. so I wanted you to know I appreciated that, because it takes the stress off a person. Especially when you're talking to somebody who is successful. You don't want to.
You know you're getting through them.
Yeah.
It's funny you say persistence. I've been criticized that I don't have patience. I told this one guy, I have patience. I chased that deal for 10 years. He goes, that's not patience, that's persistence. So I can be persistent.
Yeah,
I can be pesty.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, well, you keep
I
asking,
think so.
right?
Right.
You
Keep asking. Keep knocking. Keep knocking. Keep asking. Listen, it's been great, y'all. We got to tune out because it's cold for real. Yeah, it's cold. And I want to. It's definitely Chicago.
It's just temporary.
See, Bill can stay out here all night and have this conversation. He's born and raised in Chicago. I've been here for like 28 years, but it's still like a little cold. And then Bob
I'm
over here is
freezing.
like, shut it down.
I don't even have any socks on.
Oh my
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. This man has on no socks. It's over. Oh, it's over. You have definitely won the award for man.
Stupidity.
For brave.
Wow.
For
Stupid.
No. I'm going to listen. I have lots of wool socks, and this man is going to put on some wool socks because I am not going to take it not knowing that he has on no socks. I would not be able to I can't live that way. I can't
Hey, by
live
the
that
way, Bombas is one of my partners. I'm sending him some Bombas
Send him some
socks.
Bombas.
I'm telling you,
Send
Bombas. You hear that?
You get some Bombas. You get some Bombas. Everybody get some Bombas.
Everybody get Bombas socks.
So listen, it's been great, you all. Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Don't forget all the wonderful things that we said. Don't forget to go to Comfort Cases and find out about their work. If you can, contribute to their work. They're a great organization. It will be a tremendous blessing. And we want them to be blessed by being in Chicago. So all of our guests, all of our donors, please check out Comfort Cases and be a blessing to them. And if you're a good tenant and you need a great place to stay, great apartments, Group Fox is the way to go. Bill O'Kane, great places to stay. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we
you, my
appreciate it.
friend.
As I always say on our Fireside Chat, God bless you. God bless America. And until tomorrow, another Fireside Chat. Peace.
Okay, everybody, listen up.
No, just this year alone, you may not know this, but we've had 30 women be shot. 7 of them be killed. 2 of them were pregnant, and the babies got killed too. So it's like it's this whole new phenomenon with girls getting shot. Can you believe it? That's right. I'm still here, living inside this tent for 100 days from November the 20th to February 28th, bring to you the issues and awareness that you need to know about the gun violence on the south side of Chicago, but also to raise as much money as we possibly can to build a community center on this much needed block called O Block. It's called O Block because it's named after a young man named O.D. Perry who was shot and killed. The gangs took the O in his name and started calling it O Block. We decided we're going to keep the O, but we're going to call it Opportunity Block. I want to thank Fox Network for giving me the opportunity every single day to bring to you Rooftop Revelations, my thoughts, my viewpoints, and opinions on matters in Chicago and around America. I'm really thankful today to have Jemiah Johnson, who is from Chicago, and she's going to give us a different perspective on just life in Chicago as a girl. We've had some of the young men on the show, but we haven't really focused in on the young girls. And so Jemiah, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. I want to jump right in and ask you some questions. First of all, how difficult is it being a girl in Chicago? Because there's some people who are watching who have no clue on how difficult it might be for a girl growing up in these tough areas.
Okay, most of the time it's very difficult when you have family members that's in gangs, and it's like you just can't do certain stuff with them because they ops, as you want to call it, ops see you, and if they can't get them, they'll be out to hurt you. So it's certain things that you have to watch out for when you in Chicago
that you normally wouldn't have to watch in other cities.
Yes.
And when you say ops, because I know what you mean, but a lot of people may not know what that is. So when you say ops, you're talking about people who are in a rival gang, right? Somebody else in a different gang.
Yeah, somebody in a different gang.
Yeah. So when you're out as a girl, you have to be conscious of your surroundings, because if these rival gangs can't get your brother or another person that you're connected to, they'll shoot even a girl.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been noticing it's a lot of girls getting hurt, and shot. What's that about?
I feel like if somebody close to you did something to their family member or whatever the case may be, I feel like if they can't get the person who did it, they'll come out to get you, basically.
Yeah. So you think that's a lot of what's happening in Chicago with the girls? That's the reason why so many girls are being shot?
Yes.
Because I know just this year alone, you may not know this, but we've had 30 women be shot. 7 of them be killed. 2 of them were pregnant, and the babies got killed too. So it's like it's this whole new phenomenon with girls getting shot. I want to ask you something else. Social media and stuff. Do you feel like there's a lot of tension and a lot of beefs getting started on social media with girls, and how that spills over to the boys?
Yes, I feel like most females out here in Chicago want to be the guys, so they do what the guys do, but not knowing they can be after you. You not knowing who after you, who they opposite. They see you, they might do something to you.
So even
you gotta
girls,
watch what you do.
Yes.
Watch what you do.
So are some of the girls in gangs carrying guns and stuff too?
Most of them, but
wow,
yeah,
that's dangerous. That makes it very tough. So I'm proud of you because I know you were in some tough environments, but you made it through and you got through school. It was tough on you, but you ended up graduating. Where did you graduate from?
I graduated from Progressive Leadership Academy at Salutatorian.
Oh, shoot. So you graduated from the school that's inside our church. Miss Kersey was your principal.
Yes.
And so you graduated successfully. And the thing that I want to get to is, not only did you graduate from the school, how was that school so important for what you needed compared to all the other schools?
It was a smaller environment. Like, I went to a CPS school, and it was just like too many people in the classroom. I couldn't focus because all my friends was there. And I transferred to PLA. It was a smaller environment. And my cousin, all of them graduated from PLA, and they were telling me how good the school was or whatever. So I just feel like it was a different environment. Then once I got there, the staff was wonderful. All the staff was wonderful. Good. They helped me get jobs. They helped me to be who I am today.
Right. So the school not only helped you get through school, they stayed with you, helped you get a job, and now what are you doing to help the school? Because I think that's real important.
I am a mentor now. I mentor the students. So basically, I got hired because how good I was, how excellent I was, how they seen me progress. They hired me.
All right, good. So they hired you, and your focus is to do what? To mentor the girls and help them work through their own situations and students?
Yes, and not just the girls, the male too.
Okay.
Because some of the males listen to me. Like, I tell them, like, not to do this, you do that. I want to see them graduate. Like, I want to see them become better men. I want them out the streets. Like, I don't want to see them on the news, them in jail. I don't want to see them like that. I want to see them graduate, succeed with life.
Yeah. You know what? I think that's what makes you so special. And I think that's the reason why you're going to do great things. You're going to achieve a lot, because people like me and you who have a heart for, like, wanting to make sure people don't go to jail, making sure people don't get shot, I think God has special work for us to do. So I want to commend you and thank you for giving back, because a lot of people your age, they go on and they get whatever they get and then they're done. Right. But the fact that you're giving back speaks a lot about your character. I just believe some great things are in store for you.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you for giving us a little bit about what's going on in Chicago with the girls and what you're doing here at the school. And we're going to keep praying for great success for you.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So listen, it's been great. Today you heard from a wonderful young lady that I believe God is going to really bless her to do some awesome stuff. But like I say every single day, thank you for tuning in to Rooftop Revelations. And until tomorrow, peace. With all these brothers, because there's a lot of brothers being let out of prison, how can we make sure at Project Hood that we help in that area and that we create opportunities and create a vehicle for total life change? Hello, my name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and I'm coming to you from the rooftop on the south side of Chicago, where I've been living in this tent, and I plan to stay there for 100 days, from November the 20th to February the 28th, talking about the issues, talking about violence, talking about solutions, all the things that impact us every single day on the south side of Chicago. I want to thank my Fox family for giving us the platform to talk about what we call Rooftop Revelations. And from time to time, I get to bring in guests to talk about issues that impact us. So today I have on our Rooftop Revelations, Jeff Boyd. We call him Rafi. He is the man who is responsible for the reentry program at Project Hood. He makes sure that we stop the cycle of brothers going back and forth to prison, getting out, going back, getting out, going back, breaking the recidivism that we see every single day on the South Side. So, Jeff, good to have you on here, man.
Yeah, thank you, my pleasure.
One of the things I want to ask you about is the community center. And why is it so important that we have this community center as it relates to recidivism and reentry?
Being a product of the federal institution for more than 25 years, state, federal, and county institutions, they offer classes in reentry. They offer resources to allow you to reintegrate back in the community. These classes are offered inside an institution. But when the doors open and you're released back to the community, that is quite a different question. We need an institution, we need individuals, we need programs, we need Project Hood on the outside to receive those individuals leaving the institution with the services and resources they need to successfully reintegrate back into these communities.
You know what? Let me ask you a question, because somebody may be watching this saying, look, what does that have to do with me? Reentry, recidivism. I'm not in prison. I've never been to prison. I'm not going to prison. None of my family is in prison. What is this? How does this impact me in my community? And what do you say about that?
What I have to say about that is that first, I'm testament and I'm a living example that that it impacts our communities. I cannot imagine an individual's coming home without someone here to receive them, to give them the resources, the services, the tools, and the skills they need to become productive members of these communities. Because once they become productive members of our communities thrive and develop and better the quality of life of individuals inside our communities.
But the opposite, what happens when individuals don't get those resources, when individuals get out of prison and they don't have the family or they don't have an organization like Project Hood to come alongside and help them? Typically, what happens?
Typically what happens is an individual returns back to their old lifestyle, return back to the street, return back to the way they know to survive out here on the street without the tools necessary to survive. So it's critically important that we be able to receive them and give them the tools they need to be productive members of these communities.
One last thing. How do you think Project Hood is going to be able to impact and help this situation with all these brothers there? Because there's a lot of brothers being let out of prison. How can we make sure at Project Hood that we help in that area and that we create opportunities and create a vehicle for total life change?
Project Hood offers an array of services for individuals coming home from institutions. We direct them to employment, we direct them to certification, we direct them to skills and the tools they need to be successful out here. I cannot imagine Willow and these surrounding communities being without Project Hood reentry services. I just cannot imagine it.
Well, Jeff, I'm proud of you. Thank you for leading our efforts to make sure that we stop the cycle of recidivism. Thank you for leading the efforts in trying to make sure that we guide these young brothers in the right direction, giving them opportunities, alternatives, and options. But most of all, thank you for staying on them, not letting them use any excuse, making them take responsibility so that all of us can be better and so that we can transform our neighborhood. So I appreciate you and I thank you. Thank you for being on the Project Hood team.
It's my pleasure.
All right, I know that's right. Listen, it's awesome. Thank y'all so much for being with us once again. The Rooftop Revelations. Shout out, as always, to Fox for giving us this platform. And I will see you on tomorrow. And as I always say, peace.
We know of a person, a young boy, that by the time he was 6 years old, he was shot twice on 2 different occasions. One time he was shot at the playground, and another time he was shot in the confines of his own home.
What's up, everybody? My name is Pastor Cooper Brooks, and I'm coming to you from the rooftop. That's right, on the south side of Chicago, on where they call Old. We call it Block 2, but O for opportunity. I want to thank you for tuning in to our Rooftop Revelations. I'm staying right here in this tent for 100 days from November the 20th to February 28th, bringing attention and awareness to the violence in Chicago, but also trying to build a community center that is so desperately needed. So every now and then here at the Rooftop Revelations, I get an opportunity to bring to you friends who are helping us and assisting us to do all the things that we're trying to do to transform this community. Today I have with me none other than Pastor TJ Crooms, my right-hand man, my assistant, who helps me on a consistent basis, especially when it comes to the issues of dealing with our young black men. Pastor TJ, thanks for being with us on Rooftop Revelations. I want to jump right in. I want people to understand how difficult it is ministering, serving, assisting, mentoring young brothers in this neighborhood, how the work, the struggle that it is.
Well, for one, what better way to give an example? We know of a person, a young boy, that by the time he was 6 years old, he was shot twice on 2 different occasions. One time he was shot at the playground, and another time he was shot in the confines of his own home. And so a young boy that's 6 years old, can you imagine the trauma? Can you imagine the stress? Can you imagine what he has to go through on a daily basis? And, as a pastor, as a minister, as a servant, you look back and you say, how in the world can I serve a young boy like this who has been traumatized like this? What can I do? And something that I really believe wholeheartedly is not only do we give them the gospel, but it is important and imperative that we present him another path that would help him choose something better than revenge. Yeah, and so I'm a believer that it is our job to raise his level of expectation, and you can't raise his level of expectation without raising his level of exposure. And so I think that's imperative and important that we show him at the age of 6, he's 9 now, and we expose him to different counseling, and we expose him to different people that's going to help him examine and see how he grew up in a different way, in a different light, instead of using it as something that's going to make him angry and frustrated. He can use it as a tool to help other people that's going through some of the same things that he went through.
I remember when we were we had the kids for summer in summer camp, and one of the teachers in our summer camp wanted to get rid of him, wanted to send him home. And it was because they did not understand the trauma that he experienced. And I can remember having to sit down and explain to her, listen, this little boy has gone through a lot of trauma. And if we kick him out, where else is he going to go?
Exactly.
And that's the reason why, for me, the community center is so important.
Yes.
Because there's so many kids just like him. They may not have been shot, but they've definitely gone through trauma. Their brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers have gone through shooting ordeals, and they have no place to go. So for us, we got to get this center up.
That's right.
So that we can build capacity.
That's right.
We can have more summer programs.
That's right.
More carpentry programs.
That's right.
Electrical programs, and even give these kids a chance to learn how to swim. You know, we talk about this all the time. Kids in our neighborhood don't even know how to swim.
Never seen a swimming pool.
Yeah, right, exactly. Never seen a swimming pool. So, man, I want to thank you for the work that you do and how you assist in making life better for a lot of people. And it is you know, we talk about it. It's glorious hard work. And I want to thank you for being committed to it. We're going to keep doing it till the wheels fall off.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning in to Rooftop Revelations. And all I can say is just, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Tyronda J, and I am your instructor/host here at the Jactress Hub. Today, we're teaching the kids at Project Hood not only how to act, write, direct, but we're also teaching them home life skills. So we're teaching them how to cook. This is not your ordinary cooking show. We're teaching the kids how to be a jack of all trade. And today, it starts right here, right now. This is Now, people, they know me to be an actress, a host, a rapper, amongst many other things. But what a lot of people don't know is my passion stems from cooking. I come from a cooking background. Before I actually became an actress, I used to be a butcher for 6 years, and I also worked at the nursing home cooking for the old folks. So cooking is essentially one of my passions. And not only do I want to teach them how to act, write, direct, but they're also going to learn how to cook, amongst other things.
You're going to say your name, first and last name, and this is Cool Kids Cooking. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Malika.
My name is Kiara McMiller.
My name is Katie McMiller.
I'm Rylan.
I'm Cassidy.
I'm Zoe.
Wait. Come on. I forgot my line.
My name is Dakota Chloe Rock. My name is Carol Malia Bobo.
My name is Marcus Easley.
Hey, babe. 1 second.
The name's Leah.
I'm Chef Layla, and today we're on Cool Kids Cooking.
No.
I'm trying to
say your name. You can say your name.
Oh, okay, so
Just say your name.
this.
I'm L'Oreal Miller.
I'm Kayla, and this is Cool Kids Cooking.
Told you I was gonna bring some sass to it.
My inspiration came from my grandmother. I think a lot of us, we essentially learn how to cook through either our parents or our grandparents. And I know the number one thing that brought my family together, it was always food.
I'm Mia, your master cooking chef, and what?
Mia, don't act like that. Just give it a second, okay? Say it with some oomph.
I'm your master chef and your host, and I'm gonna tell them what to do on myself. I'm done.
Today we're going to be making chicken Alfredo, and you gotta boil the water. Then once you boil the water, you gotta put oil
on myself. Add the oil.
Do you know how to cook, Kayla?
Yes, kinda. Ish.
Yes, I do. And my favorite thing to cook is ramen noodles, chicken flavor. It's the same thing as chicken broth, but different.
Do you guys like chitlins? That's what we're going to be making today.
No.
So today we're going to be cooking chitlins. How do you feel about that?
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry, chicken Alfredo.
Step 2, add your noodles.
On myself.
What do I like cooking the most? Caribbean food. I like it hot and spicy.
Step 3, add butter. Make sure you add that butter too on myself.
You like chicken Alfredo?
Yes, a lot.
You know how to cook it?
No.
Nope.
No?
I have seen my parents do it.
I don't cook. They cook for me. I don't know how to make a cereal.
Yeah.
You've cooked it? How do you cook it?
You put.
Step 4, cutting the basil.
We cut that basil on myself.
What are some things that you make at home?
Some concassed with a side of rice and vegetables.
I do make waffles. I do make grits, oatmeal, sometimes mostly pancakes. I can make chocolate chip, banana, blueberry, any type of flavor like caramel.
Whose show is this?
Mine.
Do you like the kids that you're cooking with?
No.
Will you be cooking today?
No.
Will you be eating today?
Yes. Step 6, add garlic. Myself.
You like chicken Alfredo? You don't? Just say I like chicken Alfredo. Thank you. You like noodles?
No.
You chicken?
No.
Alfredo?
No.
How about the butter?
No. What?
Step 7, add an onion.
On my cooking show, we cut that onion. On my soul, cut the onion. We're waiting. Chop, chop. Step 8, add heavy whipping cream. Heavy whipping cream on myself. That should be enough, I guess.
If you had the choice to be one of the two, which one would you be, a fruit or a vegetable?
I would definitely be a vegetable, because vegetables can be healthy for you, and they can make you strong and healthy.
If I'm a vegetable, that means that. Well, actually, I don't know.
Fruit,
Which fruit?
watermelon, an apple, a red, juicy apple. Vegetable fruit. Fruit.
I'd rather be a vegetable because if people eat me, then they become strong.
You see us? They're nice. Add special seasoning. On myself. The seasoning. What's all these?
Your seasoning, so you're gonna take each one and you're gonna add it in a pot.
Crushed red pepper. Herbs.
And this is my special seasoning.
You mixing it up. It smells yummy. It smells like chicken. We add different seasonings.
Do you remember what kind?
Chicken powder, herbs, red pepper, and Tarana special seasoning. We have 4 seasonings.
Have you ever burnt any food?
I have a little bit. I do give it to my mom. She does say it's a little bit burnt, but it still tastes pretty good. And I'd be like, thank you.
What do you do in the class?
Taste test
What are you eating?
to eat.
In a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, do you put the peanut butter on the top or the bottom?
Okay, I have 2 things to say. 1, I do not like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. 2, I'd rather put the jelly first.
Step 10, add Alfredo sauce.
On my cooking show, we add chicken Alfredo sauce on my stuff.
What don't you like that your parents made?
Asparagus. It's just nasty to me.
I think it was sushi. Mashed potatoes. This one time I tried a mashed potato, it kind of like sizzled in my throat a little bit.
I used to not like eggs, but now I do.
I don't like when they make me onions because they make me cry.
Cabbage. Because it's nasty.
Broccoli.
You know it's broccoli and Alfredo, right?
We still gonna eat it.
Fish. I
Fish.
hate fish. It's
Like
disgusting.
tuna, fish.
Just normal fish. I don't like it. It's disgusting.
But we're making fish today with the Alfredo.
What?
Step 11, prep the garlic bread.
On my cooking show, we spread olive oil on my stove. You can't be waiting forever. Hurry up.
What do you think about your school's food?
My school's food is pretty okay. Some of the foods have a little bit of overcooked things. Like sometimes pizza, they will be a little bit burnt. They just need they need a little work on cooking.
You got Puma right there. What do you think Puma's eating?
People.
Can I help you? Step 12. Shred the chicken. On my cooking show, we shred that chicken on my side.
Is a hot dog a taco or a sandwich?
A hot dog is actually like a taco sandwich. I do not know. I think it might be like a taco sandwich.
Is a hot dog a taco or a sandwich?
Hot dog. Sandwich.
Sandwich. Okay. Yep.
Hot dog is a hot dog.
Is a hot dog a taco or a sandwich?
Add noodles. We're doing the final touches on this Alfredo.
Then we gonna get out of here.
Then we're gonna get out of here. That's right. So if you don't have chicken powder, that's the trick to cooking. A lot of people think you need salt or Lawry's. Lawry's is full of sodium. Chicken, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Chicken powder. You can put it on chicken, you can put it on fish, you can put it on pork, you can put it on beef, you can put it on greens, beans, tomatoes, you can put it on whatever. Chicken powder is gonna always do the trick. You can't cook without chicken powder, you can't cook without smoked paprika. That's what's gonna give you your flavor, and you definitely can't cook without them herbs. Put herbs in everything. We got paper plates, right? I'm not washing dishes. I'm not washing dishes.
Good.
What's good about it?
Cooking the food. Because after we get cooking, then I want to eat some of it.
You all haven't run into any problems or anything like that? Everything's been going smooth?
Nope. Nope.
I didn't know.
Nope.
Why you pointing at me?
Say she's the problem?
Am I the problem?
So how's your experience so far?
I feel pretty good, but Miss Bossy over here kind of getting annoying.
I don't know. I don't cook.
I mean, so what have you been doing?
Waiting.
How's it going, T?
Going good.
Amazing. It's going amazing.
Why don't you want to cook?
Because I just want to go home.
You want to go home? You don't want to cook? What's wrong? You having fun?
I'm gonna add this. We don't have no garnish. Ooh.
That is a lot.
That looks good.
Ooh, I smell it. Y'all gotta smell this.
What do you think about your teacher if you would rate her from 1 to 10?
A solid 9.
What would you rate yourself?
A solid 10.
Who cooks better?
My dad.
How about Tarana? Is her cooking good?
I never had her cooking.
You think she can cook better than your mom and dad? Does your dad know how to cook?
Yeah.
You think he can cook better than Tarana?
Excuse me?
I heard she yells at you all the time.
Sometimes.
All right, end the interview. Cut. Cut. You can go back.
You said I yell at y'all? No, go back. Come. I told y'all earlier, these kids be lying. They will lie on you. Who be yelling? All right, guys, we just finished our final presentation on our fabulous Chicken Alfredo. I'm your host, Tarana J, and these are your fabulous master chefs, and this is
Cooking!
I'm tired. Is the cooking show over? Is it? We're done. That's it. We got it. Good. All right.
You tired of your kids dancing, rapping, acting all over your front room? Bring them down to 6620 South King Drive.
One, two, three, go. Huh. How you feel? How you feel? Good. 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 Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What? Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What? How you feel? How you feel? Good. How you feel? How you feel? Good. How you feel?
real deal. I'ma tell you how I feel. Give you the real spiel. I'm creative and artistic. Mine ain't never been basic. Yeah, I'm chill and laid back. But my life, you finna face it. How you feel? How you feel? Good. 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 Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What? Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What? How you feel? How you feel? Good. 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 Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What? Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you happy? What?
I'm Rosita, I'm Ronita, I'm Maisha, I'm Venetia.
I got my sister to the left.
I got my sister to the right. They can't keep us in the dark, cause we be lit like a lamplight. We gon' be alright. Our confidence is like dynamite. Our self-esteem is like super high. We super fly. Can't touch us cause we got God by our side.
See, I know that I'm the chosen one. I waited with the pros and cons, trying to find my way through life through all the pros and cons. Like, it's evident that I'm heaven sent. What you witnessing is greatness.
We back to school to learn again.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl Tyronda Jones, and I am your instructor of the Jackstress Hub. Today, we are shooting our first music video.
Stop, boy, stop, boy.
The Jackstress Hub has been very helpful to a lot of kids.
Hey.
Helping kids regulate their emotions. Most of the kids are great.
Teron, slow down. Get up.
Although I have this one student, she's always angry. Some of my best work came from anger. He don't even like ice cream. See what I'm saying? No, it's not me by myself. I have an assistant.
Hey! Stop all that noise.
He's amazing.
I have a great bunch. There's 3 girls in particular, and they're amazing, outspoken, and just creative, full of juices on the fly. They're on the fly. See, watch this. Come here. My talented bunch. Y'all go. You gotta show him, like, do something.
I don't know what to do.
Ben Dirk.
Slow down. Ben Dirk, slow down.
Kids are so germy, right? I've never been this sick before in my life. Every other week, I catch a cold. Every other week, I got the flu. My favorite part about this class, I'm learning so much patience.
Stop!
But the number one thing, hey, what is that? Oh, I got 2 sets of twins, y'all.
Our leader of the bunch, L'Oreal. Listen to me. You can leave your kids in our hands. Trust me, they are in good hands. And she loves kids. She's enthusiastic. She loves being here. Yeah, so. She's, yeah.
And Poe Elijah, he don't want to be here. These kids, these old block kids, they different. But Elijah, I think he a suburban kid, but he don't want to be here for real.
It's been great, to be honest. Love him, I'm patient with him.
Don't y'all see me here doing the interview?
I love the kids, man. They're dope.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl Tyronda Jones, and I am your instructor of the Jackstress Hub. Today, we are shooting our first music video.
Stop, boy.
The Jackstress Hub has been very helpful to a lot of kids.
Hey.
Helping kids regulate their emotions. Most of the kids are great.
Teron, slow down. Get up.
Although I have this one student, she's always angry. Some of my best work came from anger. He don't even like ice cream. See what I'm saying? No, it's not me by myself. I have an assistant.
Hey, hey! Stop all that noise.
He's amazing.
I have a great bunch. There's 3 girls in particular, and they're amazing, outspoken, and just creative, full of juices on the fly. They're on the fly. See, watch this. Come here. Come here. My talented bunch. Y'all go, you gotta show him, like, do something.
Ben Dirk.
Slow down. Van Dirk, slow down.
Kids are so germy, right? I've never been this sick before in my life. Every other week, I catch a cold. Every other week, I got the flu. My favorite part about this class, I'm learning so much patience.
Stop! Stop!
But the number one thing, hey, what is that? Oh, I got 2 sets of twins, y'all.
Our leader of the bunch, L'Oreal. Listen to me. You can leave your kids in our hands. Trust me, they are in good hands. And she loves kids. She's enthusiastic. She loves being here. Yeah, so. She's, yeah.
And Poe Elijah, he don't want to be here. These kids, these old block kids, they different. But Elijah, I think he a suburban kid, but he don't want to be here for real.
It's been great, to be honest. Love him, I'm patient with him. Don't y'all see me here doing the interview? I love the kids, man. They're dope.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Tyronda Jones, and I am your instructor of the Jacktress Hub. Today, we are shooting our first music video.
Stop, boy, stop, boy.
The Jacktress Hub has been very helpful to a lot of kids.
Hey.
Helping kids regulate their emotions. Most of the kids are great.
We're going to take you now to Chicago, where this past weekend at least 52 people were shot, 8 of them killed in a wave of violence across the city. What is going on there?
5 shot, including a 1-year-old girl. It didn't even make the front pages.
And we're losing children every single day.
I mean, this is crazy. I mean, they didn't have to kill my son.
I think people have just grown up thinking that, you know, if I'm mad at you, I'm going to grab my gun and shoot you.
So 52 shot, 8 dead in only 3 days, and the city seems all but numb to an epidemic of violence.
There was this motel across the street from our church that was full of all kind of illegal activity. And so I went to talk to the owner about buying it, and I never will forget what he said to me. There's a church over there, there's a church over here. And he said, what makes you any different that you're going to be able to do something about what's going on? I took that personal. I ended up eventually going on top of the roof of that motel and staying there for 94 days, refusing to come down.
After the recent shooting of a teenage boy, the pastor decided to take a stand.
You know, to see a young 16-year-old boy with his mouth open, his eyes still open, and his body in a white bag zipped up to his neck. We were able to purchase it and tear it down, and instantly prostitution went down, drug dealing went down, murders went down. It's time to celebrate phase 1, but after this weekend, Monday, we get back on the grind and we start all over again, starting phase 2 to build the most magnificent building you've ever seen on the south side of Chicago.
And for a very long time, you've been trying to get a community center.
Yes.
Talk about that.
So we've been trying to get this community center up ever since I went on the roof of the motel and bought it and purchased it and tore it down. We've been working really, really hard. But, you know, it's hard to raise money. It's tough to, especially for a community center in a place that's needed. So it's been a trying situation.
One of the main reasons why it's taken so long is because Pastor Brooks has this vision to build the community center debt-free.
How much money do you have?
We have about $7 million allocated already between pledges and commitments. So we still have a long way to go.
Another way that kind of makes it a little difficult as well is people they want to see a finished product before they sow into it. Ever since this hotel has been knocked down 10 years ago, Project Hood has been grinding and has been putting in the work. We've had construction classes, we've had entrepreneurial classes. You don't have to wait for the building to be built in order for the work to begin. The work has already been done. The building, the center, is going to help us scale the work that we're doing.
America has really lost its focus. I mean, we're always talking about racial issues and racial divides, and we got these ideologies that are constantly dividing us and splitting us apart, where in reality, we are serving and we are here being American citizens. And that's what America is really all about. American citizens coming together from all walks of life to see the issues that are going on and coming up with positive solutions to solve every problem that we face.
What are you going to do about that?
So I'm going back on the roof. I mean, if it worked the first time, let's try it again. So I'm going back on the roof, but this time I'm going to go for 100 days. And this time I'm not going to go by myself. I'm going to get some guests every day. Some corporate figures, some CEOs and presidents of companies. The CEO Challenge, where we are challenging CEOs from various companies to come and spend the night with us. Join us in our efforts to build this community center.
Ken Grau is here, the CEO of Uptake, data analytics company. You're doing one night?
I'm doing one night, actually tomorrow night to kick it off.
Oh, so you're one of the first
the guinea pigs.
I was at the Project Hood golf outing up north Chicago, and unfortunately the day got rained out, but the pastor was gracious enough to stop by everybody's table and introduce himself and explain Project Hood in greater detail, the idea behind the community center. And I was so intrigued and so inspired by what he was trying to do and what he was trying to accomplish. And so for the last 3 weeks, I've been trying to recruit local CEOs to come out here and join me in camping out with the pastor on top of the roof here behind me.
Who else is going to be up there?
So we got Kurt and Don Bernanke. Kurt is the CEO of Related Management, and Don Bernanke is the president. Andy, who is the president and CEO of Sterling Bay.
I believe that our knowledge is limited, and sometimes we live in bubbles, and the bubbles can be in various different neighborhoods. And so that gap for me is truly unidentified. And that is a real reason why I wanted to come here, is to close that gap of knowledge.
Absolutely. These kids did not choose their mother. They did not choose their father. They were born in this area without a choice. Some of these people that are living out here have never even left the confines of this street. And so what Project Hood wants to do is to fill the void that they're missing. We're talking about kids that's never seen a swimming pool. We're talking about young men and young women who want to work. There's so much violence that goes on, and people don't know how to process the deaths that are happening in their families through gun violence. We want to have counseling and trauma centers and all this stuff that is housed right here. We cannot put destiny in their hands, but this center will definitely put it in their reach.
juice.
You know, even as I get ready to go up on the roof, I gotta admit my own insecurities. Fear of failure, fear of not raising enough money. But the way I'm gonna overcome that is with a lot of faith and a lot of encouragement from people all across America who believe in what we're trying to do, bringing self-responsibility and accountability to individuals, helping people to be accountable for their own lives. There are people who really believe in what we're doing. And it's because of that, it's gonna give me the strength and the motivation, even in the face of wanting to quit and give up and throw in the towel, to keep on going, to persevere, stay committed, be courageous. That's what it's really all about.
The city of Chicago has sadly become synonymous with violence. In our endeavor to combat these pervasive issues, our core mission centers on reducing violence by offering support to victims' families and aiding in conflict resolution within the community.
Right, Joe and Marie, Project Hood has a non-violence program that saturates Woodlawn with outreach workers who have ties to this community, and the data shows it might be making a difference.
This is the violence. But I'm still here.
Despite the challenges, peacekeepers like Lavondale Glass are committed to the work.
After losing my son, to actually feel it and go through it, it took my determination over the roof. A lot of people didn't believe that we can have a room full of what they call so-called oppositions through the whole Woodlawn. And anybody that know the history of the gang culture, this is the mecca of it. This is where all gangs started, all gangs were birthed.
His cousin has also joined as a peacekeeper.
We are the people that corrupted the neighborhood. So as far as that, they're giving us a second chance to prove to our community that we do know right from wrong.
Project Hood not only prevents violence and helps victims, but also provides support for former inmates.
In my younger years, I believe I had a misguided conception of what the American dream was all about. And that misguided conception ultimately led me to federal incarceration. It was not until my latter years I met the Project Hood organization, became a case manager, I got employed. Things became more clear to me about the realization of what the American dream was about.
The leaders behind these efforts are members of the local community who share the vision of the leader pastor Corey Brooks in creating a community fit for the American dream.
Brothers from the south side, the west side, hundreds from the low end, Inglewood, from Woodlawn, all of us come together just trying to figure out how we can solve the issues of poverty and violence in our community.
When I see other young men or other brothers in the Woodlawn community, it reminds me of my children. And I want them to have the same opportunities that my children have had, and we want them to be in the space to be able to live the American dream as well.
An effective approach to tackling the issues of poverty and crime has always involved investing in the youth. This generation holds the key to the future of Chicago and this country. In our effort to mold the next generation into exemplary citizens and supportive neighbors, we prioritize investment in their education, environment, and self-esteem, while teaching them about important life lessons. To foster academic achievement, we offer after-school tutoring and field trips that expose them to a wide range of career paths, spanning from aviation and cosmetology to science and performing arts.
My program is different. It is like no other. So the goal is to teach children not only how to use their gifts, but we want to teach them how to make lucrative money off of their gift. So it's not just teaching them how to act, but we're teaching you how to write, we're teaching you how to direct, we're teaching you how to produce, we're teaching you how to sing, we're teaching you how to unleash and unlock all these different gifts that they probably didn't even know they had. So if I can leave any advice, not just to the kids, but to the adults as well, that would be lie, steal, and pimp. Lie, steal, pimp, meaning lie down your own rules, steal every opportunity that comes your way, and make this world yours. And that's the American dream, the freedom to be, the freedom to do, the freedom to create. And that's what Project Hood is doing.
Each and every summer, we host north of 250 kids for a free summer camp
to give a safe place where kids can learn, but then also where kids can have fun.
When young kids see the construction on the community center, I tell them that this is where they will be able to go and develop themselves into somebodies. I tell them this will be a place safe from violence so they can focus on their studies. I tell them that this will be a place where gang territorial alliances will be broken and they can be friends with kids from rival gang blocks. When I tell them all these things, I can see the light emerge in their eyes.
Come on, clap those hands like this in the room. Everybody clap, 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 clap. Come on, clap, clap your hands, clap, clap your hands. Over here on this side, put them together, clap, clap. Yeah, do we make some noise? Hard fixer, hard fixer. He is a hard fixer. Hard fixer, hard fixer. He is a hard fixer. Mind regulator. He's a mind regulator. Healer, healer. He is my healer. Provider, provider. Yeah, he's my provider. Come on, clap those hands. Everybody on this side, clap those hands. Come on, this side, clap those hands. Everybody on this side, clap those hands. Everybody this side, clap those hands. Make some noise in this place. If you hear a sinner, praise. Glad when I'm hungry, I'm never empty. He's water when I'm thirsty. He satisfies me. Jesus, Jesus, your name is Jesus. Savior, King, and Lord, you're my everything. Clap those hands like this, come on. There is no one greater than you. There is no one greater than you. There is no one greater than you. No one has more power than you. No one has more power than you. No one has more power than you. Y'all say this with me. Say nobody. Still can't hear you. A little bit louder. Nobody. Raise it up and say, nobody. Nobody. There is no one greater than you. No one deserves glory but you. There is no one higher than you. And no one deserves worship but you. Clap your hands like this, come on. Say nobody. Everybody clap your hands like. Here we go, just like these. When it turned us, water in the water. Hey y'all, we gonna get a little help this morning. Can we get a little help? It's okay if we get a little help. Come on, let's do it. Let's get into it. Here we go.
Get up and give him some praise. If God woke you up on this Sunday, get up and shout loud his name. He gave his life so he can be saved. I know somebody can testify. Without God, we wouldn't be alive. Throw your hands to the sky. The devil can't take our faith even if he tried. Get up. Everybody get up. Everybody get up. Everybody get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Can't help the atmosphere, it's a party. Can't help it, gotta dance to the beat. Can't help it, gotta praise on my feet. You don't know all the things that have me down. You don't understand how we turn my life around. You say so good for me to sit and chill. Gotta get it, cause it's yours like a feel. We serve a God who can make all things new. It's got to be more than what we used to. Remember now the former things they are through.
Listen. Now all you is While you're sitting down and hear what I say. Come on. Somebody bump your neighbor, tell him get up. Get up. Come on, wait down, say it loud. One more time, one more. Oh, one more team. Oh, wait a minute. Turn it, one day, get up. Say hello, won't y'all to have a look. And here we celebrate your life. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. I don't know what I have. Everybody make some noise in the morning. Some noise. Get up, I said, get on up. Get up, I said, get on up. Get up, I said, get on up. Hey, bring it down, bring it down, bring it. I said, get up, get on up. And we come to celebrate this morning. If you came to celebrate, let me hear you make some noise. Get up, I said, get on up. I said, get up, I said, get on up. Get up, I said, get up.
Woo! Let's get ready to snow. It's already got a little drizzle coming down. So come on in, come on in. Everybody come on in. We got a great show planned for you tonight. I'm going to turn my phone on so I can see who's tuning in and give you some shouts out. I want you to come on in right now. And when you're coming in, turn on your notifications and go ahead and share. Everybody share. We're going to have a great show tonight, and I want you to enjoy it, be a part of it. If all of you who are coming on right now can go ahead and share, everybody go ahead and share. Everybody go ahead and share. Thank you. Let me give some shouts out while you're sharing. Hey, Steve, what's up? Thank you today for that tremendous generosity. We really, really appreciate it. Lola Perkins, Tony Perkins, Brandy Neos, Leela Willis, Lorraine Watson. All of y'all, come on in and share real quick. Come on in. We're going to start in just a few seconds. We're not going to take long at all. I'm getting ready to start in just a few seconds. So everybody come on in, turn on your notifications so that whenever we go live, you will be notified that we're live and you can join us. We would greatly appreciate it. All right. Listen, I'm not going to hesitate, not going to wait any longer. I'm going to jump right in because it's cold tonight and it's already starting to drizzle. I don't know if you can see it, but we can see it and feel it. So I want to jump on in tonight. I'm really excited tonight because so many times we talk to brothers and sisters about issues and circumstances in our community, and I got a great sister to introduce you to tonight. For those of you who are just tuning in and don't know what we're doing, my name is Corey Brooks, and I'm staying on top of this roof for 100 days, from November the 20th to February 28th, living in this tent right behind us to bring about awareness to the violence in our neighborhood, but most of all to raise as much money as we possibly can to build a community center on this block that they call O Block. O, named after a young man named O.D. Perry, who was shot and killed, and the gangs picked up his name and started calling it O Block. We decided we're going to keep the O, but we're just going to call it Opportunity Block. So we're creating opportunities, and that's why we're here tonight, and that's why we're here on this roof, trying to make as many opportunities as we possibly can for as many people as we possibly can. And since I'm already talking about it, let me just say this. We reached our $1 million milestone on yesterday. Amen. We went over $1 million, and we are so excited about it. I got a great announcement for you tomorrow that's going to bless you, so make sure that you tune in. But tonight, I want to introduce you to someone who did, I want y'all to hear this, 17 years in prison. She's going to tell you her story, but we're not going to focus on the 17 years in prison. I want to focus on what happened after prison, because the reason why I want to focus on that is because everybody needs redemption and restoration, and people need to know that just because you messed up, just because you missed the mark, just because you did something that caused an issue in your life does not mean you have to stay in that predicament, that you can redeem yourself, you can be restored, you can have another chance. And so tonight I want to introduce you all to the one and only Tina Jackson. That's right, Tina Jackson. She is the CEO and the founder of a restaurant that we all love, Wings, Greens, and Things. You got it? Wings, Greens, and Things. You can find it on Facebook, Wings, Greens, and Things. And I'm telling y'all, I know for a fact that the food is awesome. But not only is the food awesome, the person that is responsible for making it happen is just as lovely. Listen, you are not going to meet a nicer person, a more loving person and caring person, thoughtful person, Christian person than Sister Tina Jackson. And I'm happy that she's here, and I want to welcome you to our fireside chat, Tina.
Thank you, Pastor. I appreciate that.
And thank you for being here. You know, I've been wanting to get you on here to talk because a lot of times we talk to the guys who have made some mistakes, and we very seldom talk to sisters who have gone through ordeals in their life. Can you take a minute and just tell people, we're not going to spend a lot of time on the negative part, the 17 years, but I do want people to know what happened, how you ended up in, and we're going to focus on what happens afterwards. So we're going to get this out of the way. So go ahead, tell them your story real quick. Yeah.
All right, so I've been on my own since I was 15 years old, and I kind of gravitated toward the street, and I just became a drug dealer, a gang member, part of the Gangster Disciples for years. And I grew so fast in selling drugs. I had a team of 10, and we got caught up, and I ended up getting a lot of time. So during my time of incarceration, a lot of people get stuck.
Yeah.
Like if you go in at 20, when you come out, you're still 20.
Right,
They
right.
get your
Yes,
mindset.
in your mind.
I had it in my mind that I had to grow every day. So I went to school, I obtained associates, I got enough college credits to work on a bachelor's when I got home.
Right.
So I completed my bachelor's at home. I also got custodial certificates. I was teaching the people who couldn't read and write that came through.
Wow.
So I had to keep doing something so I could keep growing in my mind. And also, people like to say I found God in jail, but we got a relationship. So
that's
once
right.
we got a relationship, I was able to lean on God, trust God. You know, it's hard to trust when you have children out here, but I understood what prayer meant.
I know that's right.
And as I prayed, I understood I could pray from prison and I could still cover my children.
Praise the
So
Lord.
that's what kept me going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? First of all, I never asked why you were in jail. So I was like, I don't know why she was in jail. I just know she was in there. And I know she told me she was in there for a long time, but I never asked. But one of the things I realized from listening to that story is that, and I also realized that from some of the guys who are around me who got similar backgrounds, that you always had that entrepreneurial spirit. It was just focused in the wrong direction.
That's correct.
And I know a lot of people who are like that. They got that entrepreneurial spirit. They're great entrepreneurs, and they probably could have ran Fortune 500 companies if they had the opportunity to go to the right school, if they hadn't been in the wrong neighborhoods. And that's kind of your story, right?
It is. But I wouldn't say, because my daughter, she one of my daughters, when they were in somewhere where there was a lot of gang members and stuff like that,
Right.
she still graduated valedictorian, top 10 in her class. So it's not where you are, it's your mindset.
Yeah.
You have to concentrate on what's best for you at that particular time. And you have to go for it with all that you have. But like you said, the entrepreneurship has always been there, but you have to know whose side you're on.
Right.
And see, the enemy would like to take you out. And
For
he'll
sure.
take you out by showing you all these glorious things that he has and what you can get by doing, like selling drugs and stuff like that, fast money.
Yeah.
But just as quick as I got it, everybody
spending
took it away just that fast. I mean, like when I went, they confiscated everything. So, but what I have now, it's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of favor.
And a lot of peace.
So that's what
a lot of love.
I can go home and sleep at night. I don't get scared when the police
know that's
behind
right.
me, things of that nature. So, you know, I can go into the police station and talk to them
Yeah,
about
yeah.
certain situations. They come into the
You
restaurant
definitely don't
all
look
the
like
time.
your past.
Everybody say
Yeah,
that.
not at all. You know what? I'm curious. I wish your daughter was here. You
Yeah.
know, because I want to know. Okay, you were in prison, and she was growing up, but she still ended up being a valedictorian. How did she? How did she do that? Did she
Because
have?
she's amazingly intelligent. She really is. All of my children are entrepreneurs.
Right.
Both of my daughters are just,
What do
they're
they
just
do?
great people. One owns a line called Touched Up, so she does hair.
Okay.
And my other daughter that I'm talking about, graduate valedictorian, she works with me. I think you met her
Yeah.
before. But not only that, she sells clothes. She has a
Good
clothing line
line.
called Royal Fashions.
Okay, Royal Fashions.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure we support both of those. So what is the Touched Up?
Touched Up, they
Is
have
the
a
hair.
fitness program and a hair program.
And
That's
Royal
correct.
Fashions is
It's
the clothing line.
line.
Okay,
yeah.
right. We want to get them. Shouts out to Touched Up and Royal Fashions. We're going to give y'all shout out tonight, but y'all mama getting all the time tonight. All right. We want everybody to support Wings, Greens, and Things. Tina Jackson is a remarkable story. Okay, so Tina,
Yes.
you got out of prison,
Mm-hmm.
17 years.
Mm-hmm.
That was in what, 2013?
That is correct. I
So-
was done with everything.
Okay, so in
2013.
2013, you got out. Now here we are in 2021. You're ready to go into 2022. Almost 10 years, 9 years.
Yes.
What have you been doing over those 9 years to get you to where you are now?
Well, I always have a problem with people that tell me I can't do something.
Yeah, me too.
So they would tell me you can't get a job like that, or you can't. And I knew I could. So I
Right.
went to Firestone and I filled out the application and I got hired. But the crazy part is when we did the fingerprinting part, I listed all of my convictions.
Right.
They couldn't find it. And I kept calling my mom like, Mom, I don't know what's wrong with these people. I gave them my ID number. She was like, baby, that's just God's
I
favor.
know that's right. Let it go.
Yeah, but I couldn't because it was so shocking. And even when I give the testimony at church, it was like people would sit there and they don't realize
Mhm.
that God has been this good, that he can cover you
Yes.
in the midst of your mess.
Yes.
And my mess has really became a message.
Yeah.
It really has.
Absolutely. So you started working there, and
I
then
started
what
at
happened?
Firestone, and I met a gentleman used to come in and get the vehicles fixed for AutoZone, and they offered me more money to come and work for them.
Oh, so you went from Firestone to AutoZone.
AutoZone.
Okay.
Only to bump into this young lady who I call my grandbaby named Stephanie, who works at a currency exchange. She said, Grandma, this gentleman has this building over here and he
Right.
wants somebody to start their restaurant business. I was like, okay, well that's perfect. So I went and looked at it. When I say it was just, I said, I don't know, I can see it.
Right.
No
right.
one else could see it. They'd be like, Tina, please. I mean, it was packed with stuff. Like
Right.
he was just storing stuff in there. It took 4 years to actually get it cleaned out, gutted out, and up and running. But I saw it from the first day I walked in there, and I knew the time when she introduced me to him, I walked away from AutoZone, and I
Yeah.
said, I'm gonna cook dinners out of my house until I'm able to move into this place and do what I have to do. And
Right.
that's exactly
So-
what happened.
So you went from AutoZone to saying, okay, I'm gonna start a restaurant,
It's time.
and you knew the place,
I knew
but
the
it wasn't
place.
ready.
It
So you
wasn't
just
ready.
started cooking out of your house.
I did.
I want to make a point of that because a lot of times people think that things just happen overnight.
They
that
don't.
that you get from A to Z overnight.
No.
But there's a process.
It's a
And
long
if you
drawn
s-
process.
Did you say that again?
It's a long drawn process.
A long drawn process.
It really is.
It doesn't come overnight, and sometimes you just gotta put in
The work.
the work. It's a process, and you got to stay with it. Did you have? I want to ask you this. This is important. Did you have people like mentoring you, or people who were pushing you to help you stay on track?
The pushing me to help me stay on track was all the you can'ts.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, even family members, because not only did I sell drugs, but I used to smoke and drink and club and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
And they, oh, she'll be back. I'm trying to figure out back to what.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what pushed me and paralleled me forward.
Right.
I'm talking about propelled me forward so fast, because every time I heard I couldn't, I'm at my computer typing up something or thinking of another plan that I can do something and grow. Now I've went to the point where sometimes I fall back a little bit, but I keep pushing because
Yeah.
greater is coming.
Greater is coming.
Greater is coming.
You gonna franchise that, the Wings, Greens, and
Speak it.
Things.
Yes, yes.
Let me tell y'all something. This sister, I'll be up on the roof, and I ain't gonna even lie. The other day, I was I was hungry. I woke up, I was hungry, and I was mad because there was nobody around to get me some food, and I was just, I was irritable. And do you not know, right in the right time, out of nowhere, she called me, and not only that, fixed me the best breakfast that I've had since I've been on this roof. I've had some breakfasts, but them salmon croquettes, she need to put a patent on them salmon croquettes. So listen, I want y'all to go buy Wings, Greens, and Things. Tomorrow's Friday. We're getting ready to enter into a new year. Take some time, go by there, support their business. This is a sister who has some trials in her life, but overcome those trials, and now she's being very triumphant with her business, and she's dedicating herself to good business and doing it the right way. And that's why we're talking to her tonight, because I want to inspire and encourage some sisters. We're always talking to the
Yes.
brothers, but there's a lot of sisters who are going through, a lot of sisters who have done some things and need to know that you can turn things around, you can get it together. You just got to stay with the process. I want to talk about your restaurant again.
Okay.
How did you come up with the name Wings, Greens, and Things?
Okay, it's so weird. When I was getting my bachelor's degree, I was sitting at the computer and we had to come up with a business plan.
Okay.
And that's where it started. And when I let my oldest daughter, Daisha, read it, she said, "Ma, you can do this."
Yeah.
And I'm reading the plan, I'm reading the report, and I said, I guess I can, you know? And the wings, greens, and things, and the color, everything means something.
Yeah.
So wings, of course, is the wings that we fly on and propel on a daily basis as God brings us through neighborhoods of things you're trying
Right.
to get us out of.
Absolutely.
And the greens is actually the prosperity that I'm speaking. It's not the actual greens that
I
I
got you.
sell, but it's the prosperity.
Right.
And the things is how we feed and give back to the community, because we go out almost 2-3 times a week.
Yeah.
And we feed the homeless and those standing around that
Yeah.
look like they're hungry, and they look forward to wings, greens, and things pulling up.
I wanted to say something
That's
about
where
that.
it got its name.
I wanted to, yeah, because I was going to come to that next. That I know that you do that. One of the things that you do is that, and I think God blesses this. You know, I always tell people God gives blessings to who he can give blessings through.
Yes.
I tell
that's
people
good.
that life has a boomerang effect. What you throw out, it comes back, and it's
Yes,
biblical. What you
it is.
what you reap, what you sow, you shall reap.
That's right.
And one of the things I know is that you go out and you feed the homeless,
Yes.
and you feed them great, awesome meals.
do.
The same
And they
meals that you
hot.
would feed me,
The
you
same
feed
meal.
them. And can you talk about that for a minute?
Absolutely, because I was homeless myself before, so I've been through a lot in life, period. So I knew that sometimes I would be hungry, but prideful. To ask somebody, can I have
that's
something?
it.
I just could not do that. So I put in my mind that when I see somebody, I can kind of feel their spirit. And I know that they're in need of something, but they don't want to ask. So I'm that person, and that God equips to go out and do that.
Right.
And I love doing it.
That's a blessing. How, so I know your daughter helps you at the restaurant.
She does.
Who else is at the restaurant?
My fiance, soon to be my husband, Keith Hoskins.
Yeah,
he
Keith
helps
came up
me.
here one day.
Yeah, he's
He got a good
with the
spirit,
past.
too.
Yeah,
he
he's
kicked it.
amazing. Yeah, and then I just have my little cousin Emma helps me, and this girl that was incarcerated named Priscilla.
Priscilla.
And the way I met her is she walked in and she was like, "Tina, I was incarcerated with you," and I was looking like I didn't
Wow.
remember her, because just like I do a lot, I did a lot in prison.
Mhm.
I praise dance. I helped the choir. I
Right.
preach sometimes,
right.
you know. So I didn't really know people like they knew me. I just
Mhm.
knew of people.
Right.
So when she said that, I said I gotta hire her.
Yeah.
So that's why she's around.
That's awesome. You know, it's amazing that while you were in prison, you were doing all this stuff to help yourself, but you were helping other people
Yeah.
all along the way. And then you're still doing that same thing even now, helping people. And I really think, you know, God blesses us, like you said, even in our mess, even in
He
our
does.
ignorance.
He really does.
Especially when he knows our hearts are right and it's bent toward helping people and
Mhm.
being generous toward people. So I want to commend you for that, and I want to say thank you for all you're doing to
I
help
appreciate that.
me on this roof, to help all the people
No,
in
I
our
think
community.
I think you're doing an amazing
And
job, Pastor.
I'm gonna sow a nice seed, and I'm not giving away Project Hood money. I'm gonna give away some of my money.
Wow.
And I wanna bless you, because I want your business to thrive, and I'm gonna bless you because, like I said, I believe God gives blessings to who can get blessings through, and I'm sitting on this roof looking for a blessing.
Wow.
And I don't know what situation you in. I don't ask you, and I don't think, but I really want to bless you, and I really want to just say, you know, this is from me, and hopefully your business can thrive. But I want not just me. I want everybody to go to her establishment. Can you tell them how can they find your establishment? Give them the address, give them the
Wings,
website,
Greens,
all of that. Get it there. Say it loud. Get it good.
We are located at 6767 South Chicago, where the old Miss Biscuit used to be.
Yes.
A lot of people say they can't see us, but we have a big purple awning all around our store. And you can give us a call. You can look us up on Facebook. We have a website. We can Google it, Wings, Greens, and Things. It'll pop up all the information that you need.
Who came up with that juice? That juice y'all
That
be drinking?
juice is so funny. So
Y'all gotta-
anytime we had like a family get together, whatever, Gina, we call her
Okay.
Gina.
Okay.
So I used to always have her make the juice, and the food would be ready, and I would call, Gina, make the juice. So that's how I became Gina Juice.
That's how it's Gina Juice.
Yeah.
I was wondering why is it Gina Juice? How did y'all come up with it? I love the Gina
That's-
Juice. I ain't gonna even lie. I probably shouldn't drink as
That's
much as
how-
I drink, but I'll be like,
I
give me
keep
2 jugs
sending
of
it
Gina
to
Juice.
you.
I know, right? And I'm gonna keep drinking it.
It's delicious,
It is
though.
delicious.
Yes, handmade. It's from the heart, just like the colors of the restaurant. The purple is for royalty. The gray is for the great part of my life.
Wow.
And then, and then the white is for the purity where my heart is right now.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
Y'all look, I love Tina Jackson and I love Wings, Greens, and Things. So let's be a blessing to her. Go by her establishment on tomorrow. And, you know, any sisters who maybe went to prison or are in prison
Yeah.
or whatever, and you just struggling, you having a hard time, Tina is the type of sister you can go to and just say, hey, I just want to ask you some questions. I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble transitioning. I'm having trouble changing. Can you help me out? So if you know some sisters like that, send them her way, and I'm sure she'll be glad to minister to them.
Absolutely. That's what my heart is. It really is to help people and to let you know you don't have to go back to that place. You know, we serve a God who's able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ask or think. If you think a thing, it can be done. And you have to walk by faith, but faith without works is dead, being
Yes.
alone. Get up in the morning, do your prayer, do your meditation. The Bible teaches us meditate on day and night in
Day and
Joshua
night,
chapter
yes.
1, verse 5. So that's what I do. I meditate on God's word. And when trouble comes, I just trust in God.
Praise the Lord.
Because trouble is just another place where God can make you greater if you trust in him and lean on him. It didn't say our lives will be perfect because we serve him.
Yeah.
But he's perfect and he's going to walk through it with us. I'd rather go through
Preach,
every
Tina.
storm with God than a storm without him.
I know that's right. Hey, she got some preacher in her, y'all. Listen.
I do.
What we're gonna do, how we normally close out our show,
Okay.
is we answer some questions, and then at the end of answering questions, I give you the last word, and it could be a word that God puts in your spirit. It could be one word, it could be a phrase, it could be a statement, just something you want to leave on the hearts of people and the minds of people. So you can think about that as we get these questions. So we're gonna get some questions, and then we're gonna let Tina close us out.
Earlier I heard you speak on you having officers come to your restaurant. You're able to go into the precinct and speak to different officers. With doing so much time in jail, how were you able to get over the resentment, or were there ever any resentment towards the officers?
There's never been any resentment toward it. It's not the officer's fault that I made the decision to break the law or live in a lawless place. So why do I need to resent them when they're actually here to serve and protect? Even though all this stuff that's going on right now in the world, I still believe there's some good officers because my dad was one.
So why do you think there's a divide between us and the police?
Because we have a stigma right now, and we feel as brown and black people that we're being treated wrong, and in a lot of areas we are, but we are overcome by thinking. We have to outthink them, not outfight them, not outcurse them, but outthink them, because you got to remember, it's not the flesh and blood, but it's the spirit that dwells within. So if we understand that, we wouldn't see it as racism. We'll see it as a test and a way to go to the next level or dimension in God. And that's just to keep trusting him.
For someone that's either in a position that you're on or just coming out of imprisonment, what are some things that you can tell them that maybe want to take the path that you're on ownership, business ownership? What are some things that they can look out for?
Educate yourself. You have to read. You have to get out here, find your sources. You have to talk to your pastor. If you don't have a pastor, join a church. Pastors will help you. That's what they're here for. They're here for to lead. They're shepherds to lead us as the sheep.
Yeah. You know, I want to answer that because I want to answer that again, because I want to make sure everybody heard the question, because it's so important. It's a good question to end the questions on. and it is, where do you start? When a person has gone through life's changes and cycles, and now they want to become an entrepreneur, where is it that they start? Where is it that you started?
I started educating myself. You have to understand too, whatever you love to do, you'll do because you love it.
Yeah.
So whatever you love to do, that's the gift that God has given you. I've always loved to cook.
Right.
I didn't understand He wanted me to run a restaurant because I don't see it as a business. I see it as a ministry.
Yeah.
So once you understand your call and your gift, then you tap into those sources.
Yeah.
If it's construction, you tap into somebody who does construction. If it's cooking, you tap into somebody who does that.
Right.
And Google will take you places that your feet will never go.
I know that's right.
Yes.
That's a great way to end it. Listen, before we end tonight, I want to give Tina the last word. We always end our show with last words. So Tina, encourage them how you want to, and then I'll come back after you and we'll close it out.
Thank you. I appreciate, first of all, thank you for the invitation for this assignment. But I just want to tell you guys, you have to be encouraged. Even in your downtime, when you feel that your back is against the wall, you don't have nowhere to turn to, don't stay there. Find you a pastor, go to somebody's church, talk to them, because that's when the enemy gets you isolated and beats up on you. And I had that bad, but now I talk about everything. My life is an open book. I'm a woman who's been through rape issues, who's been through abduction issues, who've been guns pulled on me. I've been shot, stabbed, all these things. But let me tell you how good God is. He has taken me, and old as I am, I'm not going to give my age, but I'm going to say I've been around since Zers and Ventures. And since I've been around that long, I don't look like what I've been through because I rest at night. I'm not a person that sleeps. I rest, and it's a huge difference. So rest in God. Know that He's able to do whatever it is that He needs to do in your life. Be blessed.
Amen. Listen, thank y'all. Again, Tina Jackson is a great example of what a sister can do when you put your mind to it, regardless of what you're going through. So listen, it's been a great show tonight, our fireside chat. And like I always say, I'm going to be right back here tomorrow. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here on this rooftop. And I got a special announcement on tomorrow. What's up, everybody? What's up? My name is Pastor Corey Brooks. For those of you who may not know. So come on in. Everybody, come on in. I'm going to pull out my phone so I can see how many we up to, so I can see who's coming in, and so I can greet you tonight. Before we have this healthy discussion and I introduce you to my guest tonight, we're going to have a great time tonight. Great discussion tonight.
Yes, we are.
So I can't wait to talk to y'all, and we'll talk to my brother and have him talk to you. But we're going to have a great time tonight. So everybody come on in, come on in. Everybody come on in. As you're coming in, please share. Everybody, please share. Turn on your notifications. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, turn on your notifications. And everybody, please share. Everybody, please share. Everybody, please share. Come on in. Tonight, it's a chilly night, but we ready for y'all. We ready to have a great discussion tonight. It's gonna be community oriented. It's gonna be some talk tonight. So you want to tag some people. You want to tag everybody you know, your family, your friends. Tell them, look, it's going on tonight for real. It's gonna be popping tonight. So come on in, everybody. Come on in. Share, everybody. Share. Let me shout out some people. Alexandria Vaughn, Sequina. Hey, Sequina, what's up? Angela Eddings, Noreen Rhodes, Lakeisha Bond, Pearlie Arby. Hey, all of y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. If I can get all of y'all right now to go ahead and share. Everybody go ahead and share right now. And turn on your notifications so that whenever we go live, it will alert you and let you know that we're going live. We normally go live between 7 and 8 every night. It's between 7 and 8. So turn on your notifications so you can be alerted when we're going live. Let me just say to everyone tonight, thank you for tuning in. My name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and you got it. I'm still here on this rooftop, spending 100 days in this tent from November the 20th to February 28th. And every night, we come to y'all with some fireside chats. We come to you with a discussion. We come to you just have some dialogue and hopefully come up with some positive solutions. But just talk about our community, talk about the state of affairs at this fireside chat. So tonight, I have with me none other than my brother.
Yes, indeed.
D Nash is in the house. He came to visit, and I said, hey, man, let's have a fireside chat tonight. Let's talk about let's chop it up. So I got Fetty.
Yeah, he fed.
Yeah, now you should be good, ready to have some good conversation. And so let me introduce him. This is D Nash, y'all, a great brother. I'm going to give him a moment now to just go ahead and introduce himself and tell you a little bit about himself. Then I'm going to dig in. I'm going to ask some questions, and we're going to have some dialogue.
Well, a lot of y'all know me from the walk. I literally walked from Chicago to the White House, South Side. Born and raised here in Chicago. Walked from my grandmother's house on 79th and Kimbart. August 4th, I started and made it to the White House September 25th, a journey that was 672 miles and 52 days in total. And I was just a black man that was kind of fed up, with what was going on in the community. I came home to a Chicago that was calling itself Chirac. I don't believe in that. I believe we from Chicago, the Windy City, and Chi-Town. I didn't never feed into the Chirac movement, but I was once part of the problem. I once tore up the streets. I ended up going into the federal system, prison system for 8 years. And I just came home determined to be the example of the change that I wanted to see. And part of it starts with you. Your example of many years ago, it was 10 years ago you did this same thing?
10 years ago.
And so when I woke up actually May 28th when I came up with the idea and to walk. And I knew a man had done it before me, which is the name of, and we was having a conversation earlier, is why I call him Sensei. He say it's only 2 people that call him Sensei. And when we looked at the meaning of Sensei, is one that came before you,
right,
or one that you hold in authority or admire. And I knew when it came to being on the roof or speaking out for the community, I knew someone had done it before me, especially a walk.
Yeah.
And so I came to him. He taught me about how to walk, and the very first day I did it, I'm on 167th and Kedzie, and I call you. I'm walking. I'm starting to walk. I want to walk from Chicago to the White House, and I never forget. You say, if you make it here, I got you.
Right.
And so about 9 hours later, here I come from 167 to Kedzie to 66 and King Drive, and it just starts a brotherhood. One thing I can say about Pastor from my personal experience is he's a man that has been a wealth of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in my life. Every time I wanted to know something, every time as far as speaking out and protesting, you was always there to guide us. You and the rest of the elders. So, man, it's just a blessing to be here. And so we'll get off into it as far as what I'm doing now in my life. But
Absolutely.
I end up coming home, and I said I had to come see the Sensei. So here I am. Of course, he gonna feed you.
We got to eat.
The big guy gonna feed you, because one thing about it, he gonna eat. And we try to keep him eating the right things.
It was good though. We ate we had some fish tonight.
Yeah, we had some fish. And so, whatever he asks me to do, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make myself available, because in my worst hours, he's always been there for me. And I always tell him, and when I'm sending him prayers, I say, who serves the servant and who prays for the pastor?
Absolutely. I appreciate it so much. Man, we called tonight's topic To Hell and Back.
Yes, sir.
And the reason why we called it To Hell and Back is because I know God has tremendously blessed you, and you're prospering, and you're doing great now.
Yes, indeed.
But a lot of times, people only look at one side, and they see the right now.
Yeah.
So they see you doing what you're doing. We're going to talk about that.
Right.
But they don't know your story. They don't know the heartache, the pain,
the
hell you went through to get to where you are now.
Yeah.
And the reason why I wanted to call it that tonight is because there's no doubt in my mind there are some brothers or sisters who are watching, and you're in a bad situation. You're in a tight spot. You're in a tough predicament, and you feel like, I can't come out of this.
All right.
The reason why I wanted to have D Nash on here tonight is because I wanted to show you that not only can you come out of a situation, but I wanted to show you that you can prosper.
Yeah.
And I wanted to show you tonight, if nothing else, what it takes. Because I think a lot of people are in tough situations, but they just don't have anybody to tell them this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. Walk with them and show them. Yeah. So tonight, if you're in a tough spot, if you know anybody in a tough spot, in a jam, in a hellish situation, you want to tag them right now and tell them to get on because we get ready to talk about it. But so I want to go back some years. I want to go back to something that you mentioned. How you got locked up. Yeah. So if you could quickly tell us what you got locked up for, and then I want you to just talk about that experience, that whole experience.
Yeah. Originally from 35th and State, my family had lived there. At one point, doing $30,000 a day in heroin sales. So that's $3,000, $10 bags a day, you know, of destroying lives. And then the projects were getting taken, and I decided to go to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, of all places. I was just wherever they told me the money, I was going. And I was willing to risk my life, health, and freedom. And
so I didn't know that. You went to Sioux Falls, South Dakota?
Yeah.
Man, I did not know that.
Idiot.
I'm thinking you on 35th and State.
None of the conspiracies.
So you always been adventurous anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go. You tell me it's on the moon, I'm going. Hey, I want to be the first one on the rocket ship. Give me that. And so just made a decision. I went out there. I had some younger guys out there, and I looked up. It just wasn't meant. You know, God saw something different for my life, and you know, a lot of people talk about the bad. So, one of the tattoos I have on me is Genesis 50:20. As for you, you thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good, to bring the past to save much people alive. Right. So the first part of it is, what it say? What? Pull up that scripture
you meant it
for
for
me.
Evil.
Yeah.
God meant it for good.
But God meant it for good. So my federal sentence ended up being 120 months, 10 years. But what man or society felt like was a bad thing, it really saved my life.
We got it.
Yeah. So I did go to hell. But one thing I know about God, He will take you to a place where you only have Him.
Right. He'll meet you there.
Yeah. And so what ended up happening is I ended up getting the time, and what everybody would think was for the bad ended up being good in my life because it really saved me. I have friends during that course of those 8 years that I was totally incarcerated for those years, from 2005 to 2013, I lost so many friends.
Right.
So many of my friends died, were murdered, friends that I was close to, family members, but also some of my guys got way more stronger sentences than me.
Right.
But, you know, even, it's a quote that says, God never placed anything in a hole for which it could not grow. And so no matter where you at in your life right now, whoever I'm speaking to, wherever you at right now, whatever hole you think you in, there is still room to grow. It's how you look at your situation.
Right.
I could have looked at that situation doing 8 years, looking up, oh, I got 10, I got to do 8, and I could have let the time do me.
Right.
I did the time. And I surrounded myself. At one point, I was incarcerated with Ron Wisely. I'm talking about, and the man know me to this day, and he's seen, because the first part of my journey in the federal system was I was in the camp, and so that's the Lord. So the camp, as y'all know, we outside. We
on the south side.
On the south side.
You got to have some sirens there.
Yeah. So, you know, just being at the camp, then got in trouble, still wanting to do me. And that's another thing. Sometimes you just got to be obedient to God.
Yeah.
You know, I was already incarcerated, and I still wanted to have a cell phone, Pastor. I was still.
So you got caught with a cell phone?
I got caught with a cell phone, and that's where I started my transition. Because now I went to the SHU, which is the hole.
Right.
So now I'm by myself.
How long do you have to stay in there?
5 months.
Wow.
So now look, let me tell you about my life. And when you know you got anointing in God, when you know better, you should do better. So, and I always get punished worse. Like if the pastor do something, you gonna get punished worse, right? So Usually, typically for getting caught with a phone, you get like 40 days across the board, or 40 days you can't have visits and this and that. Well, I got 2 years phone taken away from me, 1 year visit, and they sent me all the way to West Texas. I was in a place called Latuna, so I couldn't get no visits. But in the whole, it started my transformation. In the whole, because no matter who loved me, all I had was God when I put my head on that pillow. Right. God took me to a space where you go start being obedient. And so I began obedient, and one of the guys who was in the shoe with me, he sent me a notebook. And I never forget, he said, man, the way I started learning and growing in who I was I would write quotes. And so I began a book of quotes. And then, long story short, man, I just became what I wanted to be incarcerated. Everything that I prayed for, I wanted to come home. I wanted to be a personal trainer. I got my personal trainer license, so I was a personal trainer. I always talk about, if you're a felony, if I know pastor, minister to every type of person. If you have a felony, 2 things that will give you a great life is construction and trucking, and they don't hold your felonies against you.
Less.
And so those are the things that I did. Everything that I prayed about when I finally came into the maturity of myself, I end up doing.
Yeah, because before you started trucking, you had a good construction job.
Yeah, but I walked off the construction job to do the walk.
I remember.
And the thing about it is, and this is why it's so important, we always talk about us having ownership in our community, because, whether we want to know it or not, or say it or not, construction is some of the most racist type of environments you can be on. And I say that because we don't control who the foreman is, who hires in the companies. So oftentimes a pastor or the guys around the community have to put pressure on them before they even hire us. Right. We done been through it. And so the first ones, we usually the last ones to get hired, but the first ones to get fired. Right. And so I was going through that.
Especially in Chicago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I was going through that, but I did the construction thing. And now, one of the things is the hell and back. Yeah, I did that. And I want to say this about my incarceration. For every day I destroyed lives, for the 8 years I destroyed lives, I was incarcerated for those times. So I didn't feel like I paid my debt so much to society, more so to the victims and God. And when I realized that, and I realized I didn't want to hurt anybody that looked like me, and I didn't want to destroy more lives, and I started leading with love and respect, God started opening up doors for me.
Right.
And it's been a beautiful life.
But you know what? How do you get to that point? Because there's some brothers watching, or some sisters watching, and they saying, okay, I hear what you're saying, but how do you get to that spot? How do you get to, I'm in hell, I'm in a bad situation, it looks dim, but I aspire to do more, have more, be more. How do you make that leap? How do you get there?
One thing I did was, even in hell, you still have men that are smarter than you. So I call life a journey. God has always placed people upon my path to help me with that journey. And one thing about it, you got to be willing to let go of your ego and pride and ask for help.
Yeah.
That's another thing. A lot of times we'll sit in a miserable...
Especially brothers.
Yeah. We will sit there and be in a hellhole.
Man, I know you're right. You know what? And not to interrupt you, when we first started this journey and I started filming, I told everybody, you may think this is easy for me, but it's really hard because I got a pride issue. And my pride issue is I hate asking people for help. But sometimes, like you said, God will put you in a situation where you don't have anyone but him, and you have to ask somebody for some help.
Yes,
so ever since I realized that and got that revelation, man, I've been asking everybody for help. I need help tonight.
And you know, and I know it's cliche, but if you out there, change your people, places, and things.
Yeah.
Sometimes we were just talking about, you know, the 3 E's. Life boils down to economics, education, and exposure. You know, and that'll tie into what our next thing about the journey. But I just decided, man, I just made a conscious decision to be better. Even in hell, I still smiled every day. I still prayed. At one point I was fasting. Even in jail, even wherever you at, you can still find comfort. And like the quote I said, still, no matter, God has never placed anything or anyone in a hole from which it could not grow. No matter where you at in your life, if you make a decision right now, make a decision, and then every decision to get you to your goal should get you closer to your goal.
Yeah.
If you're making a decision that takes you over here, it's okay you made that decision, but just the next decision, make sure it gets you back on your path and keep going and stop beating yourself up.
Right. I want to go back to something you said about smarter people getting people in your life, because I think a lot of times we not only do we have ego problems, we don't want to ask anybody for help, but a lot of times we don't look to other people. You know, we don't look to find somebody who may know. I do that. If I'm looking for people who know more than me, have more than me, all of that.
For me, it goes back to, remember when we were younger, we had posters on our walls?
Yeah.
See, nowadays, it's like, people quick to say this, I ain't nobody's fan.
Yeah.
I ain't no fan.
Yeah.
I ain't this or I ain't that. No, it's not about being a fan. Sometimes you got to be around a person that's where you at because it make it easier for you.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I didn't have to learn the hard way about athlete's foot when I did the walk because you told me the socks to get. You say, hey, because guess what? You might have experienced that. You know, you have to get around people that are where you want to be in life. If you want to be a real estate agent, and I know a lot of women, or if you want to be a beautician, if you want, whatever you want to do, birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah.
You can't sit here and tell me that you don't want to be on the block and sell dope and this and that, and everybody in your call log dope.
Man,
dope dealer.
Yes, I told our church, I was teaching at our church about finances, and I said, how many in here want to be millionaires? Really, truthfully.
Right.
Everybody raised their hand.
How many millionaire friends you got?
How many of y'all know some millionaires that you can call right now? Nobody raised their hands. I said, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You will never be what you don't get around.
Yes.
And if you hang around 9 broke people,
you're gonna be the 10th.
You're gonna be the 10th one.
Yeah.
And so many times, what like you said, whatever you're trying to do, whether it's construction, whether it's real estate, trucking, own a business, you got to get around like-minded people who know more than you so they can pour into you so that you don't fall into the mistakes that they already got made and paid for. So you don't have to pay for those. Somebody else already paid it.
And what that does is, a lot of times when you bring an idea to a person that never had an idea, never dreamed beyond where they at in life, the first thing most people do are they get negative. And it's not that they get negative to tear you down. They get negative because that's all they know. One time, like, I have a grandmother, may she rest in peace. Look, my grandmother, rest in peace, Hermione Bennett, right? Loved me to life, to death, whatever. That woman loved me from my mama's womb to her tomb.
Right.
And I did the walk from her home. One day I had to tell her, I say, hey, Granny, I say, stop telling me how I can't do something. You give me 100 reasons why I can't versus one reason why I can. You'll get to the reason why I can, but you done gave me 100 no's.
Right.
You cannot do me like that, because what you did was you killed my dream. Life and death is on the tongue.
Man.
You have to be around people that give. So this is what I start doing every morning with the people around me. I wake up and I say affirmations to my kids, I tell them, you know, you are beautiful, you are smart, you are intelligent, you are kind, you are capable, you are resilient.
Right.
And then the next part of it is I tell them how I want your day to go. I want you to be positive, productive. I want you to share, learn, and grow with all those around. It sets the course of our day.
For sure.
And then after that part, I say a prayer. And I'm talking about it then transformed our day.
Yeah.
Like, because saying affirmations and speaking life into each other, you can really breathe life into an idea based on who you around, or it could be death. Everybody negative. Girl, how you go do that? You can't never do that, and this and that. And then what we tend to do is we tend on doing that to our children.
Man, we pass
and
it
that's
down.
the worst thing.
Absolutely. We pass it down. And you know what I discovered? If you're listening tonight and you're trying to figure out if you got low self-esteem, I'm going to give you he just mentioned something. This is a good practice. Get you some affirmations. And if you have trouble saying those affirmations to yourself, that is an indicator that you may be suffering from low self-esteem. For instance, if you can't say to yourself, I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I'm intelligent, I can do this, I will prosper,
I am worthy,
I'm worthy, I will achieve. If you feel uncomfortable, that's a sign that you got low self-esteem, and you got to work that stuff out. And what'll happen is, if you keep affirming yourself, you really building yourself up. And some of y'all, listen, you waiting on preachers, you waiting on your parents, you waiting on your neighbors, everybody to say something good to you and make you feel better about you. No.
Inside.
You need to say something good about you.
Yeah.
You need to say something positive to you. Yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, you know, that's what I just started changing the course of my life. And I always go with the glass is half full, never half empty. I'm always looking for, you know, the brighter side of things, because just like when I was in the belly of the beast, I was in hell, I had to wake up to this for 8 years. It wasn't no way I was going to wake up and not have a good outlook. Like, you got to start telling yourself, I got an opportunity today.
Right.
I have a chance. I have a chance to change whatever I want. I got an opportunity. Like, every day is our birthday. Every day we get 24 hours. So many people aren't here.
Yeah.
So many people aren't here. So, you know, man, I was determined. I came out of it, and then I don't look like my story. I look younger at 43 than I did when I was in the streets.
Right.
And it's just a testament of God's grace and mercy on my life. You want to look like the person that weathered the storm. You don't want to look like the storm that you've been through.
That's right.
You know, I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be happy. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to figure it out. We are spiritual people. We going to figure it out. We just got to be determined.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's a lot of brothers, a lot of sisters who are watching tonight, and maybe they're looking for an opportunity. I want you to tell them about, before we end tonight, tell them about when you left construction, and then now you ended up in trucking.
Yeah.
And how much of a blessing that is to you.
Yeah. Man, it's just really, first of all, you know, I say construction and trucking to anyone that comes from our community, because it gives you a livable wage, especially a person that then came from hustling in the streets,
making
real money. You know, so I wasn't never gonna be the guy that lived paycheck to paycheck. That just wasn't an option to me. So when I came home and I got into construction, at that point, I think construction was paying like $40 an hour. A hell of a livable wage.
Right.
And then I'm one of the people, I've always remember when we was younger, and our parents used to take us down to for family reunions. So I was always the kid that stayed up and looked out the window. I loved the landscape. So for me, trucking is something that I always wanted to get into. And when I was doing the wrong thing, I did do a trucking company with one of my homies. But he was a good driver, he wasn't a good owner. So now, almost 21 years later, I get my CDL, and I've been blessed, man. It's not like a job, and another part of it is it allows you to get off your block. It allows you to see the world. It allows you to, because you
meet a lot of different people.
Man, you meet a lot of different people. And one thing about a well-balanced Chicago man and woman, we sit in the middle of the country. We got all these influences, and for me, we the best thing that God ever created.
For sure.
In Chicago, I'll take us over anybody. And so if you out there, man, if you a woman, you got
There's a lot of
kids.
sisters driving
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're a lady, man, go get your CDLs. It's a program called WIOA program that the state pays for. You go. I don't know how long the initial class is, but they take you through the class just to make sure they really weed out people that
who don't really want
who
it.
really don't want it. So you have to sit in this class, do a resume. It may be about an 8-week course or something
But
like
you're a
that.
witness that you can make it through it.
Yeah, you can make it through it. And then CDL is maybe a 6-week at the most, and then you out there, and it's livable. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all go get to see the world. Y'all gonna get out, and then you go be able to take care of your family, and then you can get out of dangerous situations like these young men. We right outside of O Block, right outside in a neighborhood that's constantly, man, you don't know if you gonna make it every day. And I was once part of it. And so now I'm talking about I get on that truck, I come in for a few days, I get tired. I mean, just look. Just basically these last 4 days I've been home. One of my friends then got murdered. One of my friends' kids then got shot on the L platform. He may be, paralyzed from the neck down. Like it's so much happening in this city. And and it's draining for me. And I had to come see Sensei, but I ain't gonna lie, in about 5 days, I'm back on the truck. And it gives me such a peace of mind, and I'm able to take care of my family, man. That's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest stress of our community is looking at these kids and not being able to take care of them.
Right. And man, I know that you off social media.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
am.
gonna tell you this. You may want to consider just making the videos when you're in the truck.
Yeah.
Because man, I ain't gonna even lie. I get so happy seeing you in the truck. I'm like, man, he really loves driving
Yeah,
this truck. Man.
I
He
do.
love driving. You'll be in Texas somewhere. I'm like, man, this man.
And then the
loves
next
driving
day
this truck.
I'm in Florida because technically, legally you can drive 11 hours on the truck. And then you have to shut down for 10 hours. So wherever that 11 hours take me, I'm willing to drive every day. And like I said, it's a beautiful life. You get out of you really get out your own way.
And you got a nice truck too.
Yeah.
Nice
Like the company that I'm working for is a friend of mine. I'm going for it in July. I'm speaking life into it. I'm speaking into existence. I will have my own truck, Nash Trucking with my brothers. And but I'm in my homie's truck, 2017 Kenworth.
Yeah.
Hey,
looks good.
Man, I'm talking about the bed in there. You can sleep in there. It's beautiful, man. And like I said, it allows you to see the world. It allows you to take care of your family, and especially women and these young men that's at risk. So me and Pastor already talked about it. He go get me a grant writer. I got this thing called Next Generational Truckers, where I'm gonna get a young man or a young lady in the truck with me for 30 days, have them pay the stipend and everything, and just show them trucking before they go into the WIOA program.
Right.
I'm
So
gonna
you
give them,
determine if they wanna do
yeah,
it,
to
weed it
determine
out.
if they
Yeah.
want to do it, and just, life boils down to exposure. If you've never been exposed to nothing, you don't have nothing to compare it to. I used to always, the biggest thing is West Side, South Side, and the first thing, the West Side, the best side, South Side, the best side, and first thing somebody say first thing I ask when somebody say that is, have you ever been on the West Side? 9 times out of 10, that person never been. So how could you say West Side is better?
Right.
Give me something to compare it to. Give you something
for sure.
to think outside this neighborhood, to get outside of O Block, to get outside of Inglewood, to get outside of Roseland. We got to show these kids something different, and some of these adults.
Man.
Some of these adults ain't been nowhere. And I'm
That's
not
part of the
saying that to
problem.
be negative,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, we have to expose our community, and the only solutions come from us. It's not gonna come from no person outside our community is gonna help us better than us, and we got to have a solution. So that's one of the solutions. Well, 2 of them. One of them is definitely trucking, and the other one is construction.
So listen, you got it tonight.
Yeah.
If you trying to get out of a situation,
yes,
you got to believe in yourself. You got to
Yes.
say some affirmation. You got to believe in you. If no one else believes in you, you have to believe in you.
What does God say you are?
Exactly.
Who do God say you are?
Who does God say? And then secondly tonight, know that no matter how bad your situation is, God can turn it around. What the devil meant for evil, God can turn it around for your good. So I'm so glad my brother was on here tonight. So we always close with 2 things. One, we close with some questions.
Okay.
So we'll take 2 or 3 questions, and then the last thing, we always close with a word to leave with the people. So it can be one word that's in your spirit, or a phrase that's in your spirit, something that you want to speak life into those who are watching. So we're going to take some questions, and then after we take these questions, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then I'll close it out. So let's see what questions we got up tonight. It's been a great discussion, too.
Yeah.
Everybody send up some hearts for the love. Show D Nash some love. If you enjoyed tonight's discussion, everybody send up some love.
Yeah.
Send up some hearts.
Project Hood CDL class Q1 2022.
Oh yeah. So Project Hood starts. I didn't know, but I knew we've been working on it. So my son Desi just told me we have a CDL class starting first quarter. So we might have to call the class the D Nash CDL School.
Wow.
D Nash CDL School.
Desi, he done done this on camera. That's
D
dope.
Nash CDL School.
And I'm gonna lead up
until he get his up and going, and that he doesn't have to wait to get a grant. So we get the first person to do 30 days whenever he ready, and I want him to come and tell me, Pastor, this is how much it's gonna cost for me to have a mentee for 30 days. Yeah. And we gonna get that money. We gonna make it happen.
That's
and we
cool.
gonna send somebody on the road with him. We gonna record it. We gonna talk about it. We gonna FaceTime and all that.
I just
so everybody
really
can follow
truly,
the journey.
man, know that it's just exposure, man. A lot of our people haven't been exposed, whether it's education, whether it's finances. We haven't been exposed, man. That's just simple as that. You know, we don't have financial literacy in our community.
It says, how old do you have to be to join, like to get a CDL?
18, which will make you only interstate, right? Intrastate. And when you 18 to 20, once you turn 21, you can go outside of the state.
Okay.
So 18, you can get your CDL.
So 18, they can drive anywhere in Illinois. Then 21, they can go.
21, you off to the races.
Cool. But there's still a lot of money to be made for
oh yeah,
driving the
local.
state. You know, I was reading something about the shortage. The 2 fields you named. It's amazing because
construction,
there's a shortage, and truckers, there's a shortage.
Mm-hmm.
So there's so much opportunity.
It is.
And I was talking, when we had the food and stuff being delivered, I would always talk to the truckers because I wanted to know their background, where they came from. And man, I was met so many guys, Polish guys who had just gotten to America, but they was driving them
No
trucks.
matter if it come off a plane, a boat, or a train, in order to get to the store, it has to get on the truck.
Absolutely. It's got to
That's
get
a
here.
$1 trillion
It's got to
industry.
get. That's why Amazon. So once Amazon deliver its stuff by plane or wherever it's coming from, boat or China, whatever, truck got to get it there.
Truck.
Yeah, for sure. They said, can we post this program? Can y'all all post the programs? Yes, we can post the programs and the opportunities that are available, and we'll get that up on our website, projecthood.org, or we'll put it up on the Facebook page to make sure you know about all the opportunities as it relates to trucking. We're going to put everything up except for D Nash's number. Somebody might want D Nash's number. You can't have D Nash's number now. Let me get one more question, D Nash, and we going.
I'm with it. It's cold outside, but you kept us warm, pal.
Yeah, man, it's the
hey, man, you
five-side
do it.
check.
Hey, one thing about it, right? Because we talked about this, even with the walk.
Yeah.
Like, when you naive, the first time you do something, you naive, you take your bumps and your bruises, you don't know. The second time, boy, y'all see this rooftop, man.
Yeah.
It don't look like 10 years ago. Guarantee you that.
10 years ago, we suffered tremendously.
Exactly.
This time we gonna struggle, but we not gonna suffer. We're
Right.
gonna struggle.
Yeah.
It's gonna be cold.
Yes.
And we gonna get through it, but we ain't gonna kill nobody in the process.
I'm telling you. And then we ain't have a pandemic. You doing it in a pandemic.
That
man.
is in the midst of a pandemic.
Oh my God.
All right, cool.
You
All right.
good?
Thank you for congratulating me on the Fox opportunity. Before I give him the last word, every night on Fox till the end of the year, I'm on Fox every night on Sean Hannity's show talking about what I'm doing on this roof. So they film me right here on the roof, and I talk about it. I talk about the violence in Chicago and whatever other questions they ask. and I answer it as best to my ability.
CNN better match that,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, you know, they ain't showing no brothers no love, but it's all
man.
good.
They
Shouts
supposed to
out
be
Fox.
right.
Fox
Shouts
showing
out
me
to
all
Fox.
kind of love. I rock. Hey, my mama taught me rock with who rocking with you.
Love who love you.
Exactly.
I'm telling
So,
you.
not only that, but they have me on every morning as well.
Oh, that's dope.
Monitoring our journey on every day, and I appreciate them so much.
Yes.
They're not editing my stuff. They let me print and say what I want to say, and I really appreciate that. And I'll be on tonight. So those of you who are watching, if you go to Fox tonight I will be on at 8:45. 8:45. I'm the last segment. 8:45, 8:49, something like that. I'm the last segment. So please go and watch Sean Hannity Fox tonight and tune in. We getting ready to close, so D Nash, go ahead. What's the word for the day, man? What you got?
It go back to the quote that I started with. God has never placed anything in a hole for which it could not grow. Anything or anyone. No matter what your situation is right now, just make a decision, please. You know, whether it's a relationship, a failed relationship, or a failing relationship, whether it's a job you're unhappy with, maybe it's your home life, maybe you're a woman that's struggling with kids, man. There's programs for you, but also it's just a decision you got to make and affirm yourself. You know, belief in self, we trust in God and believe in ourselves, man, and have faith of a mustard seed. And that's just what it is. I know it was a lot more than what he said,
Nah, man,
but
that's it.
that's just what it is. It's a totality of everything.
You know what, man? Those affirmations are so important. Every morning I get up, and this is the truth. I sit on the bed and I go, I can build this center debt free. And I probably say it, and this is the God's honest truth, I probably say it about 50 times.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say it is because I struggle with the fear
of not
being able to do it. I struggle with what people's opinions are.
Yeah.
So I have to unload all that stuff, and I have to do it in the morning. And then sometimes, man, and during the day, I just get away from everybody, and I just repeat to myself. I can't. Even today, I did it on Twitter. It was something going on. Oh, I had talked to somebody, and they didn't mean any harm. You know, they didn't even know they were doing it.
Yeah.
But it just didn't make me feel good internally. I didn't let them know.
Right.
But internally, it just didn't make me feel good because it was feeling like 35 million was a lot of money and that it was impossible.
Right.
And so I just tweeted, I have to stay focused. And I have to, and you had said it when you affirmed what I was feeling in my spirit.
Focus on your focus.
You said focus on your focus, but I had already tweeted, I have to stay focused on building this center. And then I said, I have to believe that God can build it debt free.
Yeah.
And man, I did that, and I say stuff like that because I'm not trying to say it to people to
It
make
shore
them
you
believe.
up.
Man, I'm trying to make myself believe.
Because at the end of the day, it was just like when I did the walk. Will you imagine all the people that already didn't think that I was gonna do it?
And don't want you to do it.
But if I would have failed just to look, remember I got sick on the walk.
Yeah.
But
You was
I
in
told
the
you,
hospital.
I told you, they gonna have to cut my legs off, my arms, because failure is not an option.
Not an option.
You know, and I had to believe. I had to first trust in God and believe in ourselves, and that's what you have to do no matter what. If you believe it, it can happen. And no matter what, in the face of adversity, you have to have that faith, and you have to have that belief, and you got to have that affirmation to come up when you don't even know it's bubbling up. It just come up.
Yeah, I tell people, you have to come and get me off this roof. If I get sick, if I get down, I'm not going down on my own.
Nah.
I'm not quitting.
It's not an option.
I don't care how cold it get, how
Not an
much
option.
snow it get.
Not an option.
It's not an option. It's no option.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all, I hope y'all been blessed. Me and D Nash can go on all night. I'm gonna just tell y'all, so we just gonna quit and cut it off.
We're gonna cut it
But I
off.
want to bless y'all and tell y'all thank y'all for being here every night. Thank y'all for sharing our message. I've really been blessed by everybody sharing what we're trying to do on Facebook. And even though I'm staying on the roof and I'm in the tent,
work is
it's
getting done.
Chicago that's getting the props.
Yeah.
Every time I get to talk about, and when I'm on fight, I get to talk about shit. What's up, everybody? Come on in. Come and join us on Facebook tonight. Notifications should be going out right about now.
As a matter of fact, I'll share it myself.
Amen. Everybody go ahead and share as you're coming in. I'm going to pull my phone out so I can see who is joining us tonight. So let's see tonight who's joining our show tonight. We got a great show lined up. Thankful for y'all being here with us tonight. Let's get it cranked. So let me see who is in the house tonight already. All right, let me turn this down. All right, so Shamir McSwain, Gwendolyn Wilson. Thank y'all for joining us tonight. Shanika Johnson, Mary Booker. Thank you for joining us. Listen, anybody who is joining us tonight, go ahead and share real quick right now. If you don't mind, go ahead and share real quick. Kimberly Stewart, shouts out. Janitra Dilworth, thank you for joining us tonight. Everybody go ahead and share. We got a great conversation that's getting ready to happen. You don't want to miss it tonight. I got two brothers all the way here from Albany, Georgia and Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. So listen, I need y'all to spread the word that we get ready to have a great discussion, and we want everybody to hear about it. So come on in, everybody. Good evening, Lynn Stevenson, Leila Willis, Nacho, what's up, brother?
The smoke getting my ass.
Yeah, the smoke gonna mess with you for a minute. We're gonna hopefully it's gonna work out. So come on in. If I can get everybody right now to go ahead and share right before we get ready to start tonight. I'm ready to start in about 15 seconds, but I need everybody to share real quick. Notifications are going out. I know we're competing tonight against football.
Oh, yeah.
But the Cowboys have lost, so y'all should come on in. Cowboy Nation, y'all join us tonight. All right? Join the Bears fans tonight. All right? Dana Carr, bless you. Janitra, Christopher Hall, what's up, Pat? What's up? Bless you, man. All right. Let's get joined. Let's Lucretia Boston, thank you for joining us tonight. Let's jump in tonight. Let's get it started. So listen, thank y'all for tuning in to our live stream tonight. We are really grateful and appreciative. For those of you who may not know, maybe this is your first time being with us. You're wondering, what are we doing this tonight on this deck, on this roof, out in this cold? My name is Pastor Corey Brooks, and I'm staying in this tent right behind me for 100 days, from November the 20th to February 28th, bringing to you the awareness that you need to know about the violence in Chicago, but also to raise as much money as we possibly can raise to build a center that is much needed on this block called O Block. It's called O Block because it's named after a young man named O.D. Perry who was shot and killed. The gangs decided to keep the O in his name and call it O Block. We decided we love the O, so we're going to keep the O, but we're going to call it Opportunity Block. So I'm up here on this roof tonight, and every night I get afforded the opportunity to have guests that come from all over the country to share with us in our endeavor to help us out in our cause because they're passionate and concerned about the people in Chicago. So tonight I am like really excited. I'm gonna try not to be a fan tonight and just try to be a host, but I'm so glad that tonight I have two young brothers with me that y'all need to hear from. One is only 22 years old, the other one 33. First to my right is King Randall. King Randall is from Albany, Georgia, and he, at 22 years old, has started a school. It is the Life Preparatory School for Boys that we're going to be talking about in Albany, Georgia. Listen, when you hear the things that they're doing, you're going to be blessed. I want everybody to follow him on his page, on his Facebook page, his Twitter page, his IG page. You need to follow this young brother. This is one of America's next up-and-coming leaders. He's already a major leader, but he's going to become a national leader, and I'm thankful to have him here with us tonight. I'm also thankful to have with us the none other than the entrepreneur himself, the mogul himself. Travis Cochran is here from Atlanta, Georgia. If you ever wanted to have somebody to inspire young brothers and talk about business and all the opportunities you want to hear tonight from Travis Cochran, and tonight we're going to have a good discussion. Hopefully this smoke will calm down a little bit so they'll be able to talk. I know it's killing them right now, but we're going to be able to have a good discussion. Let me just say tonight, welcome, brothers.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah.
I'm glad to be here, man.
Yeah.
The flight was awesome. Y'all, a lot of hospitality.
Yes, sir.
Gave me good food.
We gave you some Heroes and some Portillos.
Yeah,
we got hooked you up.
It was good. I'm glad to be here. Yes, sir.
So I'm glad these brothers are here. So, you know, I'm going to jump right in our discussion. Tonight we're going to be talking about black boys a lot, especially what we're trying to do here in Chicago. We're going to learn some lessons from these brothers tonight on what they're doing and the successful things that they're doing in Albany, Georgia with their school for boys, and we're going to talk about that. I always ask people, the first question I always ask everybody on our live is, man, why are you here? Here we are on the south side of Chicago on O Block, and it's cold out here. Y'all could be at the hotel, or y'all could be at Albany, Georgia, or Atlanta, but tonight y'all are here. So let me start with you, King. Why are you here tonight?
Well, I always have this quote where I say, the body operates with all its different parts. You have the heart, the mind, the arms, the legs, everything. So everybody has a different part. So when I heard about this movement via Twitter, from a few of my followers, they connected us, and just hearing about what you were trying to do in the city of Chicago, and we have a lot of the same type of violence that happens in the city of Albany. I definitely want to make sure I make my way up here and just assist it, because we all have to, lock arms all over the nation for our boys, because they're definitely falling by the wayside, but they'll stop, and we'll make an impact if we all lock arms together and make these things happen. So
for sure. Sure, I'm glad to have you, man. What about you, Travis? What brings you here to the South Side?
I'm like Kevin Garnett. I'm like a Chicago byproduct.
I got you.
I did high school and college here, some high school and college here. But this is just always what me and King always been about. It's what I've been about my whole life, and I know the power of mentorship. And I've gotten to things in these Chicago, not too far from here. So Chicago always held a place in my heart. So trying to figure out ways to help people everywhere I've been was always on my mind. And then seeing what you was doing, I was just like, yeah, we definitely got to go, touch down and see how we can bring some awareness or help however we could. So I was just excited to get the opportunity, really.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Even though, y'all young brothers make me feel old. I can remember when I was a 22-year-old, the 33-year-old, doing all the interesting, exciting stuff. Now I've become the old man watching you young brothers. And I'm going to tell you, I'm really excited and really grateful, and I want to try to bless y'all and help y'all as much as I can. And, y'all are doing some great work, and that's what I want to really talk about and hone in on tonight. As you said, King, our boys are in trouble. Mm-hmm. I don't care where you go to. It could be in the little town that I grew up in, Muncie, Indiana. It could be Albany, Georgia. It could be someplace in Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. Wherever you find young black boys,
right,
you're finding kids who are in trouble.
Absolutely.
And I'm really thankful and grateful for what you're doing, because I believe it's a model. We've been talking about should we have a school for boys for a while now. Mm-hmm. And when I came across your stuff, I was like, man, that's what I'm talking about right there. Mm-hmm. So I want to ask you, for our audience, tell us about your school. Tell us about why you started it, mm-hmm. what it is, everything you want to share with us about your school. We just want to hear it.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. So again, my name is King Randall, and I started the X for Boys program when I was 19 years old. I started this program out of my house. Because so many of our children in the city of Albany were going to jail, being killed, etc. And what really hit home for me was one of my classmates that I went to school with. His name is Jaquavius Oliver. He went to jail for hiding a gun that was used in a murder. He wasn't there. They gave him 30 years. And for me to go to court...
For hiding the gun?
For hiding the gun. And for me to go to court with him, no prior criminal history or anything, for me to go to court with him and then just have to watch him get sentenced. And he and I weren't like just best friends or anything like that. He just reached out to me and was like, can you help? And I was like, I can try. But after that happened, I started working with children because I went to so many different community meetings and meetings with churches, etc. And everybody's like, oh yeah, the community needs this and that and this and that. And then when we try to come and implement these ideas, nobody wanted to move. So I decided I was going to take 20 children on a field trip to Atlanta, Georgia. I took them there. Many of them had never been to the city of Atlanta. It's only 2 hours away. And I took them to the Center for Civil and Human Rights, and I took them to the Dr. King Museum. And to see all these children asking these questions, to see them not wanting to be in their condition was the turning point for me. So doing that, immediately after that, I started teaching them how to work on cars. I did an oil change workshop out of my uncle's garage. I taught 20 boys how to change oil in a car. I taught them how to change the oil, gave them their certificates, and for their parents to call me and say, man, he want to put his certificate on the wall. Man, he want to do this and that, because of what you taught him. And so for me, it was a confidence piece because a lot of these children who aren't athletically inclined, who are academically inclined, they don't have anything to be proud of themselves for. So to teach them how to work with their hands and for them to say, hey, Mom, I can change the oil in your car. Hey, Mom, I can change the brakes. It makes them feel more confident. They walk with a different swagger when you know how to do something.
Absolutely.
So I did that with them, and during that summertime, I had just lost my job. I was driving a forklift, and I did it. I said I was gonna do a summer camp. I did a summer camp out of my house. I had 20 boys come to my house every day of the summer of 2019. They
Wow.
came to my house every day. I had a small dry erase board. I put it on my dining room wall, and we made it happen. I had some little tables I had got donated, some little chairs I got donated, and every day I taught. You know, I taught them how to change ceiling fans. We changed toilets, we painted, did flooring. I taught them how to grow their own food. We did everything. And then I got to a part where I was teaching them, we were reading. And I'm realizing a lot of these children can't read. And I'm like, son, what grade are you in? I'm in 11th grade. You in 11th grade and you can't read? I had a 6th grader who couldn't even read cat dog. Like, he couldn't read at all. So I'm like, how are you guys passing through school? Who's putting you guys through school? So at that point, I knew I wanted to open a school. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I told him, I was like, listen, one day I'm going to open you guys a school. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but we're going to make it happen. Fast forward to summer of 2020. Obviously, COVID happened. But actually, before that, I started a book club because obviously the children weren't reading.
Right.
And we developed an 86% reading comprehension rate. So a lot of the kids that were coming to our book club were actually learning how to read and comprehending what they're reading. So COVID happened. I had to pause everything I was doing. And that next summer came around, and parents called me and asked me what was I going to do for the summer. And I was like, I can't do anything. I got my own kid. You know, he don't want him sick. I don't know what these kids coming in and out of. So they reached out to me and kept asking. So I said, look, I'm going to do a summer camp out of my house. I said, they're going to have to come live with me. I said, because I don't know who house they coming in and out of. And they were like, okay. So I had 6 kids. I went and bought 3 bunk beds, put them in my living room, and we made it happen. Mind you, I was broke at the time. So me and the kids eating Little Caesars, we eating beanies and weenies, we eating noodles. But
y'all making it happen.
Yeah, but we went to work on the farm every day. This lady donated me a small little Chrysler white soccer mom van, and I was driving them around in that. And it would break down on us sometime. We were stuck on the side of the road for 8 hours. We drove to Cincinnati to go to the zoo and stuff, and got stuck on the side of the road for 8 hours. We had a time. And like I said, I was completely broke. Nobody knew my name. I didn't have a major program, none of that stuff. So during that summer, somebody told me to start posting on Twitter what we were doing with the kids. So I was like, well, I'll start posting it, because I wasn't really posting what we were doing as often as I should have. So I started posting it, and one day some people started retweeting my tweet, and it went viral on social media. I was teaching the kids how to do sheetrock. We were at an apartment complex, and we were working with these contractors. So I taught them how to do sheetrock, and that went on Twitter, and it went everywhere. And so people were like, well, you need to make a GoFundMe account so we can fund you. Now, mind you, I didn't have an LLC.
Right.
I didn't know what a nonprofit was.
Just going.
I'm just a 20-year-old kid just working with these other kids. So I'm just going crazy, just doing stuff. So I made a GoFundMe. We raised like $12,000 in like the first week. And I was like taken aback. So I'm like, okay, let me figure something out. I need to figure out business license and nonprofit and all that stuff. Like all these people were from everywhere. We're trying to reach out. So then we got invited to the White House. We went to the White House in October in the previous administration. And to see all the love that we received just from what we were doing. Those kids, I took them to my home. It was beautiful. After that summer, school was still out, and I had started getting some children from the juvenile detention center. A lot of those kids from juvenile court needed somewhere to stay. I took 6 more children from juvenile court system, and they came to live with me. I was feeding them every day, clothing them. Their parents weren't around, like nobody was helping. Right. It was just me. The court system wasn't paying me or anything. I was taking care of these children. So they were living with me, and during that entire time, book clubbing, teaching them how to work on cars, taking them on trips, flew them to the White House, flew them to LA, flew them to Brooklyn, flew them to the Bronx. And during this time, we were actually teaching other children in other cities different workshops. So I was teaching them just like we did this year. I went to the Bronx, I went to Brooklyn, went to LA, last year. And I take my kids with me, and they instruct other children in other places how to work on cars, how to, do brakes, how to change oil.
Right.
So after I train them, they go and teach other kids. And what I do is I go donate brand new tools to these children in these neighborhoods. I look at the kid who's most interested in the workshop, and I donate him brand new tools. And not nothing cheap, because I hate working with cheap tools. So I give him really good tools, to work with. Excuse me, this smoke killing me. So,
take your time, man.
Yeah, so, but anyway, that's kind of like how all that happened. And then during that process, I was trying to buy a school building. We tried to buy a school from our local school system, and that didn't work out for us. So we were kind of in a 7 to 8 month process with them. Then we purchased 40 acres of land back in May of 2021.
Wow.
We purchased 40 acres of land, and then after that, we purchased 3 more buildings for our resource center in the city of Albany. So we had started doing free breakfast out of there. We were feeding our community free breakfast every other Saturday. in the city of Albany. During that time, we were giving out for 2 months. Yeah, for 2 months. We did Christmas gifts. Last Christmas and this Christmas, I ride around. I take a full list from the city of Albany from all single moms that sign up. And I go to Walmart and go to the mall, go wherever, get an Amazon wish list, and I go buy all these gifts and I go drop them all off. That's what me and the boys did. Me and my little brother last year went and passed out 40 gifts to 40 different families in hotels, on the side of the road, people living in trailers, etc. People are extremely poor, and it's humbling to see because I didn't know where these people were living at. Some people asked just to pay for their hotel fees, just for them to stay for another week. So it was beautiful. People asked for food. People weren't even asking for gifts. So it was a real humbling experience last year and this year. Right now, a realtor reached out to me maybe a few months ago, and she told me she had a school for sale downtown city of Albany. And I didn't know it was a school down there. It's actually a former church that had a school attached to it. I went and toured it. We didn't have any money to buy it, so I did a Twitter fundraiser one day back in November. I said I was going to raise $50,000 by Christmas time. So it was early November, and I was going to raise this money by Christmas. It was $50,000 to do the down payment on the building. We raised the money in 38 hours. We raised it extremely fast, and we were able to put down the down payment and get in our school. And that's kind of like a really, really crunched up version.
No, we gonna get it out.
It's a really crunched up version of where we started and where we are now and how the Life Preparatory School came to fruition.
So, man, you just said, I'm going to do the work, kept putting in the work, and it just kept evolving. So now y'all got this building, y'all rehabbing it, turning it into a full functional school. Like, how many kids do y'all have right now?
I have about 40 children all together in the program. We have some kind of come in and out, some who come in completely like all the time consistently, and I have a lot of kids on the waiting list. We just need more space for them. The school will be boarding. The biggest reason I want boarding for the school is because the children had the most change once they came to live with me.
So so you mean by boarding that they'll actually be staying at the facility?
They will be living at school.
Man. So just so you know, that's always been my dream. My church has been hearing me say for 20 years, I want a boarding school.
Wow.
I want to own about 100 acres of land and create a school for boys. That's like my ultimate goal. So I definitely gotta, as soon as I get off this roof, my first trip is to Georgia, so I can come check it out. So Travis, man, so how did you get hooked up with him? How did you get hooked up with King about, this school idea?
So I'm also from Albany, and Albany is very small. Everybody knows everybody, and I was doing, trying to do outreach of my own. I had a career in the medical field for about 10 years, and then I was managing an artist from our hometown named Kentrell. He signed to Nas, and as I'm pulling pieces together, I'm like, how can we highlight our hometown? Because small town, bad town, whatever they say about it, you want to bring light to where you are. And then so as we're looking for kids to highlight on the entertainment side, I also was helping with the local AAU team, helping with the local football team.
Yes.
So I helped sponsor the city all-star game like 6 years in a row. So I was always reaching back, trying to find ways to not only just be back in the community, but how do we bring other people up out of the community? And downtown Albany before the flood was called Harlem. It was like Harlem Renaissance is where all the black businesses was. So me and Kentrell started saying Harlem on all of our posts. Like, it's a lot of talent. Wow. There's a lot of talent down here. It's a lot of good things down here that we can highlight, get everybody kind of from Albany. Trent Brown. Trent Brown had just signed a contract. He was like the highest paid lineman in NFL history from Albany. And then King started doing his work as all of this is going on. So I started connecting with him and seeing the stuff he was doing, and not want to just hop right in because when stuff started catching fire, you don't want to just be another person who's just like trying to be in the camera or be next to somebody because they doing something good. But we built the relationship over probably about a year, and then I grew to find out that King is my son's cousin.
Okay.
King's mom is my son's mom, first cousin.
Okay.
And we didn't know that. We didn't know that, of course. I haven't lived in Albany since I was maybe 16, right before I moved to Chicago. So when King started doing that, he started having, some traction, and then he had some people stole stole
Yeah,
the
stole his
equipment that
equipment,
he bought for the boys for the yard work, and I was like, I reached out to him then directly, like, hey, tell me how I can help you now, instead of, me just kind of sitting back trying to see where he needs help. So then we started building on that, and then when he was like, well, I want to get to school, and kind of like you, I wanted to school, and it was ironic because I was a very smart kid. I made honor roll all the way up into high school, and then I started getting into my own mischief.
Right.
Getting into girls a little bit and just got distracted, but I was a basketball player and I was pretty good, so that kept me from going too far. So then when I reached back to King, I'm like, okay, let's figure something else out about how we can help. So when he wanted to school, I was like, I know if I would have had a little bit more structure in school, I would have stayed in school. Or if I would have had people offering programs and different things that interest me other than just the core principle, which the core principles are important. But what he was doing was like stuff that I really wanted to do. So I said, okay, let's work together. And we started working on the specifics of the school. I had an idea for a program. So I actually sent him my program and asked him what he thought about it, because I felt like he was further ahead than me. And I wanted to just figure out how to bring trades to kids in the summer. Like, I did 10 years of medical, so I want to do 1 week with medical training. Next week I want to do entertainment training. Next week I want to do financial training. And next week I want to do political and law training, because I felt like we didn't have enough lawyers, doctors, and congressmen, and some of these positions where we are asking for change. We kind of groom these kids in these positions. Then we have a pipeline to it. We can connect on a better level. So when I reached out to him, then we found out him and myself, because it was after the fact. I started managing kids, and started wanting to make school, as stuff got closer, tougher, a couple steps here and there, and we just really worked all together. This kid is special, and I wish people could understand that when you're special, you can go left and right, somebody has to grab you. My mom was in high school, my mom, man, dead stepping Jackson. He made Jackson like a big light on my life. I realized, that came light when it came in 11 or 12, 16 or 17, maybe I would have had a better pipeline coming out. So that's how I really got involved with things. I'm like, I can be somewhat of what my stepdad was, and I can pay it forward. I paid forward with King, and me and King helped me and the boys and bring in all the resources that we kind of pulled in ourselves to bring all of those to the table for the boys. So that's really how I got involved with it. And then when I opened my studio, he was like, okay, we'll get to school. Once the kids bust the kids to the studio to learn film and entertainment and kind of do a Jack and Jill type program. And then after that, we can come to the summer and bring people to the theater. So that means 12 months they're either going to somebody or we're bringing somebody to them. And so we got the bus to start doing all of that and planning all those things. It all just kind of been falling in place by the will of God, honestly. Even with the setbacks, it's just
It's awesome, because what's crazy is, I marvel on the fact that y'all so young. I just keep saying that and repeating that. But what's crazy is that you all aren't waiting on the government. Y'all aren't waiting on somebody else. Y'all just decided we're going to go get it. And even though y'all don't have all the answers sometimes, you definitely don't have all the money sometimes, y'all still have been strong enough, courageous enough to go ahead and get it. So I want to say to some people in our audience who are listening, who are watching, that listen, we have got to make the step and make efforts and go after our dreams and our passions, especially if it's concerning helping other people. And whatever we got to do, we definitely got to help these boys, because our boys are really seriously in trouble. I know, King, you said y'all go to other cities and y'all help and y'all teach this and y'all teach that. Yep. Tell me, what do you see as it relates to our boys around the country? What are you feeling about what's the state of affairs for black boys?
I think a lot of them just missing a whole lot of attention from men. I know people like to use that phrase, toxic masculinity, but I think that phrase is really just a little too much femininity going on in their lives. And a lot of them are missing that tribe of men, because I always talk about the tribe of men that raised me. I had my uncle, my granddad, my former stepdad, my current stepdad, the guy that stayed behind me, the guy that stayed across the street, the guy that stayed down the street. All those men in our community helped raise us. One of them taught us how to lay bricks. My former stepdad was there to teach me how to grow my own food. Like, everything we ate, we went and grew outside. Like, to this day, we still got all the fruit trees outside. I know how to grow everything. I can skin animals. I can kill animals. You know, I learned the emotional, support side from my mom and my grandma. You know, just having a full tribe. So a lot of kids are missing all of that. So in me wanting to start a boarding school, wanting to give them that family that they don't have at home, that's what's missing, that family. A lot of parents, are constantly working, and a lot of boys are being forced to raise their siblings, and just a lot. I mean, these kids are going through so much. Molestation is a big thing, especially for young boys. It's not reported as much because it always happens from a woman on the little boy. Because that happened to me. That happens more often than anything. It's a grown woman, molesting a young boy.
Right.
It happens often. Now, granted, it may not get reported because the boy may like it or whatever. He being a man, etc. But
it's cool.
It's cool. I got a grown woman, but it happens more often than not. Dad, I've had kids being starved. I had kids, being forced to sell drugs. So all of this, leads to nonsense and them not being able to see possible. Which is why I love that I'm so young and working with my children, because a lot of them don't get to see possible. They get to, see rappers or the drug dealer on the street, etc. They can show them stuff. It's different when somebody comes to your school and talk to you and say, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. Well, you can't show them anything. You can't give them anything to see, or touch with their hands. But down the street can show them the new shoes. He can show them the flashy car. He can show them the chains. He can show them the girls. So they're going to go towards what looks more cool. But if I can show them that they can have all the finer things in life by being a stand-up man, being a good human being, working on cars, working on houses, going to college, playing in the band, whatever, being a good kid at school, you have to show them possible. So a lot of them don't get to see possible. They don't get to see how different life can be. So that's like one of my biggest things, is trying to show them possible. So that's another reason I kind of go around, because I got to show them, like, no, it's 1,000 other things to do, out here aside from selling drugs, etc. So,
or being a rapper.
Yeah, or being a rapper, or playing sports. Like one of the kids, I got in the program from juvenile court. I asked him, like, why you, stealing cars? Like, you 14, 15 years old, why you stealing cars and all that? Or why you selling drugs? Well, that's all I knew to do. I mean, and you came and showed me some new stuff, and now I can do that. It just be simple answers. It ain't never this long, drawn out thing that we be thinking we got to do in these super duper plans. It just be something as simple as showing them something different, and being consistent in their lives, being able to easily accessible for the boys. So, I try to have all of them can call me at any time. They can text at any time. I go to their schools, help them with their spelling bee, go pick them up from band practice, go take them to football practice, go buy their stuff for a band, or go buy stuff, that they need, support them in every way possible. And I always say every man should be responsible for at least one child that's not his. At least one. I mean, that is not going to hurt you to get one kid and say, hey, mama, listen, I don't know you like that. I'm such and such person. I operate at this law firm. Or I'm a doctor here or whatever. And take them to school every day. Just something that simple. Pick them up, take them to school, and pick them up, take them home every day. Go take them out to get something to eat. Go holler at them. One kid is not going to hurt you. It's so many men without children. I'm just like, all of y'all complaining with no children. Go do something. Do something. I mean, I call it the do something plan. Just go do something. It ain't got to be nothing major. Just get up and go do something.
Yeah.
It's
get
real simple.
involved in their lives.
Get involved. I mean, a lot of these problems I feel like we can solve ourselves, but we get so caught up in the mix of all these groups and activists and all that stuff. We feel like we got to be a part of them, or we got to have something like that. Like, all these people be asking these questions online every time somebody gets shot. Where are the mentors? Be one. Like, all these, this is a problem for me, because it's so many millions of people who have complaints, but ain't nobody doing nothing about it. So, but the kids are just missing seeing possible and people being in their lives. That's really it. Just missing consistency.
Man, now y'all know why I like King. Y'all see why I love King. When he's talking about farming and skinning animals, I know my church was like, here he go.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Hey, if he had said and hunting and fishing, I would have hooked. You hunt and fish?
Yes, sir.
Y'all know I'm gonna be in Georgia,
I'm
right?
a Georgia
Y'all
boy.
know I'm gonna be in Georgia, hunting, fishing, bass fishing, deer hunting, all of that, rabbit, everything.
Yep.
So we're gonna be having a lot of boys, and that's what we need. So Travis, I know one of the things that you were talking about. I wanted to real quick also talk about your business, and the reason I wanted to do that is because I want people to understand that you can use your business to help people as well. So you're an entrepreneur. Can you tell people about your business and how you plan to use that with King in helping some of the boys?
Okay, so I have a production studio in Atlanta. It's called the HBUC, the Historical Black University of Creatives. So all of my companies, I try to put a university or education base in it. So I have that, and I have the Blacklist Academy, which is the program that I was talking about with King. But my production studio is 20,000 square feet in Atlanta, and we do everything from Chris Brown videos to Jimmy Kimmel shows to Nike campaigns. And I'm partnered with Caleb Seals, who's like one of the best directors in Atlanta, and he's growing. And we're trying to get a bunch of kids, especially at the college level, to come in and train as interns, because even though everybody can't be a rapper, I don't want to just like look over all the other things that they can do in the space. So there's gonna be kids that want to come learn how to shoot, how to film movies, how to film short stories, how to film TV series, how to film music videos.
Right.
So I want to bring kids in to that, and they add to our program, our Blacklist program, where it's like, okay, if I get 15 kids from Morehouse and Spelman or Clark, and they learn to engineer music, how to engineer sound, and do podcasts and do all these different things. We'll teach them that, and then they'll teach the boys at our school. And then we'll do other workshops all throughout the year and throughout the summer to where we can have a pipeline. And then I did 10 years in medical where I repaired surgery instruments. And a lot of people don't know that, especially black people don't know that that industry exists. I did it for 10 years, and for the first 7, I've never seen a black person do it outside of me. And every hospital in every city, whether it's Cook County, whether it's the worst neighborhood or the best neighborhood, every hospital has a team of doctors that use stainless steel equipment that they use on surgeries, whether it's orthopedic surgery, OBGYN surgery, all these different surgeries. And I made 6 figures doing that with no degree, no certifications.
Just repairing the
instruments. It's a skill. You have to sit down and learn. I trained under somebody for a year. So I want to train young boys in that program to also, here's your avenues. You can go into medical, you can go into entertainment, you can go into all these different things. But if you choose medical, here's an industry that nobody knows about really in our neighborhoods, where you can literally go to a hospital, get a contract, and help doctors save lives. Where you learn how to fix stainless, you learn how to sharpen scissors, whether that's scissors for brain surgery or scissors for a toe fracture or whatever it is.
Right.
Sharpen scissors, fix retractors, instruments that's used for women who have to have cervical procedures and all these different things. So I really want to build a pipeline from my production studio to colleges and interns. And you don't necessarily have to be a college intern, but I want to hit age gaps of kids from 18, then jump down to 16, then jump down to 14, then jump down to 12, where we can build a pipeline to show kids that, hey, I had a Benz at 23 and I never sold drugs. I played basketball, but I never got paid to play basketball. I never was a rapper. I had a Benz, I had a nice house, I had a nice condo, I had all these different things. So it's kind of like what King was talking about, of just showing possible. So I think because my production studio has such big things, such big shiny productions that kids that'll bring people in, now I can foster that down to all the other different avenues, and we can save these kids by not saying, hey, don't do that. It's, hey, let me show you what you can do.
Something different, yeah, absolutely. Man, that's what it's all about. So listen, after every show, at the end of every show, we do 2 things. One, we take some questions, which we're going to do just in a few seconds. But at the very end, I allow each person to give a word, a phrase, or a statement of encouragement to people who may be watching. So I know it's cold, and I want to get y'all out this cold because I want y'all to love Chicago and love being on this rooftop.
I love Chicago
I want y'all to be hating on me talking about, man, he kept us out of that cold.
Cold ain't the problem. It's the smoke
It's the
killing
smoke.
me.
It's the smoke. Yeah, it's the smoke.
It's blowing that way. I'm
Yes,
fine.
blowing right in his face, right?
It's been killing me the whole time. I just got my eyes closed. I'm just closing my eyes.
So we're going to take some questions from those who are watching, And thank y'all for those of you who are watching, turn on your notifications so whenever we go live, you'll be notified. But also, if everyone could go ahead and share right now as we get ready to close tonight, everybody share. I want you to hear from King Randall. I want you to hear from Travis Cochran. They've done amazing things. We're gonna make sure that we have their information on the screen. Hopefully, their websites. They'll mention their websites so that you all can tune in to them and follow them on all their social media platforms. And please, please, please give to their program, give to the school. I'm going to be taking a group to Georgia to help fix the school. So some of our brothers from our church, along with Rafa and all of our engineers and our team of construction people, our construction students, we're going to go to Georgia and we're going to make sure we help them fix up that school, and we're going to raise some money. So we're going to take some people, we're going to raise some money, and hopefully, maybe, you never know, we might end up having to send a couple of boys down there until we get our school up and going. So let's help them. Let's be a blessing to them. So let's take some questions.
I got a chat here. Question for both guests. Was there something in your life that happened traumatic or something that brought you to this point?
So the question is, was it something traumatic in their lives or something impactful that brought them to this point to where they started this school and wanted to do the things that they're doing? So King, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I won't say it was anything traumatic that happened to me. I've just known my purpose ever since I was 2 years old. So I had a very spiritual grandmother. My name is Apostle Amanda Green. And I always say as a child, there are some things that you remember and some things that you don't, just depending on how significant the memory was, such as going to the Disney World, going out of town, etc. But I remember two things from when I was 2 years old. My aunt was killed when I was 2 years old. Her husband mistakenly shot her. And I was 2 years old, and I remember we drove all the way from Albany, Georgia to Detroit, Michigan. I remember seeing the snow. I remember her funeral, etc. So I was only 2. And then the next thing that I remember was one day my grandmother, she came and picked me up from pre-K, the actual school that we just bought. She came and picked me up from pre-K and from daycare. And we were sitting in the car, and I could talk really good at the time. And I remember I was in a gray car seat. We were in her little green 1997 Lexus she had at the time, the little ES300. I remember. And we got to a stop sign on South Madison Street. And I asked her, did she know how it was to have butterflies in her stomach, like something was about to happen? And she said, yeah. And I told her I was here to finish what Dr. King started. And ever since I told my grandmother that, she never let me forget it my entire life. So ever since I told her that, she always said, that was God telling you that. That wasn't me, just saying that. And I told her, growing up, as trying to become a rebellious teenager, I'm like, listen, Grandma, I was probably watching Dr. King video that day, or we probably did something Dr. King related. I don't know what. She's like, I don't care what you're telling me. There's no way a 2-year-old is gonna say that or whatever. And it's just, that nobody but God. So I got all my boot camp letters she sent me while I was in the Marine Corps. All the boot camp letters say the same thing. Don't forget what you're here to do. When I went to culinary school, I graduated, became a professional chef. Don't forget what you're here to do. I went to graduated college, high school, doing all this stuff. I was the captain of the culinary team. Don't forget what you're actually here to do. So I finally gave in when I was about 18 or 19 years old. And I didn't necessarily give in because I was trying to figure out what exactly did he not finish. I was like, what exactly was Dr. King supposed to be doing that he didn't finish? I never forgot it. So I went to the Dr. King Memorial in Atlanta. He's buried in Atlanta. I went to his grave, his memorial, sat there for a minute. I'm just still trying to figure out. I studied all his speeches. I studied all his work. I read the books. I'm just like, what was this man supposed to be doing? I dug in the FBI files. I was trying to figure it out.
Right.
So I went to the museum, and I walked around there, and I went to the room. They have a room in there, has newspaper articles all over everywhere. And it has the carriage in there that carried his casket through downtown Atlanta. And I was walking through there, and a newspaper from April 20 of 1968 from the Pittsburgh Courier, it said, "Will a new king emerge?" From at that moment, if you look at all of my social media handles, they all say new emerging king. But at that moment, I knew exactly what it was that I was supposed to be doing, which leads me to what I'm doing now. So a lot of people always ask me, how am I able to, make this happen, etc. Why am I doing what I'm doing? My movement has unified so many people in the same manner. It was so unintentional. If you look at our following is extremely diverse. We have white, Hispanic, black, Mexican, whatever. All of them are different. And the movement has united so many people from all over the world just because of the movement that we have with these children. So we're doing the I Am a Man March in April 30th through May 1st. And this movement will consist of men from all walks of life.
It'll be in Albany?
It'll be in Albany, Georgia.
So
That's what I
we'll
wanted
be
to
there.
invite you to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
I received the invitation.
Yep, so all the men will be coming there. And I actually did this march in 2020. Had about 300 men show up there. But this time we're expecting no less than 1,000 men. It's going to be men from all walks of life. We'll be crossing the bridge in Albany, Georgia. And just to see, how the movement has brought so many different people of all different races, all different, religions, all different political sides, together. It's just been beautiful seeing how what I'm doing for these children is making a way for, what we're trying to do in the future. Because my biggest thing, and I always say some of the biggest mistakes our civil rights leaders made was not training the replacements. Because they can they can come kill me, but you can't kill the 40, 50, 60 children that I taught, along the way. So 20 years from now, you're not going to kill the 1,000, 2,000 children out of touch, by then. So that's what I think, our civil rights leaders' mistakes was not training replacements. And that's what I'm doing now.
Wow. It's hard to follow that. I would say there was one traumatic thing. I don't really kind of pull from trauma as much. I try to, pull from inspiration. I'm an inspirational person. And I just remember when I moved to Chicago, my mom moved from from Albany, Georgia to Chicago, and she went from making $30,000 a year to making $70,000 a year doing the same job. Mm-hmm. And I moved to Chicago, and that was, up until then, I lived in Albany from the time I was born till I was 16, 17 years old. And I was just able to see different things. Like, I never knew what a condo was. I never knew what a skyscraper was. Yeah. And then I went to school with a girl here in the west suburbs at Glenbard East. Her name was Amanda Crawford, and her and her mom started a wheelchair business. Wow. And that was my first introduction to, like, entrepreneurship right in my face. And, like, 1 month we was riding the bus, and the next month they started doing lift chairs and hospital beds and stuff for families, and they were millionaires, and they bought a house on a condo in Michigan and Randolph, and that opened my eyes to, okay, it's other stuff out here that I get to see that a lot of my friends didn't get to see. Yeah. And then my dad, the traumatic thing, I guess, my dad worked for a tire company for most of my life, made good money, worked double, my real dad, and he always took care of home. He always did all these things. And then one day the company left and went overseas, and my dad, who had never not worked a day in his life since he was 17, didn't have a job. And he hit me one day. He was like, I felt like they took something from me, and it's hard for me to want to be here. And what that let me know is you always had to have multiple skill sets. And outside of having multiple skill sets, you had to take care of multiple people. So when things like that happen, you have a community of people. And between those few things and my stepdad coming into my life and kind of giving me the corporate side of it, seeing my mom, seeing my dad, and seeing my stepdad, I just knew I had to bring information and exposure back to my home for people who didn't get to see it. So that's how I kind of got to where I am.
That's strong.
We heard you all mention earlier that you've taken the kids to a couple different cities. What do you do in these cities when you take them there?
So the question is, they take kids to different cities, and what do they do in these different cities when they take the kids?
All right, so most of the children that I, take from the city of Albany, I remember I mentioned the first field trip we ever did. A lot of these children, even adults in the city of Albany, have never actually been outside of the city of Albany. They've literally been there their entire lives, like never even going 10 minutes away. We got this melon patch like 10 minutes outside of Albany, but they hadn't even been there. So I took these kids to Atlanta to begin with, just for their first field trip, and to see them taking pictures of buildings, etc. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. So me being able to take them around the country, first of all, is a eye-opening experience for them. Being able to get on the plane for the first time, and just seeing different cultures and different people, different accents, different food. It's an experience. But we go to these different cities, and we actually go and teach other children from across the country how to work on cars. So we've been only doing automotive repair shops, teaching them how to change brakes and change oil. One of the most simple things to do, but it makes money around your neighborhood. That's how I made money for a while. Even learning how to cut hair. All those different things make money. So I go and teach them how to change brakes or oil or something like that. And I donate brand new tools to these children in that area. I do the workshop, and I find whatever child is the most interested and the most, like he really wants to do it. And I donate those tools to him. and allow him to go and start his own small automotive repair service. We literally donate the entire shebang. We donate the wrenches, we donate the jack stands, the entire nine, so they can start their entire automotive repair service, you know, after we leave. And some of these kids I'm able to keep up with, some of them I'm not, but all of them are able to reach out to me at any time. So that's kind of what we do when we go to these different cities. And the boys that I've taught in my program, they actually go and instruct all these workshops because I've already taught them. So that's my way of teaching them to give back to their communities.
That's cool. All right. One more question.
Georgia, how are you all feeling with this cold and this snow?
So the question is, Travis, since y'all been in Georgia, from Georgia, I know you've been in Chicago, living in Chicago for a little while, but you really a Georgian. How do y'all feel being in it's starting to snow now, so and we got the cold, so how y'all feeling about it?
I'm good because I feel like the years when I lived here was some real harsh winters.
Yes, sir.
And when I would go back home to Georgia, it would be like 50 degrees and I would have on shorts and short sleeve shirts and everybody looking at me like you're crazy. I'm like, look, you ain't never had to walk to school or walk to the bus 1 degree, 10 inches of snow, wind blowing, you gotta walk backwards because the wind blowing too much is cutting your face. Yep. So I'm actually all right. I'm sure King is over there freezing, but I'm pretty all right.
No, I don't know though, because King a Marine now.
Yeah, I said the cold.
King
is,
a ex-Marine.
The cold is not bothering me. It's the smoke.
Ain't no cold like Chicago
Yeah,
cold.
but no, you haven't been to Paris Island. So Paris Island is a different special cold. So you talking about, you know, being out there in my skivvy shirt and shorts, like literally with none of this on, sleeting, and you gotta bundle up with your brothers, you know, that you don't even know warm. Like that, you know, just to be able to keep warm.
Yeah, I bundle up.
Bro, we literally, I never forget, I went outside to pee and my pee turned to frost while I was peeing. That's how cold it was. So I'd have been pretty cold.
That's how
before.
I be in my tent at night. When I go to pee at night, I wake up at night like I always wake up at 3:17. I already know 3:17. I don't know what is going on in the world or what God is trying to do.
Chicago is supposed to be 312.
It should be 312, but I think it's 317. That's Indiana. That's where I'm from.
Oh, that's
so I wake up now. I know why.
That's what it
so
is.
I wake up at 3:17. I go to pee, and I get a pee. I see that smoke coming up. I'll be like, dang, it's cold.
Boy, it's cold. See, 312 let you know when I was in Chicago, because now it's 773 or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You still got 312, 773, 708. Yeah. So listen, thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Please turn on your notifications so that whenever we go live, you'll be notified. And before we leave tonight, I just want y'all to hear last words and last remarks from these brothers. I'm so grateful and thankful for their presence. I've been encouraged. I've been inspired. You know, they came to help me and our cause and encourage us. But I'm telling you, there's probably no one who has been more encouraged and inspired as I have. And, you know, my heart is happy being able to hear what they're doing. And I almost feel like Martin Luther King. I may not get to the end to see it, but just to know that they on top of it and doing it.
With you.
Yeah, I may not get there with you, man. I may not get there with you, but I sure believe y'all gonna do it. And I see y'all doing it, and I really appreciate it. And I'm excited to be able to help in any way that I can. And man, just bless y'all. So it's y'all's turn. Travis, we'll start with you because King, he had like he got some his grandmama in him. A little apostle in him. He wanna get with it. So go ahead.
Well, my quote I live by, quote I got on all my companies is, don't complain, adjust. There's always gonna be obstacles. There's always gonna be problems. There's also always gonna be people who want to hurt you, but it's always gonna be people who want to help you. If you try to find the adjustments, you will find progress.
Oh,
if you complain, you will find a bunch of people that want to sit down next to you and not do nothing. Don't complain, adjust.
Talk.
And from me, you know, for one, follow us on all social media at New Emerging King, and go to our website at thexforboys.org. That's THE, the letter X, FORBOYS.org. And I end every single segment that I do with the same quote from one of our local hometown hero rappers. His name is Cantrell. He says, obstacles are optical illusions. They're not really there. Jump high anyway. Jump high just in case.
And my social media is Don't Hate Trav, T-R-A-V. Don't Hate Trav, T-R-A-V, on Instagram and Twitter. And my production studio is THEHBUC. Thank you.
Can y'all say y'all's websites again one more time?
Yep, that's the xforboys.org. That's THE, the letter X, FORBOYS.org.
Try.
And THEHBUC.com and the xforboys.org.
All right, cool. Y'all, it's been a blessing. We've been blessed tonight, and I'm so excited and thankful that I get to hang out with them a little while longer before we go to sleep and hit it in the morning. But y'all pray for their school in Atlanta. If you want to get in touch with them, y'all know how to get in touch with them. If you can't remember, slide into my DMs, and I'll send you all their information. But thank all of y'all for tuning in again. And as I always say, we'll see y'all tomorrow night. And until tomorrow night, peace. What's up, everybody? What's up? Come on in, come on in. I'm gonna pull out my phone so I can look and see who's joining us, and we can get started on tonight. I am so excited about my guest tonight on our fireside chat. So let me go to my Facebook page. There we go. See, there you go. Yeah. So let me turn it down. Let's see who's gonna come on in. See, can we get it to 100 real quick? There we go. As you're coming in, if you don't mind, would you please share? Everybody, please share. Notifications are going out now, letting people know that we are live and we are on. There we go. Notifications are turned on and people are joining the room. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm really excited. You need to hear this story. It will bless you. It will inspire you. So come on in, come on in, come on in. Let me give some shouts out to some people who are joining us tonight. Jerry Easton, Shanika Johnson, Juanita Brooks, Darlene Blackwell, good evening. How you doing? Barbara Melvin, Talisa Petit, hey, how you doing? Noreen Rhodes, good evening to you as well. All right, Shanice Ward, how you doing? If you want to try to get your phone and share, time you can. Sandra Daniels, how you doing? All the way from Augusta, Georgia. If you're coming from another city and you're joining our room, go ahead and let us know that city. I'll give you a shout out. All right, everybody share. We're going to start in just 1 minute. Paul Jepson. What's up, Darius? Sherry Michelle. Bobby Clemens. Muncie in the house. Lovey Henderson. Nacho. Hey, I want to thank all of y'all for turning on your notifications and being notified when we go live. I really, really appreciate it. Can all of you right now, if all of you all would, it would be a tremendous blessing. Share. Now, not only do I want you to share, but this is important. If you know of any sister, any woman who is having a difficult time, maybe if she has children or she's just struggling and she needs to be encouraged, tonight is the night. I need you to tag her right now. Tag her right now because she'll be inspired and encouraged by this story, and I want you to hear it tonight. So please, everybody just share. Everybody just share. Everybody share. Everybody share. All right. Everybody share. Come on in. Everybody share.
It's on your phone.
Pastor Corey Brooks page.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on not the Corey, the Pastor Corey Brooks page. All right. Come on in. We get ready to start. Shumish Tanya shares it. We're gonna get started. All right. Good to see you, Brian Alexander. All right. Allison, Michigan. I hope I said it right. Thank you, Doris Sally, for the birthday wishes. What's up, Aaron? All right, let's get started tonight. Listen, I'm really excited and grateful and thankful to have with me tonight Tanya Blewett Wells. I'm really grateful for her. She's been a part of our church. She's one of our day one members. She's a wonderful mentor to a lot of the sisters in our church and in our ministry. But a lot of people know her, but they don't know her story. She has a tremendous, and I mean tremendous story that we want to share tonight, because I really do believe while I'm on this roof, I want to encourage and inspire as many people as possible. And I realize there are a lot of young sisters who are really struggling, who are really hurting, whose backs are really up against the wall. There's a lot of brothers who are really struggling, really hurting, backs up against the wall, and of all races. And people need to be encouraged. People need to be inspired. So I want to use this platform that God has given me, especially over the next 48 days. This is day 52, to do as much inspiration and encouraging as I possibly can. So I have with me today Sister Tanya, and we're going to jump right in. So let me say welcome.
Thank you for having me, Pastor.
Tanya's like my little sister, so I love Tanya, y'all, and everybody in church know I love Tanya. This is my sister. I hurt somebody over her, and so I'm glad to have her with me. But I want to share her story tonight. And first of all, let me ask the question: where'd you grow up?
On the low end.
Yeah, on the low end. So where at it on the low end though? Because there's some people who in Michigan and Georgia, they like, what is the low end? So you got to tell them what the low end is.
Okay. I grew up half of my first 15 years on 45th in Washington Park Homes. And then the rest of my life, I grew up in the Ida B. Wells, 39th Street.
Ida B. Wells, 39th Street. And for those who don't know, we started our church on 35th Street. And that's how I met Tanya and her family. Her whole family goes to our church, and her husband at that time. Everybody was attending our church, and they've been a blessing from day one. But I want to jump into, your life and where you are now. You're a great success story, but it didn't start off that way. Your husband, we call him Bean, was shot and killed. And can you just tell people about that story? What happened on that day? What led up to it? Just whatever you feel comfortable sharing, go ahead and share.
Okay. Bean was at a funeral at A&R Leaks on 79th and Cottage Grove on September the 2nd, 2007. He was at a funeral, and as he was leaving the funeral, they was getting their cars. They got in the cars, and a group of cars rolled up, started shooting at the car, and he was shot like 7 times, and he was deceased on the scene.
Right. So your husband at a funeral and shot and killed 7 times, and the people who did it, we later found out that they shot and killed some more people as well. They had been robbing some people, and that they ended up in federal prison as a result of the case. So they did get caught, so we're thankful for that. But one of the things that I want to talk about is that, to add insult to injury, not only was your husband shot and killed, but tragically, he left you with 5 little girls. And I want to talk about that for a minute, because there's some sisters who are watching who are struggling, and I want them to know that they can make it. So I want you to tell us, how did you make it with them 5 little girls? Their daddy got been shot and killed, all the pain, all the trauma, all the heartache, but you were able to successfully raise these 5 girls.
My favorite words. Woo, child. 5 girls. It's not easy. I'm not going to sit here and tell a story and say, oh, well, God made a way. He did make a way. Yes. But it was a journey during the way. Well, the main thing is I didn't play with them. That's number one. Anybody that know me know I didn't play with my kids, and still today I don't play with them, even with being a single parent.
Yeah.
I don't sugarcoat it. I don't smoke with them. I don't drink with them. I don't kick it with them. But they are my kids, and we have good times together. But the main thing is I was a young parent, raising 5 daughters at a young age. And when they lost their dad, I kept asking, how I'm going to raise these kids in this society today on the south side of Chicago with all the violence that was going on. My mind wasn't totally apart, but I knew I had 5 little girls watching me. So I had to suck it up, put my good big girl jaws on, and do what a parent had to do. So I made sure school was number one. I didn't let them see me break, because as kids, these kids use a lot of excuses for a lot of their actions. And as long as you pity party with them, they'll get over. Right. I just kept my foot down the old grandma style way.
You know what? Do you think So we on Facebook, so we can lose something, we can be real.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think today that a lot of the problems with these kids is that their parents don't give them enough discipline? Because I know you would, if there's anybody with discipline, you were hard on the girl. I mean, not hard, but you were disciplined. They were disciplined very, very well. And I think, do you think that's a problem why we got so many issues?
I think that's a big problem, Pastor, because a lot of the parents is more wanting to be their friends. And they feel if they do this and do this for them, they'll be okay. I didn't do that. I didn't play that. They act up. They get on punishment. You already know. It don't matter where we
Or
at.
that backhand.
I'm beating mines down. You done sent it in the church. You had to stop me plenty of times. Wait. So I think the big problem is a lot of the parents is no more discipline. Right. And then I kind of blame the laws too, because all that, if I whoop my child, they can call the police.
Right.
Call the police on me.
Right. I know that's right. and I think that's a large problem that a lot of kids, they just not getting any discipline. Like the boys aren't being disciplined, the girls aren't being disciplined. And as a result, we just got a bunch of kids and young people just running wild. You know. So here it is. You got these 5 girls. So you did it with discipline. You did it with prayer. What was hard about it? You know, because I know it had to be hard.
Oh, it was very hard. Just imagine 5 daughters. The attitudes.
Yeah.
The mouth. If I say shut up, sometimes I don't think it was easy. Don't think because I was in church now. I'm still Tanya. You know, I had to pop that mouth.
Right.
You know, plenty of times. And the hard part was too that they was acting out in anger.
Yeah.
So when they I can say this. Those who know me and know Bean, he wasn't just a baby daddy.
Right.
He was a father.
Right.
He was a family man.
I had a family, yeah.
It was all about family. So they lost that as little girls.
Yeah.
So, you know, it hurted during times I had to keep my kids home from school on father-daughter dance. My kids didn't get that because they didn't have no father. You know, the hard part was even today. Their father will never walk them down the aisle. That's a struggle.
Yeah.
You know, they just celebrated his birthday on January the 4th.
So y'all know who gonna walk them down. I'm
right.
walking all of them down. They call me Pops. I'm walking all of them down.
Yeah, but you know, and the other hard thing was I couldn't give no answers on why their father was murdered.
Yeah.
You know, that was the struggle, the battle, what they hearing on the streets, you know. So, and another hard thing is that why?
Yeah. You know what? So, I want to ask you another question. How did you help them get through the pain? And the reason why I want to ask that is because there may be somebody watching now and you going through the same, you know, a traumatic situation, and your child is acting out and angry and mad. How do you help them get through that? Like, what do you do? How do you do that?
First, I try to acknowledge the problem. So we had round table talks.
Yeah.
Everybody had the time to speak up what's on their mind. I even let them curse. Whatever was bothering them, we brought it to the table. So everybody always said that I'm hurt. So this you do know. We reached out. They went to counseling.
Yeah.
I started counseling at the schools. The counselors at the schools was helping out, giving them heart to heart.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Stank, and I hope she's watching. So I put my kids on heart to heart.
Yeah.
Where the school and me played a big part. So they started going to counselor. I gotta just send a shout out to New Beginnings Church, to a lot of members that took a role on helping with my daughters. I couldn't do it by myself. That's why it's good to share with somebody, because somebody else can be dealing with the same thing that you're dealing with, and you be afraid to open up because some of them be ashamed. Even today, I help a lot of people, even through Facebook, that I'm not friends with, that I was referred to as the one. You need to talk to them because your story will help somebody. So that's the part where I'm glad you used me for this, because being a mother without help, even sometimes with a father,
Yeah, for sure.
it's a rough journey.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's important. You know, people can say what they want to about the church, and I understand some people have negative things that they want to say about the church on why they're not involved. But one good reason to get involved with a church, a good church, is because it gives you an extended family.
Yeah.
It gives you the spiritual piece that you need, not just for you, but hopefully also for your kids. And it's very, very important, because those relationships, people need those relationships, especially when they're struggling. So I want to move a little further. So you got your husband's being shot and killed. You got 5 babies, 5 girls that you got to take care of. You got to get them through trauma, get them through school, get them through the pain. But here's the part that really just blows my mind. I've always told you this. You decided you wanted more for your life. And you wasn't going to wait on nobody to give it to you. You decided you were going to fulfill your dream to be a nurse. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us about that? How did you navigate that? How did you do that? You got all this stuff going on, but you went back to school.
Okay, yes, I went back to school. I first sat, and I always wanted to be a nurse as a kid. And honestly, if I could bag back just a little,
yeah, go ahead.
Bane was shot up more than that time that killed him.
Uh-huh.
That was the 4th episode. So he first got shot up in 2003, 17 times.
Wow.
Thank God he survived, and I had to nurture him.
Yeah.
And oh my God.
Yeah, I saw those pictures. I remember.
I had to nurture him, to feed him, clean him, bathe him, everything. He couldn't do nothing. So I'm like, you know what? This is my passion. So I want to be a nurse. He paid to go for medical assistant.
Isn't it amazing how you came to know your purpose through the pain of a situation?
That's my title.
I know.
My purpose came out of pain. Everybody know I put that all the time. So and seeing that, it just motivated me to, it was already in me.
Right.
So I went back to school, got my associate's degree. It was so hard, again, going to school, working full-time, and 5 daughters.
So
I didn't
doing 3 things full time.
3
You
things.
doing full-time with kids, full-time job, full-time school.
And I didn't complain one time, because this was my goal. And I always was I'm my kids' mentor.
Yeah, and let me just say this too. And never miss church.
Never
miss Bible study. Never miss prayer. Never miss counting the money after church.
With my 5 kids.
With your 5 kids.
In the church. Yes, it was a journey, and I just want everybody to know that anything is possible, especially when you know that's what you want. My tragedy didn't stop me.
Exactly.
My pain didn't stop me, especially going back for my bachelor's. Oh my God.
So you got your associates, and you decided, and you're still working full time. So you went back and decided to get a bachelor's.
Yes.
Wow.
My bachelor's in science. Man, with 5 kids. Now they older, but they still 5 of my kids that I still supply and provide for, and was still working full time, still full time in the ministry.
Yeah. Was
coming to church, still with my paper studying on Sundays after church, because I was determined.
Yeah. I want to talk about that. How do you do that? Because that amazes me. You know, when you really think about it, somebody's husband been shot and killed. They got 5 girls. They want to be a nurse, so they go get an associate degree. Most people would have just said, that's enough. I can get a job. I can work now in the field that I like. But you decided to go get more. You know, what does it take? It takes a lot of, self-discipline. Ain't nobody waking you up talking about time you get up, you got to go to class, time you go. It takes a lot of self-discipline. What do you say to any of the sisters who watching right now who just sitting in the cut feeling like, I can't do it. What do you say to them?
What I can say to them is, the number one thing is, again, determination, discipline.
Yes.
I couldn't go to the parties.
Yeah.
I took plenty of nights. My kids and my husband now, I tell you, no meals was cooked.
Yeah.
I miss cooking. If you determine, you can do whatever it is you want to do in life. If you determine. And again, I use this as a thing. My life was tragedy.
Yeah.
That's why I want to work in trauma.
Yeah.
Because I used my life as a tragedy, but my tests all became my testimonies to help somebody else. And I'm sure it's somebody listening that see my glory but don't know my story.
Absolutely.
They watch my mess but don't want to hear the message.
Exactly.
And there's a lot that comes with it. And the main goal is I had to prove a point to myself, not to nobody else. And I also had to let my kids know that they watch me go through all this. 5 daughters watch me. And right today, they still tell me, I don't know how you did it, but you did it.
Yeah. You know, I want to bring up another issue since we're talking, and you brought your husband up. So now, here it is, you're going through school, you're remarried.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that happen? I mean, did you think that you would get remarried after all of that?
Not
Because there's
at
some
all.
people who watching who went through a difficult time, and they think it's just the end of the story. It's just the end. Can you just talk about that for a minute? How you know you fell in love again? That you even after all of that.
Even after the tragedy, I wouldn't date. I didn't talk to no one for 2 years because it was about me finding me back.
Right.
And making sure my kids is on the right level before I even felt I'm going back to dating again.
Right.
Just so happened, it was my high school sweetheart.
And that's who was away for some time, and then he was back.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And we ended up back together. Brought him to the church.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if I'm on this level, it wasn't easy now.
Right,
because
right.
the lifestyle, you know,
Right.
and the struggle, what people will say.
Yeah.
You know, it was rough for me, Pastor.
I know.
If don't nobody know, you know it was rough for me.
Yeah, but you handled it well. That's the reason why I wanted to talk to you tonight, because you are so, number one, you so strong, and number two, so smart. And not just book smart, street smart, savvy, and you have so much potential. And I don't even know if you know how much potential you got in you to help so many women. And there's so many sisters that they need help. I talk to so many sisters every day, and they struggling, and they want to do better. They just don't know how. And so they need to hear stories. They need to be able to contact people like you so that they can get the help that they need. So, you know, listen, slide into her DMs and talk to her if you got an issue. If you just need somebody, she will listen to you, talk to you, but she gonna tell you the truth too. So
Even if
slide
it
into
hurts.
her even if it hurts. So slide into her DMs, and I'm sure she can help you.
Yeah.
So sis, we always end the show with 2 things. One, we let people ask questions. So I'm going to take some questions, and so let you answer them any way you want to answer them. Feel led to do whatever you will let. And then we're going to end the show with you giving a word of encouragement. It could be a one word that you want to let people remember. It could be a phrase, or you can talk, you can preach, whatever you want to do to share, to encourage some people. We'll let you do that. So let's take some questions. Start throwing your questions, everybody. Come with me. Come on us with the questions. And I want to pick those questions up. So Kelly Harper says, you are a woman I would love to talk to and be around. His dad is alive but not around, and I know you can uplift us. So Kelly, slide into her DMs and get in contact with her. So let's take some questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
School, work, and church. How were you able to juggle all that with discipline as 5 young ladies?
So the question is, between school, work, church, and 5 kids, 5 girls, how was she able to discipline those girls to turn out to be the type of young ladies that they are now? Strong, savvy, young sisters.
Well, first of all, like I mentioned earlier, I keep my foot on the neck. I don't sugarcoat. I don't play with them. You know, I'm not their friend. I'm their mother and their friend. But I kept it street and I kept it classy. And first of all, I kept it being a mother. You gotta understand, raising 5 daughters, 5 attitudes, 5 mood swings.
Yes.
You know, then they start getting older with the boys. They didn't have a father. I didn't call Pastor Brooks many middle of the nights, getting out his bed to come. Pastor, get over here, cause I'm finna beat him. But it was definitely a journey, and I just want to encourage any parent, don't use the excuse, cause I hear this a lot. Yeah. It takes 2 parents. We would love for it to be 2 parents, but in society today, you don't always have that. But this one parent did it all, and you can do the same.
Absolutely. And you know, and I want to encourage some sisters who just heard that. Listen, what she said is the truth. You can do it. You can succeed. You can make it. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be tough, but God will put people in your life to help you along the way. And let me give a shout out to the girls, because we haven't talked about y'all a lot. But I want to shout out to all the daughters, all the girls. Y'all, I'm so proud of y'all. Y'all are so strong, successful, and sassy, and smart. So I love y'all, and I appreciate y'all, and keep doing a good job. So let's take some more questions.
We have another question. With so many of us not believing in, say, counseling or therapy, our therapeutic method is, you know, smoking with our friends or drinking or, you know, talking to a friend. How do you think counseling helps your kids?
So the question is, you know, how did counseling help? Because a lot of times we turn to drinking, smoking, all the other stuff instead of counseling in our culture. How did counseling help?
Counseling helped a lot, because I can only speak for my kids. They was more afraid to tell me some stuff because they didn't know how I was going to react, meaning whooping, punishment, or felt shamed or something. So what I did is stepped out the room, and I gave the counselor and my child the time alone, and they felt more comfortable. They opened up. But the main thing is, I went outside of me. Because I think when you involve other people, kids may feel comfortable speaking with other people.
That's true.
And I experienced that at work.
So would you advise some parents probably need to help their kids go to counseling?
Yeah. Counseling is a big help. And I think a lot of people are ashamed to admit they need the help.
Right. That's one of the things I'm glad that we're doing. We're in the process now of hiring 2 full-time counselors to just, for one, for all the members of our church, and 2, for all the people who need trauma counseling. There's a lot of people who need so much counseling, and I'm so glad that God is putting us in a position to do some stuff that I believe is going to be phenomenal as a church and different than most churches. So I'm really excited about the 2 counselors. So if you need counseling or your children need counseling, give us about another month and we'll have 2 full-time counselors on staff. If you can't wait till then, hit us in our DM, Tanya or me, and we'll try to help direct you to a counselor if we can't help you ourselves. But counseling is needed. It's so helpful, and it'll help you work through a lot of stuff. All right, next question.
We have a question for Pastor Brooks, a 2-part question. With you being a father figure to a lot around the Chicagoland area, how does that make you feel? And does it ever take a toll on you?
That's a good question. So I was thinking about one of the things that I want, right, is to take a picture with all the kids that I'm like really close to that actually call me Pops. And because I needed to be an example for other brothers to step up and be a pop to some kids who not your kids, but you'll love them just like they're yours. And so I take it personal, and I take it as a privilege, you know, for a child to call you Pops, because I've been that child whose daddy not there, you just with your mama, and you ain't got nobody to call a person Pops or Dad. that is a lot for a child. So anybody who gives you that privilege, I don't ever want to abuse it. I don't ever want to misuse it. And I want to be an example. So some of the things that keep me living holy, I love God. Don't get me wrong. I love the Lord. But one of the things that keep me from making some mistakes is because I think about all these kids that call me Pop. I don't want them to be saying, dang, I can't believe he did that. He tripped out. So it keeps me on my P's and Q's, and I appreciate it. And I really like it. I like being called Pops. I like the kids who call me Pops, and I think that's a major privilege.
All right. Next question.
All right.
Do you think the church helps you a lot in this process?
So the question is, do you think the church helped you during this process?
The church was a big, tremendous help during this whole process. From 2007 till today, the church was there. It like I said, it didn't matter what time of the day, the night, the morning. I called Pastor Brooks. He answered. He got out of his bed. He came. It's members of the church I can call. They was there. It's from his kids. They was there. From the mothers, the elders in the church.
Yeah, we like family.
It's one family. The church played a tremendous part, and I could never repay them. I could never owe, I owe them my life, because without them, I'm gonna be honest, I probably couldn't stay focused, because again, it wasn't easy.
But you know what, too? I want to say this, that the Bible says you reap what you sow. And I think one of the reasons why Tanya been so blessed is because she's just not coming to church, and I appreciate people who do just come to church. So I'm not jabbing you when I say this, but she comes to church and she's involved in church. So every penny that New Beginnings Church has, she counted it. she been counting the church money. The same group of sisters and brothers been counting the church money for years. I mean, for years. And so that's her. She's on our finance team. That's her ministry. And so, if you trust a person that much with church money, that person, it speaks a lot of their character and a lot about who they are. But she participates in the ministry. And I want to say that to some people that you may be feeling like, I don't get nothing from my church don't do this, and my church don't do that. Well, what are you giving to your church? What are you putting in your church? Because you reap what you sow. And if you put in time and love, and you're going to get all of that back. So Tanya is a reflection of our church. She all the stuff she got put in our church, all the stuff she got sold into our ministry, she gets it back and feels the way she does. But it's because she got put in so much time, so much love, and so much energy into our church.
I have another question.
All right.
You being a member of this church and a member of this community, with the community center not yet being built, where does your kids go now?
It's a good question.
Actually, they don't have anywhere else to go. To be honest, because of the violence out in Chicago, my kids don't hang out where they can go somewhere and play ping pong, play checkers, jump rope.
Or mentor some other girls.
Or mentor, exactly, because they got a story too.
Yeah.
By the way, my kids are 30, 28, 28, 23, and 21. So it's like I have a daughter now that's trying to be entrepreneurship. Yeah. And her name brand clothes. So she writing her goals.
What's her name brand clothes? So they know. And look it up.
Unlimited cash.
All right.
Unlimited cash. And it's like she don't have nowhere to go to get that, to get the feedback on where to start. If we get a center, we have those to help people, the entrepreneurs, how to become an entrepreneurship.
Yep, the entrepreneurial school.
Right.
Part of the center has an entrepreneurial school, and that's exactly, she's exactly the type of person we want to help. Say, hey, A, B, C, D, just to help you get. And not only that, but give them seed money for good ideas to help them get their ideas off the ground, and give them office space, because a lot of times when people start businesses, they don't have the office space. They don't have the overhead cost is so much, so we can help reduce that. So that's why a center is so needed for so many reasons. Yeah. All right. So thank y'all. So we're going to end with Tanya giving us her word or phrase, whatever you want to say to our listening audience before we end. It's on you.
Go get it.
Okay. That's a good way to do it. Hey, that fits you. Go get
Go
it.
get
Go
it.
get it. All right. If you go to education, go get it. You go to relationship, go get it.
Go get it.
You go to job, go get it. It's out there. And listen, we are so appreciative of all of y'all for joining us and being a part of our fireside chat. Turn on your notifications right now so that the next time we go live, it's probably be either tomorrow or the day after. Whenever we go live, it will notify you and let you know. We have crossed over the $2 million mark. We've raised over $2 million. And so big shouts out to that. Continue to give, continue to sow. If you want to give tonight, you can go to our cash app is $Project Hood 1, $Project Hood 1, or you can go to projecthood.org, and you can give there. Please remember, if you need some help and assistance, Kelly, our church is open. I saw what you said about your son and your grandson. So slide into my DM, send me a message, send me the number so I can follow up with you. I'm on the roof, but I would love for you to bring them up here so I can talk to them and anybody else that we can help. That's what it's all about. I love y'all. We thank y'all. And like we say every night, until tomorrow night, we'll see you. It's been good. Thank you. Peace.
My name is Anthony Carter. I'm a case manager for the Violence Impact Team of Project Hood. Well, man, I'm from, as you see right behind me, Parkway Gardens, you know what I'm saying? Known as Old Block, you know what I'm saying? I've been there all my life with the poverty going on in the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? Everybody doing the same thing. Going to school, not going to school, selling drugs, not selling drugs. We used to fight. Wasn't that much shooting going on.
All right, what's life like in Parkway?
It sometimes be messy. It's not the kids, it's old folks. That's making that environment bad.
It's the older people. People be trying to come like over here like they tough or something.
They think it's dangerous.
Listen, we need you. It's almost time. That's right. The anniversary of the Rooftop Experience. We are doing a 72-hour camp out, and we are going to raise as much money as we possibly can to finish the building of this wonderful community center that is going to transform the lives of so many people. Wherever you are around the world, we need you to join us for 72 hours. Call your family, your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, and let them know that we are camping out for Project Hood to help them cross the finish line. Register with us at projecthood.org. Set up a tent anywhere that you want to, backyard, front yard, living room, wherever you want to, and then start raising funds on our behalf. If you're gonna bring your tent to our location, please feel free to check in the lobby of the church, New Beginnings Church of Chicago, and they can tell you where to set your tent up. We appreciate all the things that you've done so far. You have blessed us tremendously, and because of you, we are doing a great work on the south side of Chicago. Go to projecthood.org and you can find out how to participate in this event. Thursday is the kickoff. We're gonna have a great time. 8 a.m. See you then. Hello, America. I'm Pastor Corey Brooks from the south side of Chicago to the nation's capital. This is Rooftop Revelations. Many of you know me as the rooftop pastor. I recently spent 343 days living
your name, Jesus. We worship you, God, yeah. There's none like you, Jesus. So we give you all our worth, all our praise. We magnify your name, Jesus. We give you all our worship. There's none like you, God. So we magnify your name. Hey. Oh, if the altar's where you need us, take me there. Take me there if what you need is just an offering. It's right here, my life is here, and I'll be a living sacrifice for you. You're a fire, the refiner. I wanna be consumed, I wanna be tried by fire, purified. You take whatever you decide. Lord, here's my life. I wanna be tried by fire, purified. You take whatever you decide. Lord, here's my life. Say, I wanna be tried by fire. Sing, purified. Take whatever you lift your hands and say, Lord, sing, I wanna be tried. Oh, purified. Take whatever you need out of my life. Jesus, here it is. One more time, sing, I wanna be tried. Oh, sing, purify me. You take whatever. Now lift your hands and to burn for you, only for you. You take my life as a sacrifice. I wanna burn for you, Lord, only for you. Sing, clean my, purify my. Sing, I wanna burn for you, only for you. Sing, take my life as a sacrifice. You're a fire, a refiner. I wanna be consumed. Oh, you're a fire, a refiner. I wanna be consumed. You're a fire, a refiner. I wanna be consumed. Sing your the refiner. Sing I wanna be till I look like you. You're a fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be till I can taste like you. Taste your fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be till I love like you. You're a fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be. Oh, you're a fire, the refiner. Sing I wanna be till I love like you're a fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be till I taste like you. You're a fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be. You're a fire, the refiner. Oh, I wanna be. I wanna be tried by fire, purified. You take whatever you desire. Lord, here's my life. Sing, I wanna be tried by fire, purified. Oh, you take whatever you desire. Sing, Lord, here's my sing, I wanna be tried. Oh, purified. Oh, you take whatever you sing, Lord, here's my life. One more time, I wanna be tried. Oh, purified. Take whatever you desire. Lord, for you, only for you, take my life as a sacrifice. I wanna burn for you, only. Last time no music, say clean my hands, purify my heart. I wanna burn, only for you. Take my life as a sacrifice. I wanna burn for you, only for you.
In your presence, I love to give you reverence when I see your glory and measure. You are He who carrieth for me. You alone are all I need. You alone dwell inside of me. There is none, nobody like Thee. You alone are all I need. You alone love me. You alone in spite of me, and You care it for me. You alone are all I need. You alone. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, how awesome are You, oh God. You are He who was and is to come. Majesty, Lord, Savior and King. You alone are all I need. So I lift my hands to You. I surrender. My all is true. Mighty God, I'll forever bless You. There is none, nobody like Thee. You alone. Yes, You are. You alone dwell inside of me. Yeah. There is none, nobody like You in all the earth. You alone, all I need. You alone dwell inside of me. Yeah. There is nobody like You, Jesus. You alone, all I need. You alone. I lift my hands to You, and Lord, I give myself completely to You. You're my Savior, my healer. Lord, You are. You alone are God. You're my keeper, my master. Yes, You are. You alone are God. You're my Father. Lord, You are. You alone are God. You redeem me. You sustain me. Yes, You are. You alone are Savior, my healer. Lord, You are. You're my keeper. You're my master. Yes, You are. You're the ruler of the earth. You're my heavenly Father. Lord,
that you're everything that we need. We thank you for being always there for us. Your track record is flawless. And so today we give you praise and we give you glory. Simply because, Lord, we know that you are. Come on, sing it.
You are the great I am.
The creator.
Of our day.
You created our days, Lord. Your presence is so amazing.
So amazing.
Your arms, Lord.
Your arms is where I'll stay.
Oh, yeah.
My fortress.
My fortress.
Strong tower.
Yes, you
my
are.
dwelling place. I can hide.
I can always hide in you.
The angels around your throne. Cry, holy Lord, you reign.
Come on, that's why we say today.
You are.
Awesome is your power, God. Excellent in all your ways.
You are.
The author and finisher, the writer of my faith.
You are.
The way and the truth and the light.
You are.
You are, yeah.
You are.
Come on, lift those hands if you love him, everybody. He's been so mighty. He's been so awesome. And today we open our mouth and we give you the sacrifice of praise. Come on, let's say it again, everybody.
You are the great I am.
Oh,
Creator of our day.
you're the creator of our day.
Your presence so amazing.
So
Your
amazing,
arms
yeah.
is where I'll stay.
Be in your arms, yeah, yeah.
My fortress.
Yes, you
My
are.
strong tower.
Oh.
My dwelling place. I can
I can always
hide.
hide in you.
The angels around your throne.
Yes, they do.
Cry, holy Lord, you reign.
So today we say,
You are.
awesome is your power, God. Excellent in all your ways.
You are.
The author and finisher, writer of my faith.
You are.
The way and the truth and the light.
You are.
You are.
You are.
Sing it again, yeah.
You are.
Said you're awesome in your power, God. Excellent in all your ways.
You are.
You're the author and finisher of my faith, yeah. The way and the truth and the light.
You are.
You are. So, Father, today we realize that everything that we are is because you are. Thank you for being everything that we need you to be. And today, with one voice, we shout and we sing.
You are.
You're my beginning.
You are.
And you are the ending.
You are.
Said you've been my helper when I was in trouble. You've been my father, even been my mother. You've been everything that I need. Yeah, yeah. And I give you the glory, and I give you the praise, yeah. And I give you the honor. Everybody say, you are my helper when I'm in trouble, yes. You are my strength. give you the glory. We give you the honor because we know you are. Oh, yeah. You're the same today and forevermore. Oh.
is He sits high and looks low. The one who reigns from full control. Is He the great I am, the chief cornerstone? The bread of life, the one on my knees before you, crying right now, declaring that you're holy, glorious. On my knees before you, right now, singing hallelujah. I will forever sing
Can you lift your hands and begin to exalt your King, your healer, your Savior, the one who loves you no matter what circumstance you find yourself in? And just think about
Who did it all for me on Calvary?
paid a ransom,
Fee that really was me. This is He who went away to prepare a place
for the day
He returns and comes again.
on my knees
For you, right now,
declaring that you're holy.
glorious.
On my
knees before you,
crying,
singing hallelujah.
I will always sing, yeah. So I will, forever worship you, and I will, yeah,
forever sing to you.
I
Always praise.
Father, we give you praise today because we know that you're everything that we need. We thank you for being always there for us. Your track record is flawless. And so today we give you praise and we give you glory simply because, Lord, we know that you are. Come on, sing it.
Great I am,
The creator.
of our day.
You created our days, Lord. Your presence is so amazing.
So amazing.
Your arms, Lord.
Your arms
day. You are awesome is your power, God. Excellent in all your ways. You are the author and finisher, the writer of my faith. You are the way and the truth and the light. You are, yeah. You are. Come on, lift those hands if you love him, everybody. He's been so mighty. He's been so awesome. And today we open our mouth and we give you the sacrifice of praise. Come on, let's say it again, everybody.
You are the great I am, creator of our day.
You're the creator of our day.
Your presence so amazing.
So amazing,
yeah. Where I'll stay.
I'ma be in your arms, yeah.
My fortress.
Yes, you are.
Strong tower. And dwelling place. I can
always hide in you.
The angels surround your throne.
Yes, they do.
My holy Lord, you reign.
So today we say,
You are,
awesome is your power, God. Excellent in all your ways.
you are,
The author and finisher, writer of my faith.
you are,
The way and the truth and the light.
you are,
You are.
you are.
Sing it again, yeah. Said you're awesome in your power, God. Excellent in all your ways.
You are,
You're the author and finisher of my faith, yeah. The way and the truth and the light. You are. So, Father, today we realize that everything that we are is because you are. Thank you for being everything that we need you to be. And today with one voice we shout and we sing.
you are,
You're my beginning.
you are,
And you are the ending.
you are.
Said you've been my helper when I was in trouble. You've been my father, even been my mother. You've been everything that I need. Yeah, yeah. And I give you the glory, and I give you the praise, yeah. And I give you the honor. Everybody say, you are my helper when I'm in trouble, yes. You are my strength, even when I'm weak, yeah. You said, Lord, I'll be with you. I'll be with you always, even until the end of the earth. So you don't have to worry, because you got a friend, yeah. He'll never forsake you. He'll never leave you. I'm stronger because of you. I'm wiser because of you. I can do great things because of who you are. Your hand is on our lives, so we're gonna give you the glory. We're gonna give you the honor. Yes, you are. Oh, Lord. Said I know that you are. Said you're everything, yeah, yeah. Father, we give you the glory. We give you the honor because we know you are. Oh, yeah. You're the same today and forevermore. coming in the morning. In the morning. Yeah, yeah. Your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy to life. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. Joy is coming. Anybody believe it in the room? In the morning. Come on, clap those hands and say, oh, your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy to life. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. It's coming in the morning. In the morning. One more time, come on, lift it up, say, your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. It's coming in the morning. In the morning. Though the night may seem weary, joy is coming, coming, coming in the morning. All praise to Jesus. See, I know joy is coming. Joy is coming. Though the night may seem weary, only one man knows. Joy is coming, coming, coming in the morning. All praise to Jesus. I know joy is coming. Yes, it's coming in the morning. Your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy to life. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. What about people who claim their joy in this room? In the morning. Your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy to life. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. In the Somebody shout like you got it. Your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. Joy is coming in the morning. Somebody shout, your light can drown out darkness and bring our joy. We won't submit to sorrow. Our joy is coming in the morning. In the Though the night may seem weary, joy is coming. Joy is coming, coming, coming in the morning. All praise to King Jesus. See, I know joy is coming. Yes, joy is coming. Joy is on the way. 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 Lift it up, say. Joy is on the way. Y'all sing it. Joy is on the way. 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 Y'all grab part. Joy is on the way. 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 Though the night may seem weary, joy is coming, coming, coming in the morning. All praise to King Jesus. See, I know joy is coming. Sing, though the night may seem weary. Though the night may seem weary, joy is coming, coming, coming in the morning. All praise to King Jesus. See, I know joy is coming. Yes, joy. Yes, joy is coming in the morning. See, it will be all over in the morning. It'll be all over. Hey, it'll be all over. Stop your worrying, it'll be all over. It'll be all over. Ain't no need in worrying what the night
bring. It'll be all over in the morning. Put this in your head right here. Ain't no need in worrying what the night is gonna bring. Oh, it'll be all over once you make it to the morning. Help me sing it out. Say in the morning. It's gonna be all over once you make it to the morning. Oh, in the morning, it's gonna be all over. Say it'll be all over. It'll be all over. It's gonna be all over. It'll be all over. Just wipe your eyes. It's gonna be. It'll be all over. Just hang on in there. It's gonna be. It'll be all over. It's gonna be all over. It'll be all over. Hey, it's gonna be all. It'll be all over in the morning. If you believe that, I dare you to clap your hands like you've already received your healing. I dare you to clap your hands like you've already received your deliverance. I dare you to clap your hands like you've already received your freedom. In this room, we clap to celebrate our God who is great and greatly to be praised. Clap, 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 clap. Those hands all over this room. Come on, clap, clap, clap. Don't say it. Lift your voice right here. Say, say yeah. Say yeah. Clap those hands. Come on, clap, clap. Come on and clap. If you love, put them together.
everything. King of the nation. God of, he's the Lord. Lord of my life. Lord of my life. King of the nation. We sit you at the top of it all. We sit you at the top of it all. Everything, yeah. King praise your name. Hey, hey. We praise your name. We came to give you glory. We praise your name. We praise your name. Ooh. We praise your name. Hey, hey. Oh, we praise your name. You can have it all. 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 It all belongs to you. It all belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Hey, it all belongs to you. All of the glory, it all belongs. All of the praise, it all belongs. 'Cause you're worthy of all. You are worthy of it all. You are worthy, Lord. Give you praise. Oh, you are worthy, Lord. We give you praise. Oh, you are worthy, Lord. We give you praise. Oh, you are worthy, Lord. Give you praise. All of the glory, all of the honor, all of the praise, it all belongs to you. All of the glory, all of the honor, all of the praise, it all belongs to you. All of the glory, all of the honor, all of the praise, it all belongs to you. All of the glory and all of the honor, all of the praise, it all belongs to you. Oh, it all belongs to you. It all belongs to you. To you. It all belongs 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 to you. In the midst of the storm, it still belongs to you. In the midst of the problem, it still belongs to you. In the midst of the trial, it still belongs to you. In the midst of an obstacle, it still belongs to you. It all 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 belongs. Come on, somebody open your mouth in this room and give him glory. It belongs to him. Nothing else, not your problems, not your infirmities, not your headaches, not your lack. It belongs to the Father.